was like 2 weeks in a row. Debacles. One was on the entrance, one was on the exit. But either way,
Right. We're past the 6 second mark, so we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things where it was like, we both were hit on both ends. We had controls, so we both hit go live. It's just so it's like one person went live, and then I ended it. Yeah, it ended it, and then that just killed the stream. Fortunately, now one of the new enhancements they talked about for StreamYard was the ability to have perpetual and reusable events, so you could use that same link again.
Yeah, but how does that work out on YouTube though?
I haven't figured it out.
Well, you have to. That's your job.
Just ring Chip
Gettler. Where's the hell's he at? He's the one who's creating this stuff.
I missed that.
He's too busy creating it. That's why he hasn't had a chance to pop back over.
I have to look and see, because that would be cool if you could. That is true though. You still have to link it to YouTube, and YouTube has to create a new event.
But that would be good.
Yeah. Hey, JustinComicx, good morning. How are you? And Paul, good morning. Super early. 4:29. He chimes in. That's my time, by the way. I assume. I assume that on Mark's end it shows 7:29 or something like that.
Yeah, 7:31.
Not the time now, but the time that he left his comment.
Oh, I don't know. Yes, 7:15, 7:29, and Scott hit us with a 7:31.
Yeah, he wants to know what it's like in the real world. That show hasn't been. When was that show on?
MTV.
A long time ago. No, it wasn't on MTV. That was CBC. That was a CBS show because it was a spin-off of Cosby Show.
I got you. I know you're talking about. I was thinking of the.
You're thinking of the other real world.
What is it? There was like Road Rules and Real World were the two reality TV shows that ran for so long.
You're right. You're stuck at home. Meanwhile, where are we? We're at home. So there you go.
Exactly.
There we go. Your crazy weekend for content. Am I right? Is anyone else seeing Superman tomorrow? Fathom event, the Christopher Reeve story.
Sorry, I'm not in America. So.
Well, we try to forgive
you
every day.
Tomorrow I have a show. I don't know if you know this. But I do a show tomorrow. So
I don't know if you know this, but that's all voluntary. And this movie also would not affect your show, as it's a Fathom event with specific show times that do not overlap with Only Crabs. So your show would be done before either of the two optional show times, which are 4 p.m. Eastern, which gives you 30 minutes, or 7 p.m. Eastern, which gives you plenty of time.
Yeah, I also have to go pick my wife up from the airport.
God damn it. You always got excuses. So pick her up and take her straight to the theater, because you can't leave her there. You definitely can't leave her there.
It's 6:30 p.m. your time.
That's right. But goddamn, you'd be rushing.
And she's coming into the San Francisco airport, so it's a 45-minute drive to the airport and back.
Yeah, you just have to find a showtime there. That's a lot of work. All right, what you should do, Rob, is aim to see it on the other of the two show days, because it is shows on Saturday, 2 screenings, and then this coming Wednesday, 2 screenings, and that's all it's going to do on the big screen. But when I went and saw Transformers 1 last night, saw the trailer, which we've all seen the trailer that came out a couple of weeks ago, that final trailer for it. And I'm sitting there like wiping tears off my face like an idiot in the trailers for a Transformers cartoon. Like it looks so good.
Scotty says you can pick them up for the movie.
You meet me at the theater, I'll buy your ticket. That's the deal I got with people. You go, I'll get your ticket.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow's a packed day for me. I got a meeting at 7 a.m. in the morning that I got to go to, and then my show.
Time or your time?
7 a.m. my time. So 10 a.m. your time.
Yeah.
Still early-ish to be going out someplace on a Saturday. my show. Then I got to pick my wife up in the airport, and then I got the evening show I do. Wait, no, the evening show I do is today.
Evening show now?
Oh, wait, Saturday is with Mad Spidey. That's what it is.
I was about
Friday
to say,
evenings.
step on your dick, Spidey.
Family comes first, though.
Yeah,
Always.
let's see. My wife lets me touch her, so when she says you're gonna come pick me up at the airport, I said okay. All right.
I'll pick you up from the airport.
Sure, why not? Yeah, she'd driven up to Oregon with my youngest to drop them off and get them moved in for school, and the car was being left with my youngest now.
Is it senior year?
Junior year.
Junior year. I knew it was getting close.
Yeah. So so now my wife was flying back, and the only direct flight from where the school is at to somewhere here in the Bay Area is in the SFO, even though San Jose is much closer to me, but it's a difference between an hour and a half flight versus a 5-hour flight with layovers and everything else. So I'll drive a little bit longer because she said so. And it costs less. That's riveting conversation. Dope comes by to say, "What up, peeps?"
What's happening?
Oh, Peps. What up, Peps? Sorry.
It means peeps.
I didn't mean to read too much into it.
You pulled a me and you read it directly.
I read what I think he meant as opposed to what he typed, and that's fine. We all make typos,
And
especially
over this
in the freaking micro keyboard world.
Everything said on YouTube is about intent, not the actual words, as we've all learned this past week.
Oh God, don't even get started there.
Oh, I'm not. Hey, did anybody watch that flaming turd Agatha all along?
I have not seen it yet. I'll watch it on the weekend.
Rob, answer my question. I would say skip it. I'd say
I didn't know. I didn't know nothing.
Marvel. I will watch it.
No, I'm just saying, like, because if anyone hears me say, like, "Oh, I heard Mark say Agatha," so I'll watch it. I don't want to be blamed for that. So you heard me say Agatha, skip it. But if you want to watch it, yeah, do your own thing. But you didn't hear me tell you should watch it because I didn't. I said the opposite, just so we're clear.
I kind of would. I would have. If I had known it was out, I would have at least tried to watch it yesterday. Because
trying to watch it. That's a good way to describe it. You have to try. It's a lot of effort.
I feel that about certain other shows I've tried to watch recently too.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. Yeah, just put this one right in that group with whatever.
I just happened to be like last night. I decided I wasn't gonna sit down in front of YouTube or anything, and was gonna sit in my recliner because I wasn't feeling well. And I ended up watching a documentary on dog brains and how dogs think. And then
did they get into how they can't see the color red at all?
They got into the fact that they only have two sets of cones. Yes,
2 sets of cones. Thank you. Hey, Spidey, we should probably read the abstract on something so we could understand that without getting too deep into it.
I can't believe you remembered that fucking conversation.
I remember that conversation just like I remember dogs couldn't see red from years ago because I'm not a fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
And then I just proceeded to watch YouTube for my recliner because I didn't know what else to watch.
Dogs are interesting creatures. Rob, I don't understand how you could retain such information about animals, being that you work with computers. It's crazy how you're able to comprehend anything someone said about animals since you're
Beckerman says that Agatha and the Drizzle.
Mike, while you're in the chat, has the signing happened yet, or is it still to come? They've got a couple of Aussie boys going over there doing a signing at his local comic shop with Freddie Williams.
Now, is that boys with the S or boys with a Z?
Oh, it's Aussie. It's got to be Z.
Z. That's what the Aussie boys.
Yeah.
Oh, Wednesday.
It says Wednesday. So Agatha premiered 2 episodes on some day of the week, and then Penguin premiered last night, and that was ridiculously good. But it's HBO, so you have an expectation of quality with them, and they don't let you down. I'll leave that at that. I just hear we should go watch it. We'll blame you, Legion, after I watch. That's fair. That's fair. I'm on the record. I'm safe. Blame all you want. What I said versus my intent. We got to get into it with Agatha, I guess. And Transformers 1 is now playing, and then Superman is this weekend. So this is a massively stacked weekend for content. So Good, bad, or the ugly.
Isn't there something else coming out this weekend?
No, it came out last week, but there's a new show on Netflix called Chaos with Jeff Goldblum. 8 episodes, roughly 40-something minutes an episode. It's phenomenal. That's
On Netflix?
Yeah, it's like think Greek gods, but think like, man, they're playing with actual original.
Oh, I have seen the trailer for that.
Original stories. They're playing with actual original lore and playing. You remember how Leonardo DiCaprio's Romeo plus Juliet was literally Romeo and Juliet? Like Paris would pull out his sword, but he's holding a pew pew, not an actual sword, calling it a sword, and how they just made it like. There's a lot of that taking place in this. It's really good, and it's pure debauchery. Like it's just crazy.
Well, I'll give it a try just because Jeff Goldblum is freaking
worth it. Yeah, Madam messaged me yesterday. He's like, "Hey, have you watched Chaos? You should watch Chaos." And she was like the third person that messaged me that. So yesterday, I'm like, I'll add it to the to-do list. I watched Agatha. I'm going to watch Transformers, Penguin. So I got through 6 episodes yesterday while I worked. So I only got like 2 left to go.
Those are like the 2 best episodes.
Which 2?
The last 2.
Well, they should be. That's how finales work.
I mean, it's so good.
Which is good to hear because 6 is kind of a slog compared to some of the other stuff going on.
No, 8. You're gonna like 8 for sure.
And man, I sometimes when I'm on here, you're like, man, I always want to choose my words carefully, not to trigger people or piss people off. But I don't know, fuck it. So like, you know, the anti-woke mob. Like, if there's ever a show that they would hate, this would be that show. It checks off every box that's ever existed on the planet, and then they invent new boxes just to check them off. But you don't give a shit because it's so good. And even those boxes help elevate the story in numerous aspects while telling the story. It's kind of like a gold standard of how like the presence of quote unquote woke stuff does not equal bad quality. And it is typically just shitty writing or subpar products that people complain about and then get blamed that they're just, oh, you just hate woke shit. But this show should have been review bombed by everyone on the planet who hates woke shit, but yet it hasn't.
Yet.
It's so good. It's weird.
Jeff Goldblum's so good. And who plays Hera?
I don't know, but she's phenomenal. She's majestic.
She's phenomenal too.
And then you got Clift, what is his name? Clifton Curtis Jr. or something like that, playing Poseidon. He's great.
I love him. I love him.
Yeah, great cast, phenomenal performances. Even like, so I watched Agatha, and then the very next thing I turn on is Chaos episode 1. I'm like, this is night and day. Like when, like I had someone in a comment say, I enjoyed the cast, the stakes, and the plot of Agatha, and all I could think about was there is no performances in that compared to Chaos. There is no plot in that at all compared to that one episode of Chaos. Like just the range of emotions, the different aspects of the story that they introduce in the first episode alone that you know that you're gonna have to unpack. It's just night and day. It's the difference in good storytelling. Yeah, a lot of people do. Dope. It's perfectly fine. You like it, you can hate it. Everyone's entitled to their own thing. And this is a show that they just nail it, man. It's the most inclusive show I've ever seen in my life, but it works so good. We got Tate in for 17 months. Good morning, all. Off to bed. Have a great Friday. Have a good night, Tate.
It is quite the size of a cast.
Yeah, it's massive, dude. Ensemble is a good word for it. It is an ensemble.
There are 32 cast members listed in the just a little quick screen grab of cast members.
And you'll know about every one of them by episode 4.
Wow.
Because you'll care too. That's the good part is you'll care. You're like, oh man, what's that person doing now?
Interesting.
It's so good. I wish more people had watched it.
It's pretty new still. Good morning, Pops. Like, Amazon thing, like no men allowed. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Was it? Oh, wait a second. Did you say? I thought you said it was on Netflix. Is it on Amazon?
No.
It's
Amazon.
on Netflix.
Again, we're talking about like Greek lore and stuff. The Amazons, Themyscira, the Amazons.
All right.
Yeah, not the Prime.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
okay. I forgive you.
I try to keep up. I'll try harder. So
No,
it's what's
like
interesting is I
there's
was
a no man policy.
I was on Netflix last night, and it was not on any of the pop screens that when I was trying to find something to watch. That's interesting.
It's KAOS.
Yeah, I
Okay.
found the cast of when I saw the cast.
Okay.
That's how I knew there were 32 some odd people in it.
It's in the top 10 though. I'm looking. I'd see that right on my because it's.
I don't
the
know.
first
Like
thing
I said,
on mine to continue watching.
maybe because
That's
I didn't take long before I switched to specifically looking for movies or something, but because I thought I was going to watch a movie last night.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's
Didn't work out.
You wouldn't have seen it under movies, that's for sure.
No, and since some other movie kept popping up strong that was somewhat interesting, but I didn't want to watch. I was tired of the corrupt cops.
It's number 10 on the shows category. So I mean, it didn't like premiere in the top 3 kind of thing.
All right. Well, it's on my radar. Maybe I'll look at it. Oh, excuse me.
Just at least check out that first episode. You know, just to gauge where you want to put it in your pecking order.
Yeah, it's really off the wall and a little different and very.
That's fine. I just finished.
It's wonderful.
The opening scene when I saw the flamingo float in the pool of Olympus, I'm like, I'm fucking in.
No, I just got done watching my guilty pleasure 90s show, so it's not good. Yeah, that 90s show. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's good or great. It's just something that for some reason I enjoy because I really enjoyed the 70s show, and it's a direct spin-off. So or
is it
20 years later.
No,
it's not. I just said that. It's a lot of retreading a lot of the same things, but you know, it's still Red and Kitty. And now they're watching Eric and Donna's kid, so their grandkids staying over. So, and for whatever reason, she comes over for the summer and instantly makes friends with people who like the kid next door and everything else. And they all hang out in the basement and stash a pot and hang out and smoke pot in a circle and do teenage things. Except that they've updated it slightly with, you know, token cake kid and the this and that.
Fentanyl?
Huh? Fentanyl? No, not fentanyl. It's still the 90s. It's still the 90s. the maybe one of the funnier things though that they did do is they Cheech had Tommy Chong originally had played the dope dealer in town in the 70s show, and they had him retire, and so now not Jay and Silent Bob, but Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes play the new dope dealers in town, and it's Kevin Smith is supposed to be Tommy Chong's son. He's taking over the family business, and every once in a while they're kind of funny. They had these giant didgeridoo bongs that they were, yeah, exactly. they smoked out, had this big old didgeridoo session. It was great.
Didgeridoos are hard to play.
No one said they were easy.
You have to have like circular breathing. You have to learn how
You have to breathe in with your nose and breathe out with your mouth at exactly the same time.
Yeah, well, it sounds like somebody takes a really big bong hit. So,
well, no, what it is in Australia, you know, like those on campus or those public blue light phones for emergencies. In Australia, you run to those, and it's a didgeridoo, so you have to know the
learn how to play
behind playing one, or you can never get public service assistance. So
that makes sense.
Whitey's been able to play one.
Why do you think I know how to play it?
Yeah.
Since he's 4. And good morning to
Pop. It was in one of his cribs,
Pops is still in Salem enjoying his vacation. He told me today that they're participating in the historical reenactment event where they're going to
burn a witch.
They're going to burn a witch.
How great! And hey, did he watch Agatha first?
Did they try drowning her first?
No, my dad has more common sense than that and self-worth. He doesn't participate in such things as Agatha. I don't have either of those things. I'm hoping one day I will have self-worth and a little bit of common sense, but till then I'm going to punish myself.
Fair enough.
No.
Excuse me. Yeah,
not at all.
It's like it's 4 or something in the morning or something. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, huh, madam? Mm-hmm.
It's 4 something. Yeah, this is my normal wake up time though. So
yeah, Not quite yet. Usually I'll wake up in about another 25 minutes, but
Really? You have to set an alarm.
Yeah. But this morning I woke up on my own because I've not been well. And so I woke up early and I said, well, I guess I might as well stay up. My body's saying, no, you should have gone back to bed, you dummy.
You got a cold or something?
All kinds of stuff going on. I'm old.
So you have like what the storm of sickness, around you, or I don't understand.
Yeah, then I decided to compound it by going and getting, vaccinations and.
Oh God, don't do that.
Well, because I went to the doctor and I go, oh, you got this, and this need to be done, but we'll only give you 2 at a time. So, all right.
Did you get a shingles vaccination?
They gave me my shingles and they gave me my COVID-19 one, and then next time I go in there, they'll give me my flu and hepatitis B and whatever.
I got shingles one time, like a year ago.
It's not fun.
No, I got like 3 little dots, and I just happened to go to the doctor like the next day for an appointment, and I showed him to him, and he's like, "Oh, that's shingles. Here, take this right away." And so I took it right away, and it went right away, and I was like, "Dang, dodged a bullet there."
Yeah, I got shingles about 25 years ago. They're still doing pretty well on the roof, but yeah.
Yeah, but boom.
Yeah. Spotty, I hear you have beef.
No.
Okay, well, there you go. He's a pork man. You got it.
It's a kangaroo.
Mark, haven't you punished yourself enough in the past?
Yeah, it works out.
Excellent.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger.
That's not true.
Y'all talking about Agatha having Deborah Jo
In
Rupp
different ways, I guess.
recreating the smoking in the basement visual from the 70s show. I don't know anything about Agatha, so I couldn't. So no, I wasn't talking about that. I was actually talking about the 90s show.
How many people weren't smoking pot in their basement? I mean,
didn't have a basement here in California. We don't do that.
That's true. Good point.
Although I say that, and I did actually own a home at one time that did have a basement, but they're very rare in California, especially here in the Bay Area, where most of the Bay Area is only about 6 to 14 feet above sea level, so you can't really go down.
If you want a swimming pool, you can go down.
Sure, or you want to have a good, or if you want to have a good time, you can go down. But either way, we're.
I was waiting for it.
Kyle
we don't
says
have basements in Arizona either. It's really rare.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Legion. Let's see. I found out I have like 5 different medical issues, and I'm still dealing with more testing. Yeah, that's
sorry.
Yeah, I went in for one thing, and they're doing all kinds of got tests and fucking old people.
White.
It sucks.
Just
don't get old. Stay 20 something forever, Adam. No drama on here. Got it. Only comedy, guys. No dramas. What's up,
The dad jokes are rolling tonight.
I am what I.
Or is that delirium?
Dude, I am what I am. The quote Popeye.
We all had to resort to different things.
Yeah, I just smoked it at my friend's out of aluminum foil. Yeah.
What about an apple? Has anyone smoked out of an apple?
No, we just be in a garage, man. You went and hung out in the garage.
But I mean, have you ever made an apple like?
No. I never crafted my own pipes.
I was a good boy. I never did anything naughty like that.
Well, I feel terrible now.
I allegedly never did anything like that.
I remember being in high school. One of my friends, their dad owned a glass factory.
I know.
And we went in there after hours, and we all constructed our own bongs.
Yes, I saw it, Tyler. I'm not adding fuel to the fire. I'm not one of those people.
I've smoked out of an apple. There you go. I think for me the best, one of the most interesting ones was actually I was working at the time for a radio station here, classic rock station, And the DJ that we had used to be a rock and roller. His name was Greg Kinn, the lead singer of the Greg Kinn band. They had a hit song, "Our Love's in Jeopardy," which later on was parodied by Weird Al Yankovic till I lost on Jeopardy. But we were at the Doobie Brothers show, broadcasting from there. And after we did a set, he's like, "Oh, how much time do I have before my next set?" And I was told, "Oh, you got like 30 minutes. He's all, "Great. I need to go to my car. Come with me." So I go with him to his car, and he like reaches down, he opens his glove box, and he reaches back behind there. Next thing he just pulls out some joints. He says, "All right, let's go." That's the kind of job working in rock radio is. Constantly getting fed drugs and alcohol and cigarettes and stuff, and asked to come on, do it. At least that's the way it was. At least that's the way it was in the 90s.
My cousins and I were celebrating Christmas with our families, and one of my cousins was like, "Let's all go down in the basement, guys." So like all the cousins went down the basement. He like introduces us to these joints. We smoke them. We go upstairs and open presents. We're all fucking wasted.
So you didn't care for the video, or just have no thoughts?
Yeah,
I'm assuming
I did
that
not partake in that.
somebody referenced
video?
you. I guess it is that what he's trying to say.
Oh, a
Yeah.
Razor video?
Yeah,
Yeah, you just unless that's the kind of content you have fun doing, like Lee and Razor going back and forth, you opt out. You know, you participate or opt out. It's one or the other. And by opting out, that just means like, yeah, just like with the other one, that means you find someone else who wants to play.
yeah. And at the end of the day, trolls are like bullies. Generally, if you ignore them, they will go away.
Well, he's looking for people to participate. So if you don't participate, you know what I mean? Like like with Lee, you know, they had fun going back and forth. But I did learn from that video on Tuesday. I started my DC Day live stream, and the UPS guy pulled up. So I ran outside and grabbed the package, and I came back and I was able to report that I was holding a parcel. What I was doing was I was opening a parcel and not a haul. So we have been able to confirm the difference in hauls and parcels. So that was good. Shout out to Spidey for that.
I use the word parcel sometimes too.
For the record, what is the video series called? Mad Mail Call, not Mad Mail Haul.
Not
Mad Mail Call.
Don't participate. Don't let me coach you into saying anything. If you don't want to play, don't play.
I bet the 80s were fun. There was a lot more cocaine. Christmas weed. Greetings from Michigan. In case anybody was wondering, Michigan is representing. That's right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, no. Guy. None of that.
I thought you were going to say you pulled out a needle. Let's go.
Right. That's what I said. None of that.
None of the let's go kill me.
Let's frickin' go.
Speaking of drugs, it's morphine time is here as well.
Yeah.
Razor's Sticky Goose
Back
2.0. Knock off out. This sucks. Okay.
Oh no, I enjoy him.
Enjoy Razor.
It's his energy. He's just laughing the whole time. He's just funny, man.
Razor's
I don't necessarily
energy.
think his jokes are funny, but his energy is fun. And he does do some fun unboxing videos. Like he has some stuff that you don't see all the time and stuff.
Surprised he picked Spidey to mess with.
That's the general consensus.
And yeah,
he must be
It's entertaining, I think.
it was a swing and a miss on the selection process. He's just trying to find people to do stuff with. From what it looks like to me. But I like
Beckerman says he's a
creative.
partial
That
Always knew you were, Mike.
That Scarface video he did.
I don't.
So
I just got alerted to the video, so I watched it and went, "What the fuck?" And then went, "Yeah, whatever."
What Scarface video?
Yeah, that's how I felt. Like, what the fuck?
Someone clue me in.
Oh, he did a video with like a restaurant background, like dressed up like Tony Montana, doing like a Tony Montana dialogue. It was pretty funny.
So, I guess because I haven't been paying attention to him, probably won't. I assume he's just doing like parodies of people.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you watch the him and Whack Comics thing? Like he did the same thing.
I haven't watched any of his stuff.
All right, so
I've
he's,
only
he's-
heard
he's
recently thing come
discovering-
up post Sticky Goose. I've
Yeah,
heard.
it's like he's discovering like a part of the comic community for the first time, and he watches a video, and then he'll do like a his take on it kind of thing. Like he'll try to do like a comedic review, like I like this or WTF that kind of thing. And he did one of Whack. So Lee did one right back of him, and
I did
Lee's
say
was
that. That was
freaking hilarious, like absolutely funny. And then Razor loved it, you know, like he's trying to find people to play with doing that kind of content. So it's like I don't see how anyone could take
say
it
is
personally.
water.
Yeah, yeah, he dumping the water, just ripping comments and that. It was absolutely hilarious, dude. I was dying laughing. And Razor thought it was funny as hell too. So he's not obviously taking this stuff serious. He's trying to have fun. Not going to be everyone's flavor, obviously.
I'm like you, Rob. I just stay away from the drama and the bullshit and just.
Well, I don't know how it's done. I haven't seen it because I can't say that it's drama. I don't know. I haven't watched it.
No, he openly is trying to be quote unquote the king of drama. That's the shtick he's trying to find.
Well, I feel like
hooray.
I feel like some information I need to know, like about the gossip of the community. I want, because when I go into a live stream or a chat or something, I want to be kind of appraised of what's been going on.
Oh yeah,
you know. So I need a light gossip overview, you know, of what's been going on.
Well, there's been a lot of it this week. Put it that way, a lot of it.
Really? What else?
Yeah.
Well, never mind. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, there's a.
And that's it, Rob. Just
Rob's out.
Subset. I don't think so. No, I'd still be in the Jeep because she came into the kennel and we left it in the car, and then she got picked up out of the kennel, so it'd still be in the car. I didn't think about that. It was moving fast when I got home. But there's a subset of like viewers that I think Sticky has convinced that like drama is the evolution of the comic community, because I've heard him say like this is what people want, and then Razor repeated the same thing, and I'm like, no, this isn't the evolution of comic book YouTube. This is just the viewers who don't care about comics as much as just enjoying what they deem as entertainment. You know, like there's 1,000 different ways to find things to be entertained, and there's only comic book ways to find comic books. So it's just weird to me, but I get it.
I don't even know that sometimes when it comes to drama items, it's not so much that people want it. It's just that people start talking about it, and as such, then people are going to know what people are talking about, something, and so it spreads. Unfortunately, then people misconstrued a number of views with a desire to want it, as opposed to just a desire to be in the know.
In the
right?
know, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's the big difference. I don't think that there's any kind of desire necessarily by the majority of people to view drama, but at the same time, look, I also don't think that people want. There's a majority of people don't want to watch me open boxes either, and I get that because I know that that's been something that, you know, just by what crawls up my feed, people talking about opening boxes is dumb and da da da. It's like, great, then don't watch my shit. I don't care. I don't watch your shit because I don't want to watch your drama.
You get good views on your Monday
up and down. But you know what? It's not me. It's nothing. It's still only a couple hundred views. You know, it's not like I'm lighting up
views on my videos.
No, don't get me wrong. I get it. I mean, but I'm saying that, look, I'm trying to be real about what I do and what my role and everything in the YouTube world is. I'm an afterthought over here on the side, just another guy opening up boxes, talking about his PC. You know,
Rob, you're much more than an afterthought.
In the grand scheme of things,
no.
I'm barely, in the grand scheme of YouTube, and even I'm barely an afterthought. YouTube's got a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit out there. You just may be in a circle where I'm a bigger influence, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm not much of anything. I'm a footnote at best. And I understand that.
I have a sketch of you in my other room because I thought that much of you.
And I appreciate that, and within the sphere of influence that I'm in, right? I guess the sticker people, right? That's great, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm just another guy opening boxes, and that's fine.
No.
That's all I need. I'm happy with that.
Great wall of comments behind you.
One of many, one of apparently a billion walls that everybody has the exact same books up on their wall, and that's fine.
And it's like what I've always said. I've always doing the content that I want to do, not what other people want me to do.
If people
I'm
want to
showing
watch
what
my
I
shit,
love,
great.
what I collect. If people want to watch, I'm eternally grateful. If they don't want to watch, that's fine.
There, you have a billion, just like they used to say on the end of certain TV shows. They used to say, "Hey, we know you guys have a lot of options, and we're glad that you spend your time watching with us. We know here on YouTube you have a billion other options." And I appreciate those that do want to watch my stuff. And I not only do I appreciate,
I love Godfather's comment here.
not only do I appreciate
talking. I don't recognize him without any boxes.
I mean, not only do I appreciate, I sometimes am bewildered the fact that anybody watches the stuff. So there you go. Yeah, exactly. Like Mark says, we all need to come together like butt cheeks. Get in Discord so I can cuss you out. Thank you. And I like I said, I truly appreciate. I know. I'm just saying that I know it's not for everyone. Hey, early birds, hello. Not the exact same books, Rob. Well, yeah, you know, a lot of books on that wall that I still want. No. I know. I get that. What I'm saying is somebody else made a video recently where they were talking about every YouTuber being, you know, these guys who open boxes and great walls, or they have walls of comics, and they all have the same books. It's obviously an overstatement and over an exaggeration, but I get it. There's a lot of people with different comic walls. Congratulations. It's something to do. Display your fucking, I spent this much money on it. I'm going to display it. Why not? It's
I'm also going to be watching the online sphere close because today is the day. It's officially been a handful of days, so Marcus should be getting officially canceled by Niobe Comics, who's been threatening him with his almighty power.
God.
His power, his influence.
I never even heard of Niobe Comics before.
That's the general consensus, apparently.
How about a shining light?
There you
go. Shining light.
Make sure everyone spends a few minutes with Marcus today. Tell him hello. Tell him you love him. Tell him you hate him. Tell him something, because this could be his last day with internet access. What is going on, Billy?
What's
Billy?
in the box? Yep.
What's up, Billy?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with having the somewhat same comics on walls behind.
Oh, yeah, I have good news, guys.
What is that like when it's like your clout wall? You know, you saw someone with something cool, you're like, I got it too. It's your clout.
Look, I don't have a Lamborghini, but I have a wall of comics. It's what I got to show. It's my compensation.
You wanna know a
apparently.
Story?
Man, no one should disrespect Rob's great wall of second prints and reprints, Tyler. And reprints.
There's not a single second. Well, no, there's one.
Oh, look what I found. Oops, can't show that.
There you
go. I went to go visit the producer.
I don't think they're dead.
The guy who made the Halloween
comic. That's terrible, Rob.
And I went to his house, and he's like, he had a Corvette Stingray in his garage, right? Oh, nice. And he's like, this Corvette Stingray cost me a Batman #1. He had a Batman #1, and he sold it and turned it into a Corvette Stingray.
I think I'd rather have the Stingray.
Yeah, the interesting piece is actually a quick Google search. The other company, the company Slab Hub that was the whole hullabaloo about, they're out of business and don't exist anymore. But I persist. I survive. There can be only one. I am the Kurgan. Wait.
So Dope. I know you've seen it yesterday.
You are the Highlander.
Last week in the group chats, we were talking about it, looking at all the covers. It's been announced a couple weeks now, but it does look awesome. Where you have I think you have Sergeant Fury as well, but Wolverine and Uncle Sal the Ghost Rider getting their own little mini series. It's going to be dope. I don't think there's as many people as excited because there aren't as many people reading Hulk as there should be, largely due to the art swap ups, but we'll see. It's going to be good. There's a couple of really cool covers out there. I hope it's going to be good. I don't want to assume. I'm definitely going to get it. It's Ghost Rider, so I'll be getting it. It's a 1972 Stingray. Yes, I would too. And as Steve pointed out, tomorrow is officially Batman Day 2024, which means all the comic shops out there will be passing out free books every year. There's a handful of books, 3 of them to be exact, that are made specifically as free giveaways on Batman Day. There's also exclusive books. They do some reprints of some popular stuff or some special edition. There'll be a Golden Age, closest thing to a facsimile that's ever been made in comic book history, reprint of Detective Comics 27 in actual Golden Age format size. I believe it's a $6.99 cover price or $7.99. Then there's a foil version that's $1 more. So that's actually really cool. And I did do a full Batman Day list of all the things that are out there. Check it out. Reach out to your comic shop. Make sure that they've got what you're looking for ahead of time.
And just think it could get you a Stingray.
Yeah.
You never know.
I've always wanted a Dodge
Well,
Viper.
we could want them, but
Yeah.
you know, in Australia they
Respect
don't
that.
want stingrays.
Huh?
They go right to
Yeah,
they don't want stingrays in Australia. They go right through the heart.
Yeah, Australians
That's
are not allowed to
awful.
say
Oh,
stingrays.
Crocodile Hunter, bad joke.
I never said any of my comedy was good. I barely even said it was comedy. I just said it. I just say it.
And Vince is
you know.
reminding everybody, Ghost Machine has got the upcoming CGC signing event where they have like the whole team or almost the whole team, all the big hitters. Anybody can't catch them at a con, you can find them at CGC. I think they got the bending issue fixed. So check it out. Yeah, Bucky is the other one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a great lineup. You Google Batman Day 2024 and Mark's video comes up. That's pretty cool. You got some decent views on it. Yes, ma'am. It's time for the main event.
It's time for what?
About to get kids ready. Today is donuts with grown-ups at Monkey School.
Oh.
And today is also unnecessary early morning manager meeting for Kyle at her job, who's working the second half shift. So that just makes her day
A
unnecessarily
split
long.
day. Yeah, that sucks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she doesn't get to leave. She just sits there and stares at the wall, or either just stays on the clock. You know, ain't even no reason to leave.
I feel hang out in the bar.
That's a bit better.
Brother John Comics says, good morning, brothers and sisters. Just stopping in for my daily dose of Rob's comedy. Rob, there you go. Some
Thank you.
accolades for you.
I appreciate it. Let's see. I got a friend in South Syrian. I've been sitting in the yard for years. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd be whipping that thing around everywhere. Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah. For some reason, like growing up, I know I'm not a boy, but getting like an awesome, cool car was never like a big dream of mine. Like, I don't really care what kind of car I'm driving around in, honestly.
Just wanted a car.
I just want
Or did you just want a
moves.
boyfriend with a car?
No, I just
Okay.
need a car that moves me from A to B safely.
Oh, you're a practical car person.
It's just not one of my passions, you know?
That's right. No, hey.
Like, I can
You know what?
appreciate the cool cars.
I can honestly say I've only really ever had one time have I ever bought a car. It wasn't to be cool, because it was certainly in most people's mind it wasn't cool, but to me it was cool and a lot of fun to drive. It was the Abarth. But otherwise, yeah, I've had like pickup trucks, and I've had a Saturn, and I've had an Impala, and so sedans and pickup trucks and stuff for the most part. And now I drive a Subaru, but for the most part I agree with you. My cars, I don't want to spend over a certain amount of money. It just needs to get me from here to there, be reliable, and be fun, and have some utility to it.
Yeah. I'd
Beyond
rather
that,
spend my
beyond
money
that,
in like other ways, I think.
yeah, never a tremendous gearhead. Although I've always appreciated the cool cars and the muscle cars and everything else. I just never had the desire to drive one.
It's
Or
like
have to-
admiring a beautiful woman. You're just like, that's a beautiful woman.
It seems like a lot of
There
maintenance.
she
Forget
goes.
it.
Yeah.
Let me. Yeah, it looks like a lot of maintenance. You see all that jewelry on that thing? Yeah. You see that handbag and those shoes? Yeah. Those red bottoms, I know what those cost. Forget that. That's too much maintenance. Oh, look at this one over here. Ah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nice pair of comfy flats. She's my speed.
Oh. And it's funny you sort of talk about that, because not the women's side of things, but the car side of things.
All right, both. You can do both, but unless
Well,
she's within earshot.
Yeah, because like all my mates and that I grew up with all were massively into cars. They were all rev heads. They all became mechanics and panel beaters and car spray painters and all that sort of stuff. And like I do enjoy cars, but it was never my passion to go out and spend money on a car. I'd rather buy whatever I was into at the time, whether it be comics or movies or collectibles or whatever. But like my dream over here, especially because they are a lot rarer over here, was like get an old American muscle car. I didn't like the old Australian muscle cars. I preferred the American ones. And I started wanting, I'd love an old 67 Mustang. And then like everybody who could afford one got as a classic car, a 66 or a 67 Mustang. I'm like, I don't want what everybody else has got. I want like an old Camaro or something like that, or
a GTO, baby.
Yeah, a GTO.
Actually, my dad had a GTO, a 2006, I want to say GTO, and I inherited it.
The newer ones, yeah.
It was one of the last ones.
Right at the end of right at the end of the Pontiac legacy before they shut down the label.
I ended up selling it, but it was a GTO.
I love this one. My first car was a Cadillac, but I had to sell it to pay for the lawyer after doing Cadillac owner stuff. He's either slinging dope or he's pimping girls. Let's see here. Either that or he was going to the golf course. I don't know. My next vehicle will probably be a Tacoma. My truck is too expensive in gas. Tacoma is a truck. The Tacoma is a big truck nowadays. It used to be a small truck, but I mean, now they're pretty big.
The price of a truck, you can like live in a small home.
Well, that's what I had. So one time I had a Toyota Tundra double cab, big motherfucking truck. It was 20 feet long. The thing couldn't fit in the garage. My wife used to, you needed 3 lanes to make a U-turn. My wife said
it needed a ladder to get into it too, right?
No, I did have a step, and I didn't have it lifted. But it was still up there. You needed the step though to get up. And my wife said it handled like a dead pregnant whale.
That's awesome. I love your wife.
But even with modifications to the fuel intake and exhaust and all the other stuff to it, it got only like 16.5 miles to the gallon, which when gas in California was at one point close to $6 a gallon, I was like, I was dying. And so that's when I bought the Abarth. Was even though the Abarth was not the most fuel economy of the Fiats, being it's their track car, and it required the premium gas and everything else, I still paid for the car payment every month in fuel savings with the Abarth.
That wouldn't surprise me.
So it was like, and it was a fun car drive. And so for a long time I had both, and I finally sold the Tundra. It was, I traded it into the dealership and got a hell of a lot of money for it because trucks did skyrocket. And at that point it was a low mileage, like 6-year-old truck that was perfectly clean, no dings and stuff. It was used basically as a commuter car. So it was, it was a construction guy's wet dream because it was in perfect shape for him to take on. But
all right, I have a question for you guys in the chat.
How many people
currently own an electric vehicle?
I do. Well, if you consider if you consider leasing, owning, then yes, we now have one as of a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really?
My wife, so my youngest took my wife's car to Oregon, is now got that car there. So my wife needed a new car, and so she works for the environmental outreach stuff and stuff for the city. So she wanted a electric car for around town stuff. Obviously, we still have the petrol car that I drive when we go anywhere long distance. We still have that, but yeah, she got a electric car. It's pretty nice.
Which one was it?
She got the Kia Niro because she wanted a smaller car. She didn't want a big one. She has to park in a parking garage that's very tight and compact.
Is it a smart car? Like a little tiny one?
No, not
Okay.
that. No. It's like a regular size. I mean, it's like a regular compact size car. It's like the size of a Toyota Tercel
Okay.
or is there Corolla
Rolla.
type of thing, or a Honda Accord type car. You know, that same type of thing. Except it's a hatchback instead of a, you know, no, it's fine. It's nice.
Okay.
Had the charger installed on the house, and
How much was that?
$1,200.
Woo!
So that was probably the
Is
single
that
phase.
considered an upgrade to your house though now?
No. Well, I mean, now my house has got a electric charger on it. If anybody else if I ever want to sell it, if somebody's has an electric car, it's an upgrade to them because it's now capacity. Or if I have friends come over that they can come here and charge here, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But I'll tell you, it's cheap. It's what's aside from having the charger installed, that's the expensive part. The app tells you, because you can plug in like what your meter rate is, and so you can see how much it is. Like we've had the car for about a month and driven it around and charged a couple times, and we've racked up about $13 in electrical charges charging the car. So
is that single phase or 3-phase for that $1,200, Rob? Or you're not sure?
I can tell you it's a 50 amp circuit running 240 volt, but other than that, I don't know shit. It's a dedicated.
Still could be either. Yeah.
It's a dedicated.
What color is it, Rob?
It's a green. She wanted green.
What color green?
British racing green.
Are we talking
No,
neon
it's
green?
no. It's not neon green. It's not British racing green. It's more of a muted palette tone. So it's kind of like
A sage green?
It's not like one of those pastel
Maybe.
type colors.
No, it's not pastel either. It's more like an army green, but not quite. It's not olive drab though. It's green. Yeah. No, it's not khaki either. I can't describe it. I'm not a.
Get out your Crayola box, God damn it.
My wife was very happy because she wanted green. So
geniuses choose green.
Used to have a Golf STI with racing clutch and a few other things. I could get 100 in about 5 seconds. Yeah. Those little subcompacts are crazy. I mean, when I bought the Abarth back when they first, when they first brought them to the U.S. and it was a limited, very limited production. And at the time, if you bought the Abarth because you were pre-ordering it and having to wait for them, you got a track day, and they sent you. So I went down to Fontana racetrack, and they took you there, and they put you in the car with professional drivers, and they took you out on the track and did a series of different things, teaching you how to take the car to the edge of its handling and stuff. And that was just the stock. And then they start selling you all the tuner stuff on it, and you start changing stuff out, and you're like, oh man, this is a dangerous car. I mean, even though it had a small little motor, the horsepower to weight ratio was ridiculous.
I was actually following a bath home from work today. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, that could have been Rob's car.
I went, well, except mine was black. I'm curious if in Australia they have the European motor or the American motors.
That I don't see them very often. They're over here, they're very rare too.
Because I know that when they first came to the US, the European Abarths were 130 horsepower. And the Americans had a different motor in them, and they were 165 horsepower. And then they were easily tunable to over 270 horsepower. And they were supposedly rated for closer to 300. So you didn't have to worry about overworking the engine. So there was a lot of really cheap, inexpensive parts to boost the performance on that car. And I partook. It was fun.
I know with the Japanese imports, like especially in the 90s and the early 2000s, when they were bringing over a lot of like secondhand Skylines and things like that, like all the turbo sports performance things, to bring them over, you actually had to detune them to bring them into the country. Because they're like, okay, well, you can't be having this kind of higher powered vehicle on the thing. But a lot of the European cars they necessarily wouldn't touch for some strange reason. So, but most of the European stuff is generally the higher echelon, like price stuff, like your M Series Mercedes and your AMG Mercs and all that sort of stuff. So maybe the Abarth might have fell into that, so they might not have touched it from the European spec.
Yeah. I know Cliff was just saying, I know people can't afford to make the change to EV. What's this? A few people can't afford. The cost, if you're trying to buy it outright, yeah, a lot of them are expensive. But you're silly to really buy an EV because of the technology constantly changing. It's far better to lease them. So like the Nero, when we got it, the special that was going on it for the week, for the holiday, it was $149 a month lease. So that was like stupid cheap. Even after some add-ons on it, we're still like $220 a month on the lease. So that's less than the car payment normal car payment by far. So it's not that expensive.
I know that to buy the Teslas outright over here, even the base model starts at about 50-60K over here.
Teslas are ridiculous. The Teslas are in a different first of all, again, if you're trying to buy any of these electric cars, they're expensive. I mean, the Nero was like 44,000 US dollars, I think, if you bought it outright, but $149 lease. Okay. 10,000 a month. Look, I'm not driving it. It's only a city driver because it's an electric car. I'm not driving it in long distance treks and everything else. 10,000 miles a year is not a limit, is not a problem.
And what about the resale value of an EV?
It's not my problem.
Really sure about what it's going to be, right?
It's not my problem. I turn it in. I'm done.
Yeah.
Wash my hands of it.
At the moment,
changes.
it's got good resale because they haven't been out that long. Whereas maybe in another decade or more, the resale will probably drop a lot more.
Can't have fun mudding in. I wouldn't advocate necessarily. I certainly wouldn't want to get in a situation where we had only electric vehicles in this household. I'm very glad to have, look, we have one.
Oh yeah, it's nice to rely on something.
Sure. And it's reliable. And so don't get me wrong, for electric vehicles, cars in America, for those of you guys who don't know, started as electric cars. Gas cars came later because in order for cars to become mainstream, people didn't have the ability to keep them charged. A lot of people didn't even have electrification at their home. Gasoline became the way for cars to become spread out to the masses in the public. So the cars started electric, then they went gasoline. All we're doing is reverting back to technology that the cars started on to begin with. But you still have the issue of range and charging and infrastructure and all these other things. Those are legit issues. As a city driving car, no issues. I live in a metropolitan area. Most everything is within, if I have to go 100 miles to something, that's insane. Like most everything's like 20 miles, in a day. If I drive around, do a bunch of errands, I maybe drive 20 miles. That's not a big deal. I can go a week without having to charge the car.
Ideally, are you saying it would be wise? I mean, in the future, like ideally, if everyone had like one EV and one normal car, like that would probably be the ultimate.
It's a step. I think the ultimate thing is, I don't think the EVs are the right solution personally. I think that the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, if you wanted to have a zero emissions vehicle, was a better solution because it could utilize the existing infrastructure of the petrol stations, and and dispensing the hydrogen in a quick and fashion allow somebody to get back out on the road. The idea of having to sit for 30 something minutes charging your car when you're going on a long trip or something just to get 80% power, it's not going to work long for everybody. Or even for most people.
People aren't patient anymore either. Like sit there and have to wait for. I mean,
they're perfectly. Again, EVs are great for people who live in heavy densely population dense areas. For people in rural areas and such, they're not great vehicles, and so I fully get that, and agree with that. So $90.
The charge is like everywhere. Are the charges everywhere around, or are they still like a little bit spaced out?
So
over there,
there's a lot of when I load. There's a couple different companies here because everything's got to be commercial. Early on, it started off with retailers would put them for free, but those days are pretty much gone. Pretty much now there's companies that have charging networks and they build them out throughout. And if you have the apps, you can pull it up and it shows you the map and how far it is. And like around me, there's like something like 75 charging stations nearby that I can go to. But you got to go there and then you got to plug in and wait that time. And it's great if you're doing something.
Does it feel
they
a
should
little bit like an RV when you're doing that?
No, but I mean, what would be good is if they did things like when I go to the movie theater, why are there no charging stations here? They could have big solar panel arrays out in the parking lot at these movie theaters, and you could plug in and have your car charged while you're going in there. And they're making money because they're charging you. They're not literally, they're charging you and they're charging your car. It's not like it's free. You're paying. You're
paying at the charging stations.
Yeah. You're putting you've got a payment card set up, and you scan in, and based on how much power there's a charge per kilowatt hour.
What does it top out at?
I've only used a public charging station once at my work because I didn't know, I wasn't set up yet in the work ones, which were free, and that was. Well, for 4 hours on the charger, it cost me $6.
But you'd sit there for 4 hours?
I was at work.
Dang,
I was literally
I was to charge something, isn't it? 4 hours.
The car was almost dead.
This isn't a feasible system.
Well, there's a couple different things that happen. First of all, I was in at work, so it's not like it's a big deal. The time, it's just like charging in your overnight. But the way that the public chargers were, they have 2 chargers per station, and so when you start off charging pretty fast because you're at the full 40 amps. But then what happens? Somebody else comes in and plugs in, and it shares, and now you drop down so all of a sudden you drop down to 20 amps, and so it charges much slower. But
it just gets better and better.
Yeah. Let's see. Anyways, we're talking about cars. Talked a lot of electric cars here on a comic book show. So let's move on from her EV thing. I'd like to hear a powerful gas engine.
Sorry.
Yeah, comic books.
1500.
I'm good at tangents.
I get a good
Comic
turbo
book.
diesel. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't say much.
Now I
but
feel more educated on EVs, so thank you.
I drive
They're not
diesel pink van.
Pink van.
So
Is that so?
What
That
do you
way
drive,
it's not the
Smitty?
white. He said it was a
it's
pink
not the
van.
white van.
Is that the white panel
The
van?
It's a Ford Transit pink van. Well, it's got vinyl wrap that's pink.
Vinyl wrap. That's what color pink? Soft pink, hot pink. What are we talking?
We're actually talking. I don't know. This is probably not going to make sense to anybody, but do you have a paint company like paint your walls paint company over there called JustinComicx?
No.
Probably not. No. The color that's actually our company color is actually, because JustinComicx is a paint company, we've actually got a registered color.
Oh my gosh.
Like our company, because the company started in 1928.
Okay.
So they have a registered pink color that's actually their branding, I suppose you could say.
Can you
So
describe it? Is it a medium pink? Is it a muted pink? Is it a clear light pink? Hot
probably
pink,
a bit hard in the
baby pink.
It's probably a bit hard in the dark, but
Oh, we get to see it.
I'm just not going to show the company labels and stuff.
The logo,
obviously,
yeah.
Yes,
I do
because
not
here in
wanna get into
America would.
they're always watching.
I just need to know what kind of pink car you're riding around.
Oh,
in.
that's pretty bright.
Hey.
So you can
People see
sort
you
of-
coming, that's for sure.
Oh, almost saw
Yeah.
the logo. Yeah, well, it's
Haven't
good. It's
been
good.
in
Like
an accident
if I'm doing deliveries to electrical contractors, they can see me parking out the front, like, oh yeah, the guy's here to deliver my shit. So that's the good thing. And I got over it early days. I've been driving pink vans around for almost 15 years now. So I've gotten over that. Oh, I'm driving a pink van. I don't
Was
give
it
a
hard
fuck
at
if it's a
It ain't
fucking-
it
hard at
ain't
first?
me.
And I'm not paying for fuel. I'm not paying for rego, maintenance, anything. I use it to get to and from work, get to and from Bex, and that's pretty much all I use it for and all I need it for because I don't own my own car because I've had that.
Do you use it for dates?
No, because the missus has the car. She has her own car, so we just use her car.
Thank God.
Which is a Honda CRV.
Okay.
Do you use it to go by elementary schools? Do you use it
Not
to
unless the
distribute
contractor's on site working there.
candy and puppies inside? Come and get them.
PowerPoints and switches and lights.
Yeah.
And cable.
Yes, that is pink.
Yeah. Thank you for showing us.
Yeah, that's a much brighter pink than the pink what is it? Who's it? What's that for that makeup company that
Revlon?
No. There's one here in the States that it's got a billion old housewives that become like it used to be like
Chanel.
they have people go to your house and they sell you they become your person.
Avon.
But it's not Avon. It's a different brand that they give their top sellers used to get like pink Cadillacs, but now they get like pink Teslas now. Mary Kay, thank you, Steve.
Mary Kay,
Yeah, I know Mary. Yeah, we have Mary Kay over here.
You'd always see a Mary Kay car coming. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the much muted, but they used to get Cadillacs. Now I've seen them now they're getting Teslas now.
Oh, fuck.
Of course they do.
Mortal Biggie Shack says, I bet that van is a chick magnet.
Be honest.
Pretty and pink Aussie style. I use it for dates. Fuck social norms.
Well, there's nothing. It's just rubber matting in the back, so you can make as much a mess if you want and just sweep it out.
Hose it out.
Hose it
out.
Thank you.
Hose
Thank
it
you.
out.
I was going to say hose.
Make a real big mess. It was just empty like that. You could hang a couple cameras from the roof, some lighting. You could have one hell of a van going. Mobile porn videos. I mean, mobile YouTube videos. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. You just hang up your drapes. No one would know that you're on the road instead of in your little nest that you have there at home.
It'd have to be a pretty small camera because if I use my phone, I'll probably get pinged for it. Get in trouble from the cops, in other words.
Oh, they know for like a phone's in use while it's driving.
Ideas. This is great. Now you can turn your truck into a mobile porn studio.
They've got so you got your normal like red light cameras and speed cameras and stuff like that. They have mobile detecting devices now. So if you're actually using your mobile like that, it can actually detect you using it, and they'll take a photo of you, and you get fined for it.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah. So is it only detect what your activity is? Because like for example, I drive with my car. My phone is mounted, hands free, whatever. But maybe I'm just it's just playing the music. It's playing Pandora or something through my system. So my phone's in use.
It's more the touching of the phone more than the actual activity. So it can it will detect you. Obviously, if you're sitting there, like this, and you got your phone like this, whatever, it'll actually detect that there's a phone signal. It'll look and go, oh, okay, yep. And it'll take the picture. I don't know. It's some sort of AI.
So are you allowed to use your phone hands free?
Yes.
So if it was mounted then on your dashboard and you were using your hands free, it's going to be able to differentiate that usage versus
that I'm not 100% sure. And that's why a lot of people are up in arms about this technology.
Holy invasiveness, Australia.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Fair enough.
But in saying
what other freedoms don't you enjoy?
Guns.
I know that one.
It's only because you haven't used them.
I just went to the range last week, and I'm a pretty good shot. I'm actually pretty proud of myself.
Hey, I've used a bazooka and a rocket launcher and a bloody mortar, so I've used a few things.
There you go. Nice. Adult films in his trick. I assume truck. Okay, he's doing tricks in his truck. Trick or truck.
That's just in my spare time.
That's right.
If I'm in company
Listen.
uniform, I'm in work mode.
Cliff's off. He's going to work. Yes.
Bye, Cliff.
We all know
Sadly.
how you think, Cliff.
Oh, great googly
I
moogly.
think only Cliff knows how he thinks.
This is true. We may have some insight, but we don't truly know.
No.
But the shadow does.
Nobody knows how many monkeys are swirling around in everyone's brains, you know.
Yes, but the shadow knows what evil lurks in the heart of men.
Okay, where's that from?
What about the white shadow?
It's from the shadow.
Okay, the shadow.
Oh my God. Classic
Old Wolf's here.
hero. Old school hero. Just go ahead and Google the shadow. We'll wait for you to come back.
Me?
Yes.
I
Oh my God.
need my glasses now. God damn it.
Killing me. Let's see. Orwell loves Australia. I don't understand that reference, but okay.
George Orwell. I think that's what he's referring to.
Well, that's what I, but I don't understand what.
There's even a comic screen cancer sticker there.
Okay, maybe
Nice.
I'll try.
Why is that Spider-Man cover upside down?
Yeah. It's it's been sitting there for years. It's an old calendar. But for some reason
it's upside down.
Yeah, I forgot to put it in the peg hole, but yeah. I don't know. It's just sitting there and I've just left it there and it's just
That's the first appearance of the second Mysterio. Right?
yeah, I've got a what issue was that? 141, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've I don't know, it was one of those sort of odd things over the years. You sort of like, you buy little weird comic-y booky things, and sometimes calendars were cool to pick up every now and again. Like they're all just floating around. Oh god, that's got like a million bits of dust on it. But yeah, there's some old calendars floating around and all sorts of things.
But here's my question: what year is that calendar from?
The Spider-Man one.
Something that's completely obsolete now.
2017.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can use it again. Don't worry.
If you wait long enough,
it'll come around.
Yeah.
All right. It's circular.
I've never understood. I mean, I know people who do that. I like this calendar, so they hang on to it. I'm like, I've seen some people who've taken the cut pictures out of calendars and do stuff with. But like my youngest is the same way. We have my first set of Basset Hounds I had years ago. They were one of their pictures got used for a Basset Hound rescue calendar. So my youngest has had that calendar hung on their wall. It has been like February 2004 or something for 20 years, something like that, in their room, because that's the only page that ever got put up was I'm like, I can literally print you that picture out or have it done professionally. You don't need to keep the calendar. No, I like it. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rob is from California. What is a 50-50 game from Shohei? Shohei?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Was that supposed to be
I don't know. I apologize, Biggie. I don't understand what you're asking. I'm sorry.
If it's shogi, then that's Japanese chess. But
ladies and gentlemen, Izzy.
Bye.
Like that, you can take it like that.
Hello again.
Oh, the Dodger guy. I have no idea about the Dodgers. They're
I'm not
400. They're 400 miles away, and not my. Well, baseball's dead to me now that the A's are leaving the Bay Area. So
you're still with that?
Still with the fact that I've been with that team my entire life, and they're leaving me, and so they're dead to me.
Maybe you should move with them, Rob.
It's okay.
No, I'm not moving to Vegas.
Well, you're not a true fan.
No, because
that was a call out right there.
No, because the owner betrayed you, the fan base, doesn't mean that you need to follow the team and continue to pay that bullshit owner.
I can't. Sure. Hit it.
And I can't look when it happened in football. I switched from the Raiders to the Niners.
Ooh, that was
In the
rough.
80s, it was simple. It was easy to do. The Raiders left me. There was another Bay Area team. The difference this time is I can't switch to the Giants because the Giants the team actually had dealings where they spent money to undermine the A's attempts to get other activities and stuff and get here in the Bay Area to stay here. So I cannot switch to support them as the other Bay Area team because they worked against my team. Therefore, there's no one left for me because I can't become an LA fan. That's a North-South California thing. And to hell, if I'm ever going to become a fucking Yankees fan or some other region. So baseball's dead to me.
What about Anaheim?
Yeah, I understand. I
Again, that's Southern California.
But still, it's California.
It's Southern California. You don't understand.
No, I actually do understand the difference between, because we're
No,
New York and
you
everybody
don't
else is
understand.
upstate.
Yeah, North and South. Yeah, no. It's
Yeah,
like
we're New York. Everyone else is upstate.
yeah.
feel like you can
No,
pull up
I
a
can't.
map
I
of
can't.
the
I can't support that. I can't support that. The desert dwellers can shrivel up and die.
Yeah, sounds good.
50 homers, 50 steals. Oh, yeah, they don't do that very often. Did he do that?
Yeah, he did.
Because oh wow, he's got to be the first guy to do 50-50 since like Reyes and the New York Mets, right?
It's been a while, man.
Because there's not a lot of people stealing bags these days. I mean, I know that Barry Bonds had a 50-50 game. I want to say that Reyes for the Mets had a 50-50 game, but I don't think anybody has done it before.
Jose Reyes?
Hey, well, ball.
I don't
What's up,
think
Brad?
Jose Reyes hit the 50.
Ricky
homers.
Henderson was over there coaching him on base stealing for a while, I thought.
Yeah. No, yeah, that I know, but I don't think Reyes hit 50 homers last
Maybe he
time.
maybe he had a 40-40.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Izzy, how are you this
Anyways,
morning?
I'm doing good. Today is my last day as a 47-year-old. So I'm super excited. I don't know what it's like being 48 tomorrow, which will
Well,
be
a lot of people don't know what it's like.
A lot of
before you,
the
you're
same.
going to be blessed.
a lot of the same. Okay, just double checking, and then I'll be in Baltimore, so that's going to be the fun part. So
Yeah. At 48, you're going to start to lose your sight. It's no big deal.
oh no, I started losing my sight a long time ago. My sight, my knees are out. My body keeps telling me I'm like 78. My spirit's like 10.
Well, happy birthday tomorrow.
Well, thank you.
I didn't actually think you were that old, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, most people
Yeah,
don't.
you do look quite young, Izzy.
Yeah, it's all the makeup.
Well, Boris stopping in to say hello to him.
No, I get it all the time. You should see the rest of my family. Like all of us, we have the youth gene.
Really?
So like, yeah. So my wife, I won't tell you what's her age. She's younger than me, but
Yeah.
people think she's in her early 30s, even though she's in her 40s.
How in her 40s is she?
I'm waiting for a slipper or a shoe or something.
Well,
to
I
come flying
got
out
the
door.
door locked. I got the door locked right now, so the door's locked. So she's in her mid. She's in her mid.
How old is she? Seriously?
She's 44.
Okay,
So,
44.
she looks great.
And
Yeah,
she
she
looks
looks
like
great.
she's 30 something. That's awesome.
Yep, she looks like she's 30 something. My oldest is 19, and you think she's 12.
Oh,
That's
that's
not
not,
good.
good.
Yeah, so there's that. But we've all had the youth gene. We all look young, so that's the nice thing. So yes,
Do
and
you also have the longevity gene? Do you guys live a long time?
it's mixed. So my father died young, but he had complications. My mom is still with us. My grandparents lived to be a long time. Like it would have been my grandmother's birthday on Wednesday. She would have been 99. But
Shit.
yeah,
Well,
but
yeah,
she's
longevity
been gone
in
for a while. Yeah, but longevity lasts in our family. So
That was the worst thing that ever happened was when I became interested in ancestry and stuff and went back and did all my family stuff and it completely ruined my retirement plans because all I had planned to do was just make it to 65, live a year or two and then be good.
that's it, right?
But then I went through and realized that ever since my family arrived on this damn continent in 1600s, every single goddamn male, unless they died at birth, they all lived to be 90 to 100 years old, including the dumbasses in the 1600s. And so I'm like, well, This just sucks. I got to actually plan for retirement. Apparently,
Wow, Rob, you do.
Mm.
You do. That's
Yeah,
awesome. You have that in your mind.
So I won't
It's
see you over
atrocious.
Go
here.
ahead, Matt Spidey.
I'm
I
not-
won't,
That's
I won't
atrocious,
see
man.
you over here, Rob, until you're 75 then.
yeah.
Right.
Here for your Australian cruise.
Who
Do you
said it?
have longevity in your line, Matt Spidey?
It's a mixture. Like there's
Yeah.
a lot of different cancers and that in hereditary in the family and things like that. A lot of eye
Well, that's a good
problems, a
thing.
lot of heart problems, a lot of problems, like a lot of families' histories and stuff. But yeah, well, dad's 89
Wow.
and mum is 82. So that's sort of thing. But yeah, obviously me with the smoking, and I don't drink anymore, but drinking when I was younger and stuff like that. How long I last is another question, but
Well,
That's it. I just
gotta
look forward to the fact
house.
that
See, I'm fascinated because my family history, like my dads all died at and their grandpas all died at 70, 73 from Alzheimer's. And then my mom died at 61 from breast cancer. And then my brother offed himself at 47.
oof.
So like
Ugh.
I got like I'm looking like I better live it up the next 20 years.
that's my wife. My wife's the same way. She's like, so many. Her mom and her aunts and her brother, one of her brothers, everything, all like between 45 and 60 for the most part. It's like she's like, oh, now she's coming up on 50. She's like, she's always talks up towards me. I said, I think about my dad's side of the family. That's true, but now I think about my mom's side of the family. There might be hope for me yet. I might be able to die at a reasonable age. Yeah. Good.
Well, that's how I feel. Like I don't want to get to a point in my life where
I'm waiting around, waiting to die.
Yeah, when they're talking about me in front of me, that's
As
when
if
you know
you're not there.
that's when you know you gotten old. When you're sitting there and they're talking, it's like, well, you gotta put Grandpa in the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
that's
I'm there like,
I always
already
say,
have that though.
I remember watching like my mom, my mom's dad, and some of them. So where basically they were sitting there watching TV and eating dinner, and almost like I almost do that now, watching YouTube and eating dinner. But it's like I felt like for them it was almost. It just seemed like at times like they were just sitting there waiting to die, and it was like
moment, right?
and it's like, well, that's what I never want to get to. I never want to get to that point where I'm waiting to die.
Well,
exactly.
That's what I got to look forward to.
Had a conversation with a 90-year-old, and he was like 90. He was like, "Wow, you made it really long." And he was like, "My family usually, my dad's usually, kick it around 70." And the 90-year-old said to my dad, he said, "70, huh?" He's like, "That would have been a good time to check out."
I just don't want to be look. I really don't care whether live long, short, whatever. All I ask for in this world is one full year of retirement that I can enjoy before it all goes to shit.
Now, then you better start now.
Because I don't want to work and then die before I get a chance to retire, or retire and then the next day drop dead or something. Right? I want to at least enjoy one full year.
Enjoy the retirement, right?
That's what happened to my mom. She had cancer and she retired, and then she died before the year was over.
Hey, Rob, you sound like an Alanis Morissette song.
Yeah, well.
Oh my goodness.
Anywho, on a much more cheery topic, let's see. We already talked about Batman Day coming up here.
That's tomorrow. Yay!
Izzy's got Baltimore Comic-Con. Hooray!
Yay! Bueller's gonna. Are you gonna see Bueller? Bueller's gonna be there, I think.
Oh, Bueller's gonna be there.
Yeah.
Awesome. I get to hang out with him for a little bit. So I got a lot of people that I got to meet up tomorrow. So it starts today, but obviously I got things to do today. So we decided we're leaving early tomorrow morning. It's about a 4-hour drive. So we're leaving early tomorrow. We're staying overnight, and then come Sunday we come home. Keep it simple.
Wow, only a 4-hour drive, New York to Baltimore.
You're gonna go say hello to the Aussie boys. It would take me.
What was that? What was that, Simon?
You're gonna go say hello to the Aussie artists that are going over.
If I see them, yeah. Who's heading out over there?
Dave Yarden and John Summereva are
going. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, definitely. If I see them, absolutely.
Yeah, they're actually doing a local signing at Beckerman's comic shop on Wednesday with Freddie Williams.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of people I have to catch up with tomorrow.
I'll put it in perspective for you, Izzy. It's going to take you 4 hours to get from New York to Baltimore. It takes me 6.5 to 7 hours to get from where I'm at in California to Los Angeles.
Well, there you go. Now you have a team to root for. Take the train. Actually, the train ride from New York to Baltimore is awesome. It's a great train ride.
You know, it's ironic. You know where the Yankees are from originally, right?
Yeah, from Highline.
From Baltimore.
Ugh.
If you go back
That's going way back, though. We're talking about the 1800s. That's the 1800s.
The Baltimore team moved up to New York. Yeah,
because they were known as the Highlanders because they were living in the High Line of Manhattan, and then they moved to the Bronx.
Right.
Highlanders would have sounded better.
Yeah,
but there's 9 of them. There can't baseball team of 1 isn't very interesting.
unless they're really, really good.
That's not like the GOAT, you know.
Well, it's not the case with the Yankees. They only need 1 player, and everybody else, follows.
Just nah.
They got Judge. They got the Judge.
I don't even know who they have. I don't care.
Well, the Judge was close to hitting that 60 home runs, but he couldn't do it.
I know next to nothing about baseball.
Me too. I'm with you.
That's right. Kansas City Athletics.
I can throw a ball. But...
Before that, Beckerman, they were in Philadelphia. So
yeah,
the Athletics are one of the oldest teams in fucking baseball.
So what you're saying is a lot of these teams over in America are sluts. They just like to get around.
Yeah, that's exactly it. What's really interesting. The A's are one of those weird teams. Like
whatsoever.
I love reading about their history because their history is like repeats itself with them constantly moving players to the Yankees and stuff over the years, having winning and then tearing down the team into be junk. But like the A's have their mascot is an elephant, and the reason why their mascot is an elephant is because at the time back in the 30s when Connie Mack owned the team, bought the team, the Yankees owner said, "Hey, good luck with that white elephant you just bought." With kind of like a white elephant gift exchange, things that you don't want. And so they made the mascot a white elephant just to make fun of the Yankees owner. Then later on, when the team moved to when Charles Finley owned the team and they moved out of Kansas City to the A's, to Oakland, people were calling him a jackass. So he made the team mascot a donkey for a while, just to fuck with people. This Chris weird shit. Anyways,
how many championships do they have? I know they have at
the
least
A's.
one.
The A's is talking about. They have the 3rd most pennants of any team in baseball. Only the Yankees and the Cardinals have more. Total championships. The over their times, A's championships. What was it? They've.
Is that sadness coming out of your face?
9 World Series titles, 15 AL pennants, and 17 Western Division titles.
Okay, not too bad. Not too bad.
But of those 9 World Series titles, only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are in Oakland. The other 5 are in Philadelphia.
Hey, Caroline.
Fantastic. Good morning.
Yeah. Cool.
I'd actually tell you what to get them for breakfast, Mike, but you don't have it over there, so it wouldn't work.
Remy is here, ladies and gentlemen. The judge is in the house.
Hey,
Court
Remy.
is now in session.
Yep, it's in session.
The Honorable Remy Q Studios presiding.
Thank you.
I'm honored, Remy.
I appreciate it. Let me make sure that I've got the proper mic on, and I do. Thank you. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, there you are. I mean, I know that you're not used to having Honorable and Remy Q put together, but that is true. What we think, but we should in this particular instance, I believe.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well,
it is an honor, actually. It is an honor.
It's better than being called to defend it.
It's been a while since I was able to join the morning stream, so
you got the day off today,
and
got
from
what?
home. No.
You got the day off.
Yeah. I got a new chair. No
Yeah, I
big
saw
deal,
that.
you know.
Oh, that's always good.
Still not
Yeah.
your studio though.
How are you doing, Remy? What have you been doing?
I'm trying to. Well, we got some more rain, so the basement was introduced to more water.
I'm sorry.
So we're waiting to get the studio up. But my chair's a big start. This is a start. It's starting to feel more like my studio again.
Nice. I woke up the other day and I put my hand out on my bed and I felt water dripping from my ceiling, and I had to
Oh
I get my
god!
roof fixed. Yeah.
I mean, I've got a little bit of water on the floor. Like I feel bad.
Oh.
How you doing, Izzy?
I'm doing. How's everything, man? How you doing, Remy?
Good. Hey,
Yeah.
Spidey. Rob.
Oh, stupid balloons.
You got the
It's on his phone.
Nah, it's on the laptop, but I still get all the special effects and all that.
You
sort
do?
of stuff.
How come you get the special effects?
It's a MacBook thing.
Oh, that's-
Or a
yeah.
Mac thing.
So my phone is upgrading to iOS 18. It's already asking me for a password. Like change your password. It's like I don't want to change my password.
Oh, I got something really exciting in the mail that I want to share with everybody.
What you got?
Okay.
Well, I was told to order these, so I ordered the Gemini mailers, right? Which I've never done before. So it came in a huge box. So it's here.
Well, depending on
Means I
how
can
many you
actually
order,
mail
yeah.
stuff out now. So
Oh, so you got
bear
your
with
nice.
me. Bear with me.
Yeah.
But I'll be mailing stuff out soon.
Oh, believe you me, the packaging, all the packaging I ordered for C3 arrived the other day, and
Come in a truck.
so
What you got? Yeah.
more or less between a whole bunch of the Gemini comic mailers, a whole bunch of slab mailers, a whole bunch of boxes, a whole bunch of padded envelopes, a whole bunch of. I already had bubble wrap, but
So how many pallets, Rob? Come on, how many pallets?
it wasn't necessarily. It was only maybe, if you stacked it all up, was maybe a quarter of a pallet, but it's definitely a lot of
A quarter
it's a
of
lot
pallet,
of
still
stuff.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's
a fair
overwhelming
amount.
amount of package material.
Well, fortunately, what happens is, I'm not doing anything in my shop right now. I haven't been building anything in a while, so my shop has become my workbench. I have a big giant assembly table. It's kind of become like my shipping, one part of my shipping center. So I've got all the boxes all are stacked up and by size and lined up and stuff, and it's all good. Make it easy to grab and go, but. And I'm excited. I found out that it just dawned on me yesterday as I was hauling all the recyclables out because it was trash day this morning. And my son was giving me a hand. I said, "Oh shit, you're not in school this year." I said, "You'll be around. You can help me pack stuff." He's all, "Yeah, I guess I could be conscripted." I said, "Good. You understand how it works."
So during the move, I got all my boxes out, and I have to find the box that has all my sketch comics. And I'm not sure which one is it. And the funny thing is, I label most of my boxes, so that box is unlabeled. But so pretty much process of eliminations. Don't open up the boxes that are labeled. But it's still quite a few boxes that I have to find because I definitely want to do some sketch covers during the show. There's one in particular I'm really interested in doing. That's the Rorschach one. So I want to do a Rorschach. But I've been seeing some good artwork coming up already, though. So,
yeah, did you see? I did my video series this Thursday. It was
I
more sketch
did,
covers, and there was some sketches in there. I mean,
there was one that I haven't seen online. So, and I was like, "Oh, finally, he showed it." I was wondering when you were going to show that one, the 2099 one. So,
yeah,
I specifically like that one a lot.
Yeah,
my wife likes the Venom one.
I think all three of them are good.
Yeah.
So
it is funny because she sees me watching the video, and she sees the Venom, and she looks at me like, "You did that one?" And I say, "Yeah." And she says, "That doesn't look like yours." Like, but it is. And then she looks at the Spider-Man and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely you." So she So you're starting to gather a Spider-Verse collection.
Yeah. Oh, I
Hey,
do because I
Caroline.
have some. Well,
It's the E-Man
from
heart.
you, I have 3 of them now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I guess if I'm going to get the Izzyverse Spider-Verse,
Yeah.
the Izzy Spider-Verse or the Spidey Izzyverse, I don't know. Then I still have a few more to get. Then I guess I
Yeah.
need to get a Spider-Gwen and a Miles and.
I have a Spider-Gwen comic ready, so we'll see.
But the yeah, Lady F, good morning.
Morning. I hope you gentlemen and fine lady are doing well.
We have with us the honorable Remy Q Studios.
Your Honor, it's very. Thank you for being present today to reside over us.
Yes, sir. No problem at all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Taylor Winder's here. Hey, Taylor.
Lawyer.
Okay, so is the evidence present?
Well, I think he's got what do you call those pieces of
Exhibits?
exhibits. He's got exhibits. He's got them lined up. You just need to talk to him about how he's gonna. Most of the exhibits come from Timu.
I got tons of those.
Well, thank you, Timu.
Are they?
Thank you, Timu, for these.
It's like the ShamWow now. It's like even better than ShamWow. It's like, thank you, Timu.
Your eyes are bleeding. There's blood coming out of your mouth.
You know what, Remy? You know how you have the nice hammer smash with the sound effects of. You need the thank you, Timu, that then has a little gling, like bright, the ding with the little shiny smile
On the
tooth
teeth.
shine.
Yeah, like your eye twinkles.
I think he has enough ideas.
Oh shoot! They need me upstairs. I'll be back in a little bit, y'all.
All right.
Oh
God,
God!
Hi, Remy.
when they need the honorable
Time to go make
Esquire
that.
upstairs.
He's got to go make that clip straight away.
Court adjourn.
Yes, Corey got
Does he have a gavel?
going down.
We're gonna take a recess right now.
That's
We'll be
right.
back.
Does
In
he
the
have a
pri-
gavel?
Does he have a gavel? Yeah.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I've got to. The man has like three legs laying around the house. I'm sure he's got and everything else you can imagine underneath that thing. I'm sure he's got a gavel in the house. If not, ring me up. I'll lend you one. Oh, he's got the Thor hammer. He's got Mjolnir.
Exactly.
That works as a gavel. That's like the gavel of gavel.
The gavel.
Yeah, that would be the comic book gavel for sure.
The ultimate gavel.
Yeah.
And if you're still watching Remy, put that clip in my StreamYard as well when you're finished.
Man.
Oh crap!
I
really
You
should
look
get it.
stressed. You look stressed, Lady Fantastic.
What time is it now, Spidey?
Yeah, it's just after 11, but I have to work tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah.
screw work. You can stay up.
You have to work on the weekend.
Yeah.
Everybody's working. for
Unfortunately,
the
I am one of the
weekend.
suckers that does a lot of the It's only 4 hours on a Saturday morning, but you still got to get up early and all that sort of crap.
What, you work in a bank?
wants a new romance.
That's like a bank. That's a bank hours right
No, I work for a pink company.
there.
Works
You
for a
work for a
contract.
pink
He works
You gotta
for a.
try-
uh,
Chose
gotta
to
drive
get in
around.
that pink truck and drive around, right?
He works for a contractor supplier.
What does pink mean?
Oh,
His van is
he-
pink.
He brought us outside to show us his pink truck because we were wondering how pink is.
Shut
And
up.
I'll tell you, it's pretty pink.
You should get a pink suit to go with that pink truck.
Pretty in pink.
No, I gotta wear high vis stuff. So,
High-
You got a
Hyper
lime green with it?
High visibility.
So pink.
As if the pink isn't visible enough.
Wait a second. No, what's great is that you got that
That's yellow.
that pink van, and then you got that bright yellow vest to go with it. Yeah.
That just doesn't. Oh my god, they were not thinking about the fashion statement.
They are.
Or maybe they were.
You're not picking
Oh,
up.
Maybe they were
oh.
like, the early
While you're in
90s
your
will
work
not
clothes.
die. We are
That's-
keeping this man in neon and in pink.
That's
That was more
80s
like the
right
late
there.
'80s.
Yeah, that's
late
80s.
mid
It's
to late
early
80s.
90s, dude.
Oh,
that
so
shit
he
was
needs-
still popping in 92.
So
Well,
you
maybe,
need your
but-
rollerblades then. That's what you need.
But
everything
in the
everything's
80s,
OH&S now. It's all health and safety, like because I work out in the warehouse mainly. So using forklifts and offloading trucks and or doing all that stuff out the back, you have to be in the fluoros basically.
The fluoros.
You feel like you should be able to break dance in those colors.
Yeah,
I mean-
if I had my leg warmers with me, yeah.
In the United States, it's bright
response.
orange.
You can
Good leg.
sometimes
I'm
it's
not
the
that
the
young.
neon
Got your
yellow like
bandana?
that too.
Yeah,
You got
So
your
it's
like
like
that
because
silver reflective shit.
it depends. Like I know here in California, often it depends on the different organizations and different stuff. Like I know the city of San Jose is all the neon yellow like that, but like Caltrans is the neon orange, and
And
so.
you're required, like,
Gotta go, guys.
if you
All right,
have
bye,
to
Izzy.
ask,
Bye,
if you ask
Izzy.
them a question, you have to ask, do you know the way to
Way
San
to San-
Jose?
Yeah, and it never rains in San Jose.
It doesn't. There's a lot of things that happen in San Jose and that don't happen,
At least according to the song.
at least in the song.
No. But yeah. Ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen,
I
I'd like
bet.
to introduce you to the only comic book stream you'll ever see where it's 50% men, 50% women. There we are. We have achieved equality.
Equality.
End of
This
sentence.
is a feminist show. Mark, Legion of Comics is the biggest feminist that you're gonna meet in the comic community, and
That definitely should be voted for the CBC.
and you can tell them I said so.
All women can now
supporting women.
rest comfortably and retire knowing that equality has been achieved somewhere on the planet.
I just feel like I'm being
glass ceiling somewhere, right?
I feel like I'm being watched.
You may be, but
No,
that
because of what's on Steph's left shoulder.
What? Oh,
A
Oh, the
floof.
cat.
Oh, that's
The cat
Just
is ready to
sitting there.
pounce. There's too many cats here. All three of you guys have
Oh,
cats.
I have 4
Yeah.
cats.
I just have Miss Kitty, but she's extra.
And I have one who's
Meanwhile-
a psycho bitch. I'd rather be at Beck's house with the 2 nice cats that actually let me, get some
Oh.
attention from them.
How many cats do you have, Spidey?
I only have one at home.
Okay.
But-
Sleeping on the couch.
Beck's house, there's 2.
What's your cat's name?
My cat's name's Lucy,
Oh, my dog's
And-
name was Lucy.
and Beck's cats
Is
are
it Lucy Meow?
Rogue and Yoshi.
Rogue and Yoshi.
Rob, do you have any cats?
No.
God,
Man,
that speaks volumes
listen,
about what type of person you are.
I want to. You're right.
Basset
Man created terriers so he would not need to own a cat.
You don't have a terrier. You have a basset hound.
This is true. I'm
Terriers
just saying.
are so annoying. They just yip
I
you.
agree. But I'm just saying that man created terriers so he wouldn't have to own a cat.
No, God created cats to shut terriers the fuck up.
But yes, I have a basset hound, and they're exceedingly
They're cute.
lazy over there on the couch. Well,
Basset
I love. Earlier we
I
talked about. I was watching this thing on dog brains last night, and the science and the growing science that's going into understanding how dogs think and cognitive abilities and communication and everything else. And at one point they were talking about like this, dogs and their how vastly different they are, the different breeds are, and they're talking about like they use like the greyhound and its ability to run like up to 45 miles an hour versus the average dog running about 20 to
You got,
25
like,
miles an hour.
the corgi.
And then he goes, and then of course, don't forget there's the mind-boggling basset hound with a top speed of 5 to 7 miles an hour.
That's great. That's so
And
sweet.
you just see this bunch of floppy skin.
They're so sweet. But you know
Oh,
what?
they're the best. I love basset hounds.
They
They're
can catch
fabulous.
a scent. They are the best hound dogs.
Oh my god.
Basset hounds are good
Oh,
hounds.
no.
They're good.
They,
scent
they've got
hounds.
they're great scent hounds. They have a great temperament. They just if they just want to be with you and whatever. So
They're like canine
follow-
truffle pigs.
it's interesting because they're so. I've only ever
sweet.
had female basset hounds, and
really?
so they're a little bit different than the males. They're not as territorial and they're not as vocal, which is nice. So
My
because
grandpa raised beagles, and so
Oh.
always had hounds. In my life.
beagles are fun, but man, for a
They're-
dog that is they're a lot more energy and they're a lot more yappy.
They my grandpa had them specifically for hunting, and he would take them, like pigeon hunting to go retrieve the dog. They were good retrievers. So,
English bulldogs are cool too.
oh, they're chonky.
Oh.
My friend has an English bulldog named Boba Fett. He's the best.
Nice.
Oh, what a great name.
Sweet Bobo. He's a big old boy.
Yeah, I've actually tried to do, for the longest time. Recently I've tried not to discourage, like, she's not territorial normally, but every once in a while lately now she's started to get in the habit as like people come near the door, she'll go run to the door. She may bark at the door once and kind of run over to the window to look out. And I've made a point of not discouraging that because I do want to be alerted, to somebody coming or whatever, or even for somebody on the other side of the door to not know the size of that dog that just barked. Just that it's a big bark.
It's a hellhound.
I don't know what it is, but
It's my hellhound.
But yeah, no, they're a lot of fun. I love the fact that they're not super active, and
Yeah.
you could essentially, to get all the exercise they need, essentially you could just take them on leash to a park and just let them walk around and just follow around. Well, they're little legs, but there's something to do with, because they're scent hounds, the act of smelling stuff is like exercise to them.
Oh, it probably overwhelms them.
So just allowing them to follow their nose for a while and just let them lead to follow their nose. Great.
A lot of stimulus.
The only problem is you can't take them off of leash usually,
They'll catch a scent and you'll never see them again.
They're bred to ignore everything else except the scent.
And so my grandpa has lost beagles that way, where they'll catch a scent and then they just won't come back.
Yeah, they will ignore you. So, anyways, enough. We've talked about EVs. We've talked about dogs. We've talked about baseball.
EVs?
I have a question.
Extracellular vesicles?
No.
Oh.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's a deep question, and it's for you,
man. Is it about wells?
Is it about what?
Wells.
No, not.
You said it was a deep question.
I know. So. I got you. Okay.
They're also kind of boring.
If you were given the chance, say you died, and you were given the chance to come back to Earth as either a man or a woman.
Oh, this one.
Which would you choose?
A human man or a woman?
Yes.
In what era?
The next one.
So continuing modern times. Not like 1800s or 1600s or something else, because the further back you go, it's pretty obvious which way everyone should choose.
Which would you choose? Seriously.
I probably would for right now. It's still regardless of anything else, it's still the era of man. So and it's easy. It's definitely easier to be a man than a woman. So I'll go ahead and continue to be a man.
I've heard it. Where is it? Sorry.
Do I get all my stuff back?
What does you get your stuff back, and you're just coming back to life, starting new. But
I want all my stuff back.
I like this. I'm a fan of boobies, but I also like peeing standing up.
There's nobody stopping that as a woman.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's true.
I always thought if I wanted to be reincarnated, I'd rather come back as some sort of animal or something. I wouldn't want to come back as a human.
No, these are your choices: human, man, or woman. Man.
So this is what I've heard it put as: would you rather come back as a woman, or would you rather come back as a man with one leg?
That's what I was gonna progress to that.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Then you start breaking. Wait. Oh, you know what? I didn't ask enough. I didn't ask enough questions. I said, so we got modern era. Is it do I get to come back to the United States?
Yes.
And
we'll let you take that. That's a lottery win right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely is, because it also definitely shoots down being a woman in a lot of places.
Being born first world is not anybody's choice, but it's great.
Man, Spidey, I'm still waiting for your answer.
I don't know. I think it'd be interesting to try the other sex. I think it'd be, especially if you remember being from the other sex as well. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if you don't remember it, it'd be irrelevant.
Like, I do a dude.
But would you like to experience like pregnancy and childbirth and stuff?
Hell
like
no.
that?
I just want to play with my own movies. I want to play with my own movies.
That's why I would want to be a dude.
What if you come out really flat chested?
If I want to be a dude for a day,
get a boob job.
I would do a helicopter. I would just go around doing helicopter.
You'd be the Ric Flair.
and slapping it. Woo!
All right, now the next question is: would you rather come back as a woman or a man with one leg?
You're gonna come back as a man with one leg.
In
I don't think.
America.
Yeah, I don't.
Coming back to America.
In America, only having only as long as I have. Do I have medical insurance?
Prescriptions aren't the new religion.
Okay, so I have medical insurance. So having only one leg is really nothing. It means I have an artificial leg. I'm good.
I'd probably say
Still
the same
going,
thing.
man. What do you say?
We have like a free medical system over here, so it probably wouldn't cost me anything to get a prosthetic leg. So probably the same thing if I came back here.
So you're going a man now.
Taylor says,
Are you
with
going
man
man
with
now
one
or
leg, that
woman
means peen standing up is tough. Boobies it is.
Yeah, I don't know. It's too late. I'm too tired for this sort of
Okay,
philosophical
last one
questions.
then. Okay, if you had to come back as a woman or a man with one hand,
Oh my god.
which would you
See, there's just in the modern era, these things aren't tough. If you want to do a tough one, ask the white guy. Say, do you want to come back as a white woman or a black man in the South in the 60s? There you
there's so
go.
many
There's a
ways
tough.
I can say
There's a
this, I
question.
choose not to go there.
Yeah. Let's move on. Next topic.
Yeah,
would you
I
like to
don't
be
know.
super if you had superpowers, would you be super fast or super strong? Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
think that if
the
you're
worst Australian on the planet is here. Simple
What up,
Simon.
Simon?
Meow.
a cadre of Australian Simons,
I'm
Take
sending
control.
a new sculpture series from Stephanie. Sensing a new sculpture series. Here you go. A one-legged, one-handed man in a peen contest. Just
Who can stand
remember,
up the longest?
don't pee into the wind.
I just found those questions when I asked them to be very interesting and telling, and things like I always thought like you would choose to be a woman, you know, and I didn't realize like how like adverse men are to being like, oh no, my God, no.
I don't.
They
I
know.
don't. Look,
because
I
they
don't-
know how good it is.
yeah, it's
Got
it's
it.
more of a realistic thing. Look, I know as being, I know I'm smart enough to understand. Look, it's not easy being a woman comparatively, and having a daughter. Knowing that, just thinking, looking at stats and stuff, knowing the number of women who are sexually assaulted and all these other things, and knowing that the scariest thing, sending your kid off to
It's probably
college
gonna
and having
happen.
and having to teach your kid to understand, this type of stuff and all these type of things, and trying to, and being
Walk
a guy,
them in pairs and don't be alone.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Hey, any of you guys
Yeah.
that are watching that happen to have daughters, like 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3 women get sexually assaulted. So
yeah. So it's a very important,
you
very
guys
important,
know somebody, and
right?
it's
So
like,
it's very important to teach eyes, throat, testicles, and kneecaps, and all these types of things that you have you shouldn't have to teach your kids those things.
No, you
But
got to
those
teach
are
them how to not to be in the situations though too. I think.
The problem is there are situations you can avoid that can minimize that.
Right.
But there's a lot of stuff that goes on. You can't victim blame, and we can't sit there and say because
No.
you were walking from class late at night.
yeah, why
late
were
night
you
class.
there late at night? Why
No,
were you wearing
but-
that? Why
By
you
telling your
acting
daughter
this
when
way?
you go jogging, it's good to have a friend with you.
That's great, but
that's just good
the-
advice.
that's extra stuff. But but again, you shouldn't have to.
I know that's the thing.
But we
That's
have
You
to.
think
It's
like
protect
Matt
those.
Spidey or Fat Stacks ever had to worry about a late class and walk into their car? Not. I mean, maybe if you were down in like I don't know some kind of rough time, but it's just
Class, what's
Yeah,
that? I
I've-
don't go to class.
I've never walked to my car with my key in my fist with the key protruding.
yeah.
I've never
Or
never
with your,
done
like,
that.
pepper spray, like ready, just like
Yeah,
somebody
I've
come
never-
steer with me.
I've never even owned pepper spray.
Yeah.
I've so
I have.
yeah, right. No, and so does my wife. So look,
yeah,
I
because
get
my dad
it.
and my mom told me like
Those
you need to
shouldn't-
take this to college.
So I recognize, and when that plays heavily into my factor of
I
not
see.
only that type of decision. Plus, I know. Look, I live in California. Things are much more progressive than a lot of this country. I understand that it is there's not pay equalities. There's not equality of how people think of women and how much more effort a woman has to do to be thought of equally or to be smart or anything else.
Y'all,
Or if
do you
you
know how
if you try,
backwards science is?
right. I mean, if so,
Men don't take you seriously if you're a female in science.
Yeah.
And they've talked. I've heard professors talk shit about grad students because they got pregnant, and so they were like, "Well, I'm really disappointed in her productivity," and it's like she's making a baby, you cocksucker. I
yeah.
don't know.
So there's a double standard on a lot of that stuff, and I recognize that, and that goes heavily into my decision making. If I had the choice, I'm going to go for the easier path.
Path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
It's
Like,
also
if I had to go
it's
back,
also
I'd
what
go
I
back to
know.
the guy, I think, because it just seems a lot. I
Yeah.
don't know. Try
And I
something
think-
different.
I think
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely would be down to try it for a few days or a week or something. I don't know about permanence. Like,
Well,
I
let's
just
say
have one. I just have one thing to say.
Huh?
Smoke bomb.
Smoke
Mad Spidey's out.
he's just so tired. He's just like,
I
That's
know.
it.
He's like, I can't even
can't-
think about
I can't
anything
do
anymore.
this.
Well, thanks for articulating that for me, Rob, because I was.
I forgot about pregnancy. One-armed, one-legged dude with breast implants.
You'll have an interesting group of friends. I'll tell you that. I can't help but think of Meatloaf from Fight Club with the tits.
Yeah, right.
He was so good in that movie.
He was
Meatloaf
so brilliant. I
Yeah.
mean, he was just so natural and relatable. And,
Meatloaf was actually a surprisingly good actor.
yeah.
I didn't.
Yep.
Anyways, from wanting to be a dude to admiring the latent acting talent of Meatloaf.
Well, Ed
We're
Norton.
all over the
Ed
place.
Norton's acting was amazing.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah, bro.
just had a
Are you getting
Hey.
heartburn? Are you having a heart attack?
no,
What's the matter?
no. So last night we ordered some pizza.
Aha.
I had two small pieces left. So I ate those this morning for breakfast. The pizza place that we order from, one of the nice things is I found recently that, well, they charge, they get a base pizza and you charge you for each topping you put on it, whatever, but they don't charge you for garlic. And I love garlic. So I put extra garlic on my pizza. Well, I burped and a little bit of that garlic flavor
Oh,
came back.
clove.
Yeah, that was a little, it was a little extra. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be thankful this week is over. I mean, I have to do a few things at work today, but once I get done with those, I'm checking out.
Nice. So
hit
there,
me up, 'cause I'm gonna need your help, like figuring out how to mail stuff in Gemini Comics and shit, and like packaging that shit up and doing all that. So I'm gonna hit you up.
well, Mark was asking earlier, are you excited so that way you can go see the Christopher Reeve documentary?
You're not talking to me, are you?
Sure.
He's not talking to me.
I'm certainly not talking to myself.
I probably won't see a documentary on Christopher Reeve. I mean, maybe I will, but I don't think I would go to a theater for it. Seems something more like I'd watch on Amazon. And I'm not trying to minimize like the journey that he had as an individual in terms of like, oh yeah, he was a great actor, and then some really crummy things happened, and he still had the best attitude, and it was crazy. I know he was like roommates with like Danny DeVito or somebody. I know Christopher Reeves was like, he roomed with another famous actor he was buddies with. I can't, Christopher.
So it sounds like you've
I
seen
think
it. All
some
right, good.
people are just
Well,
like,
I know a lot
they have
about
a
him.
positive attitude, and like they're generally positive. When stuff like that happens, they can roll through it.
I'm gonna say roommate.
But if you're naturally negative and that happens to you, then it's kind of not the same story.
I think they were. Are they roommates? Was he roommates with Robin Williams? Yes. So Christopher Reeve and Robin Williams,
Oh wow!
both students at Juilliard, and they were buddies in the early 70s.
There's a
That's
re-release of a film
Yeah.
for a day. I don't know if it's a re-release. I don't know about that, but I know it's a Fathom event. So
yeah.
Mark would know. I don't.
I mean, look, is it a movie I'll see? Eventually, probably over time, but it's just not one. Things that I go to the theaters for are like the big action movies or
Transformers 1.
Deadpool, the Wolverine Deadpool. I saw like all the
Oh,
Lord of
ones
the
with
Rings.
shirtless men. Got it. Okay, cool.
Well, Lord of the Rings, they have shirts in that. It's just
Never
like
heard of it. What is
hot.
this Lord of the Rings? I've never heard of it before.
Well, first of all, what had happened was
There's some rings, and then there was a Lord of them. Got it. Much like Lord of the Dance, but less dancing.
less dancing, more ringing.
Got it. Cool. All right. I feel
Less
like I know what's going
dancing,
on
more
there.
arm movement.
Mhm. Yeah.
See, Biggie says he's not that excited for the new Transformers. I like the Bay version.
Do you? But big.
Well,
I haven't seen the
well.
Bay versions either. So, what the difference though that I'm seeing is that like these ones look more to me like what the cartoon or the comics would kind of be representing. Like this newest one, they're more of like the personalities. Whereas like in the Bay one, it seemed like they had human voices. I don't know.
I don't.
Like
I know that the cartoon, this new one, definitely looks like. And Marcus said it that it's like it's a different demographic, obviously.
yeah.
And he's a big fan of the Bayverse, and he actually really enjoyed the Transformers one. So I think there's no right or wrong answer if you're
Yeah.
a fan of one, either you like it or not. And
Hey,
I'm not-
AR, speaks so aggressively relaxing, and we did a review of the first 4 episodes of Rings of Power. AR, if you want to get together this weekend and talk about these next 2 that have dropped, I'm down. I haven't watched them, but I'll tell you what I think about them after I watch them. Anyways,
You'll share an opinion
I've been known to. I've been known
on
to,
occasion.
from time to time.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, but
I like that
generally,
deal.
I'm very passive, and I just.
That's not how I describe you, but okay.
It's not really how I describe myself either, but
How's the comic closet coming?
I'm moving into my apartment this weekend.
Nice.
I don't have you. I'm gonna get my own couch and my own little. So I'm gonna be like furnishing my downstairs this weekend. I'm excited. I've got my stove in, and I've got my fridge in, and I've got my. It's so nice. It's gonna be so good.
I love that. You can tell the literal excitement in you by the fact that your eyes closed and your eyes roll back into your head while you say these things.
Oh no. Yeah. Not that living with your mom is. Yeah.
It's not as exciting as some people might have you believe.
Yeah. My mom was like, "Why aren't you getting out? Why don't you do anything?" I'm like, "I'm not telling anybody where I'm staying right now, mother." Nah. So, anyways, I'm glad this will be finished up, and we can both have our spaces back.
Nice.
Yeah, let's talk token this weekend. Cool, man. Oh, and AR, I asked Mike if he wanted to come on because the thing with Mike is he likes it. Well, you like it too, but I mean, I like it, but it's just when I saw the orc family with the orc daddy and the orc baby, I lost it because I'm just like, this is not Tolkien. We're not having compassion for orcs. That's never what it was supposed to be. Anyways.
No compassion for orcs.
No
really.
compassion for orcs.
I feel like this is not inclusive.
This is not, because we're just not going there. We're not having compassion for orcs. Are supposed to be like, and if you like read the books, orcs basically just look like pale, kind of dead elves, fucked up elves.
Don't they have souls and feelings though?
No. And you know why? Well, I know I don't think that they have souls because they were perverted and created from like fallen elves, and Morgoth worked as evil on them for like
Don't they have
millennia.
feelings?
At some point, but
can they feel pain?
They don't have souls because they were gingers.
They don't have souls because and they were not. And the only person that's able to create anything that has a soul is Eru, Iluvatar and had its own sentience. He's the only one that can breathe life and soul into you. And the orcs were first elves,
Oh.
and they got perfect. Hopefully, they get some cool molds.
You guys want
Mold.
to
Yeah, we
see?
want to see.
You want to see a couple books that got sent in from Sleepy Reader
Yeah,
for Comics Curing Cancer?
yeah.
Yes.
What does Sleepy send?
So they sent 2 Geminis. So the first Gemini,
Oh, I
they
just
got
saw
the
one.
Wolverine
Nice.
one. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna make myself big for this.
Do
If that's
it.
all right with you guys.
Yeah,
There we go. Because I have the
think you
not that.
you have the authority.
Why won't? There we go. So Wolverine 1, 2, 3,
Exactly.
and 4. So a complete limited series. Very cool.
Nice.
That's awesome. I'm sure there's somebody out there who'll be interested in that without a doubt. And sent in the second Gemini. This one's really cool, I thought. Let's see. We have Amazing Spider-Man 32.
Oh wow,
Mm.
very cool.
Very. This is a solid. I mean,
Pretty specimens.
nice looking book. I haven't taken it out to look at. Holy cow! 31
Nice.
first Gwen Stacy.
Wow.
That's a big
Fingering.
book right there. Very nice. Very nice. ASM 98.
Oh, it's the no comics code label.
Yeah, part of the drug series.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Doing them pills, Harry. Get out them pills, boy.
ASM 100.
Nice one.
Oh, banger.
So nice set of sub
Spidey.
100 ASMs, and then Secret Wars 8.
I mean, that's all right. It's okay. It's only like the most iconic Mike
I
Z
feel like
cover.
I've seen that pose
ever.
before. I don't know.
Jazz hands.
Yeah. The nice thing about this is, hey, you know what? We have a lot of these oftentimes that are slabbed, and we do have a slabbed Canadian price variant that's going to triple sign. This is a raw, unsigned, nice copy. This would be great. Somebody who doesn't like slabs, I don't know, maybe Mad Spidey or wants to do that. Yeah. There you go.
Jazz hands.
That's awesome. Sleepy Reader, phenomenal. What a guy. I appreciate you,
Oh,
sir.
nice. Yeah, good
That is
donation.
phenomenal.
They
Yep,
are, Brian.
Sleepy,
They
yep,
are.
Brian. Yep, Sleepy Reader donations. Yep, exactly. To Comics Curing Cancer.
I need to get your address because I'm shipping stuff today.
And I gotta talk to you.
I want to grab some books and get
Yeah,
out.
because things are. Monday, I was hoping was going to be the last day to receive stuff, but
Drew.
unfortunately, that gave me a little bit of a buffer because I still have like art coming from France that's shipping out this week. Hopefully, it gets here in time. Why? Because the artist that lives in France was busy with
Stephanie Hans?
projects. Who?
Stephanie Hans?
Stephanie Lavad.
Oh.
Because she's been busy with money making stuff with deadlines, priorities over freebies for charities.
Fair.
I totally get that. And she's just now getting around. She wanted to do something original and not just pull something from her archives. So for that reason,
Nice.
she's rushing to get it out. So that's gonna be great. Yeah.
Nice.
Woo!
Yeah. I'm just these last few weeks with work have been insanely stressful.
Oops, I don't need to be big. Boom. Back to
So-
equality.
I haven't
Okay.
done-
Well, it's not really equality
Or
now.
only
It's
that easy,
it's
Rob.
it's now it's now
Actually,
the female
Yeah, it's
female
what's the
dominated
diff-
comic
Yeah,
chat.
what's the difference? A matriarchy. It's a matriarchy now.
There you go. Except that I have all the power and control, so it's more like the normal world.
Rob's the apex predator.
There's less of us, but we have all the power and control. We'll hold on to it tightly.
Us lionesses, we're going to tear you limb from limb.
All right, so my last one will be if you could come back as a woman or a man with no
God,
Oh,
with
no
this.
dick.
What? What was
A
the
man,
question?
if you come back as a woman or a guy, but you got no dick. He doesn't know what to do. Oh my God, is he
It's a
frozen?
hard decision.
The idea of then not having any sexual pleasure, that's not good.
It's not fun, is it?
You can probably have pleasure, you just don't have it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want. I mean,
Yeah, no.
you know, but like I wouldn't want to come
I'm
back
waiting for Rob to decide.
as a lady without my bits and pieces either.
Yeah. Not having sexual organs is not a good idea.
Like
Can't
unless
go
you're
with
an
You had to
earthworm.
choose it. Now, I remember at high school
You got
professor,
both.
and he said if you did
Well,
choose
she's already
your
established it
shirt
was a
or your
human,
penis,
so
what would you choose?
yeah.
Boar, it's the weekend.
Yeah, you know, to go back to Taylor, if I can't have a penis, then I'll go with boobies, I guess.
Yeah.
Have you been sending out any tweets that say that you hate
We
Taylor
got
Swift?
you over, Rob. We got you over to the woman's side.
I hate Taylor Swift. I found that to be the funniest fucking.
I don't tweet. I don't
I don't have a tweeter. I don't have a tweeter. I don't have a Twitter.
twit. I don't twit. I don't know what it is. I don't even know what you call it.
I don't.
And now it's not even that. It's X, right?
I
So
think
what?
it came
I
out
don't.
in like 2007, and I tried to get on it, and I'm like, this is so stupid. This is the stupidest shit. And then I think like 10 years later, sorry, I tried, and I'm like, it's still really stupid. I don't understand why people like it.
Yeah, I don't.
But that's
either.
me.
The only thing I did, I had one at one point for the barbecue team, but I didn't have enough content, and so I got rid of it. And then at one point, I created one that was like something. It was just non sequitur stuff. So it was like I would take a random picture of something and match it with a hashtag that had nothing to do with the actual object.
And that's Twitter.
And
that's Twitter.
Did that for a little bit, and then I said, "This is just dumb."
I just can't. There's no information I'm able to glean from Twitter and still like be able to think on a higher level. It's just like that's it. 144 characters. That's all you get.
You know, it's funny as he says, as a man without a tweeter. It's funny as it reminds me of all of a sudden of Blackadder. It's like when they're talking about the Queen. You almost were a boy, and they say, "How big face? A boy without a winkle." And then they realized that a boy without a winkle was just a woman.
It's true. Or a eunuch.
Yeah.
One without a tweeter might as well be a man.
There you are.
Just opened my eyes. I never really realized how horrible it was to be a woman.
Not that it's horrible. It's
I just think
more challenging.
You could. I heard somebody. Who's this? The chick. What's the lady's name that plays Ortega? Jenny Ortega. She plays Wednesday or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she said that one of her acting coaches or something told her, like, because she was just like, you know, I'm not very self-assured or whatever. But she said, you know, her acting coach said, go through everything with the confidence of an average white guy. And she said that's helped her so much. Because she's just like, I was nervous about doing this interview. And then I thought, what would an average white guy do? He's just fucking tall.
Sit there, spread his legs, and go, yeah.
Yeah. So what's up? But I'm gonna have to probably head out here in a little bit, just because I want to get my stuff done, so I can be a little derelict for most of the day. But the first things I gotta do is the things that I committed that I would do.
All right. Well, after you're done adulting, you know, hit me up.
I will, because it's been crazy busy, and I would like to spend some time with you, just chilling and talking.
Yeah.
Well, there you go then.
Thanks for the stimulating conversation. Thanks for entertaining my stupid ideas.
Oh, really? Katy Perry's. I don't watch either of them.
What? I don't get why people.
I think he's probably being facetious, but I could be wrong. But
yeah. Well, I think celebrities always get involved in politics, and because certain people idolize them or whatever, they will. Right. They'll take their opinion and apply. And then I think the majority of people though go like, okay, it's great that you think that, but
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't
acting,
care.
Take it
monkey.
with a
Yeah.
grain of salt coming from a
Sing, sing me a song.
Yeah, fucking dance. Yeah, I don't care what you think.
Jester,
But you know
dance.
what? I feel the same way about scientists because it's like I'll watch scientists give talks and stuff, and then they'll start getting into politics, and it's like I don't care what you think about politics, bro. Fucking show me data.
Neil
Shut up.
deGrasse Tyson, I've never cared a damn thing about what you have to say about politics.
I
All I care is what you think about is the
cosmos.
universe.
Explain
Yeah.
the cosmos and shut up. But that's me. Failed actor should never be. That's too late.
Yeah.
A couple presidents too late. But
Only one of them was an actor. Well, I get.
Was
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan really a failed actor?
yeah,
No.
he was
Was
B.
he?
He was a B actor. He was
Was he?
never. He was a B actor.
Yeah, it
You should
wasn't
hear
an
the stuff
A-lister,
they
but
said about Nancy, like back in the day.
Like, oh, like, yeah, she was really good at BJ's, I heard.
She could make you happy if you had a dude bit.
so suddenly that makes a lot more sense with the old Too Short song.
Man, Nancy Reagan, don't
There
you
was a song Too Short did back in the 80s. It was
Okay.
basically something along about
don't want my short
corn,
man?
corn
That's something
no,
else.
something about like licking corn on the cob
Oh, okay.
along
Can you be more
those lines.
specific?
But it was talking about Nancy Reagan.
That sounds about right. Checks out.
Oh.
Nancy. Mm.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be cool though to be somebody like Willie Nelson and just be like, "Yeah, I smoked a joint with Jimmy Carter's son on the, roof of the White House." It's like, damn.
Well, there you are.
Reagan was a dim until he met Nancy. I guess she just sucked the liberal right out of him.
Well, around that time too, you still have there was a very difference in the parties and stuff too. So
I do
the
agree.
parties have almost flip flopped almost at times.
Well, right now, I'm really frustrated with politicians in general from our nation, but that's just me. Because
That's a different conversation.
Yeah, it's a different.
Yeah, different conversation. One a conversation that makes me think like, I wonder what other countries there are I could live in.
Everything, the grass is always greener in someone else's yard until you live there and you realize it still has dog piss stains
Well,
that
I
are
was
brown
thinking
and
more
everything
like,
else everywhere. So
what would the country? What would we be like if we just got rid of everyone in Congress right now and started fresh? Because it's like, what is it? It's September 20th, and they still haven't approved a budget for 2024.
What's the average age of Congress? Does anyone know?
70. Let me write. Hold on.
I'm curious what that would be.
Average, because there's difference with the House and the Senate. Average
Yeah.
age of House members.
Oh,
Average age for House members is 58 years old. So that's
the
pretty
Senate,
young.
the Senate is 64.
wow.
So basically, Senate's median age 65.3, 64. Yeah. So basically, we've got 58 and 64. These are basically boomers, and we know
Yeah.
that boomers don't give a fuck about us. If they did, we'd still have Social Security.
Well,
you guys,
in our defense,
boomers,
in our
Social
defense,
Security was supposed to be passed on to other generations. What'd you do?
in our defense, Gen X doesn't care about us either. We don't care about ourselves, so that's why we haven't been involved. And
What about Gen X? I think I'm Gen
Boomers
X.
took the money and run.
we haven't
Y'all have some
cared.
great-
We've been
great
very much.
teachers.
We're just kind of like, what the fuck, and so we haven't gotten involved.
There's like the largest transfer of wealth has been to the boomer generation. It's like, man,
Has been to the boomer generation.
but
The original childless cat ladies. There you go.
I'm a
Did I make it back in time for the political bitching?
yeah.
Our
Our feminists.
we've been talking about basically nothing since you've been gone.
The only reason why this is 50-50 and before it was female dominated is because Mark paved the way for that equality. And actually, that dominant for a while, this was a matriarchy. For about 8 minutes, your show was a matriarchy. So
It's not bad.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Mark.
thank you for that time.
Mm.
Appreciate that.
Another reason
Yeah.
you should.
I don't
be
do it out of the kindness of my heart, but the necessity for y'all to have a voice.
We appreciate that. Because you're
Mark is
looking out
happy
for
to
the
give you a
liberals.
platform and a soapbox so which you can stand up on
Oh.
and ask your three-legged or one-legged man, one-handed with no
Oh.
penis
My,
questions.
my big sister there knows I'm more than happy to give anyone a soapbox. It just doesn't come always without arguing.
There's nothing wrong with a little healthy debate.
Here's a soapbox. I'm sorry. I tried to rinse off the soap. I'm sorry. It's slippery. Don't fall.
Yeah,
It is
right.
slippery.
Mark, I have to ask. If you had to come
God,
back
Dave.
to life as a man with no penis or a woman, which would you choose?
Isn't that not the same thing?
Would the woman? No, it obviously not.
Oh,
But if but does the woman you speak of have a penis?
No, she's
the
not
man
a
doesn't.
hermaphrodite.
she's got a
Well,
hoo-ha.
to be honest with you, that's actually a tough question then, because
Yes,
like
it
my greatest,
is. Yeah, we've been
my-
talking about it. So I was curious on your thoughts on it.
I would still probably come back as a dude, just for
We-
familiarity's
We
sake.
have established that it's here in the United States in modern times. So, and you have health insurance.
Yeah, not
We've
like
established these are the ground rules we have established thus
It's
far.
the ground rules.
Yeah.
There are rules to hypothetical.
Well, I would just like, I don't know, like my dick doesn't scare me, but the idea of dicks are kind of scary. So I wouldn't want to come back as a female. So I think I'd still come back as a dude with no dick and just not tell anyone I have no dick.
Not tell anyone and just
Probably start competing in like high risk sports or extreme stunts. Just because
doing
what do you have
stuff
to
where-
lose?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
you take
I
it.
would
You'd be the guy doing the freak shows where you stand there and let people kick you in another region. It's like,
I would
come
start, like,
on.
making money, and I would start base jumping and like doing like the stunt car things. Like, because why not? The things that I wouldn't do in this life, that would give me the opportunity.
Madam,
like walking across
Therefore,
the
we
Grand
must
Canyon.
we must ask another question then to preface this, because of Mark's answer. Even though this hypothetical situation, Mark would have no penis, does he still get to have normal testosterone levels?
Yes.
There you go, Mark.
1,000
You're good.
bottles of baby lube on the wall. 1,000 bottles of baby lube. Take
Now,
it down,
Mark,
just
if you had to come back as a man, but you had to choose between your right hand and your penis, what would you choose?
My penis. What kind of question is that? And you got two hands. You only have one. Most people only have one down there. Like, what kind of question is that?
I'm saying, like,
Lady, Madam's just on a weird. She's trying to find out where everybody is before they decide to become a woman.
That's like saying, madam, if you had to come back as yourself, but they would take both of your legs or one of your hands, what would you go with?
both of my legs.
You'd rather keep both of your hands? I mean,
Yes.
you'd still have one hand. All right, let's switch it then. Both of your hands or one of your legs.
I would like to keep both my hands.
That's fair. You kind of work with your hands.
That's kind of one of the
I
reasons.
could picture you like all
thought-
Professor X in a wheelchair with a blanket over your legless lap, just sculpting.
Yes, I can do.
Well, we've also established that you have insurance, so with one leg she can get a prosthetic.
This is true. We agreed.
This came up earlier.
Even without insurance, if you need a prosthetic leg, you can hit up our
Remy's
good
got
friend
it. Remy.
Q.
Remy
got
was
you
here
covered.
earlier too. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
for
missed
all
Remy.
your prosthetic needs.
You know what? Where insurance ends, Remy begins.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Finite
Timu.
lines to some of
Thank
this
you,
stuff.
Timu. State Farm
This
ain't
is
got shit
definitely
on
the
that.
comment of the day, though. Scary Dick sounds like a Halloween party at Diddy's place.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Shit, poor Diddy.
That is some,
He's
That
some
stepping
big-
in it
weird.
hard. I
Making
think
those Meek Mill
so.
sounds.
Yeah, no,
oh.
there's definitely something weird going on there when you get like no bail and
Yeah, you
I
can.
don't
You can do some bad
want
stuff.
to make this
The
sound.
most interesting
Ever
part
wanna
is
make
going to
this
see
sound.
what names come out of all the
Dude, it's gonna
tapes
be
and
bad.
data and
It's
Diddy
gonna be
running his mouth.
everybody. I hope it's the craziest people that you never heard of. It's just like
I hope it's all the people you have heard
It's
of.
like
because
Joel
it's more
Osteen, you know?
confirmation.
I
Yeah,
can't
I
be.
know.
It's all these people who are so powered. They're so like flushed with power and money. They
That they
just
have
hit
no
this
souls.
head like they
Yeah.
can get away with shit.
But why would you want to do that?
Mhm.
It's because you're fucked up.
Yeah,
That's when you get to a
There-
point that
you know, there's
lose your
those
humanity.
studies
it's
that have
easier to
gone
get
on about
fucked up
that,
to be that
like
way, though.
especially when like the Bill Cosby stuff happened. Like there's a lot of like the talk of like the psychology of people like that who get in those positions. They weren't born in those positions, and they find themselves in those positions, and it's not it's not a normal position for a human being to be in. You know,
Well,
like
he turns into a predator. Was he always a predator?
Yeah.
How long has he been doing that?
and you know, a lot of people like show those same signs and symptoms
I'll be
of
back.
that mentality, but they don't express it in a hurtful or harmful kind of way. But it still is
Yes.
expressing.
Right.
You know, like,
So look, I'm saying, you know, what you're saying is basically there's a lot of people out there that have
been broken
genetic
by fame.
disposition for sociopathy or actually are sociopaths or psychopaths.
Yeah,
But a lot of them out there don't hurt people. Most of them
exactly.
don't harm people. They're actually just successful businessmen or doctors
Or they're just
lawyers.
awkward, or they're just weird, or they
A lot of
come
times
off.
they're very driven. A
Yeah,
lot of
but I'm
them
saying
are
they
very
come off
charismatic,
as they come off as like per our perspective, because you know, like it's fun like living in the present, but trying to picture the present as if like we can like place ourselves hypothetically in the future and try to look back at the present. Where do we stand? What will we be looked at as? Like we're fucking peasants, you know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, you go. It's easy for us to look at them and say they're out of touch, they don't get it, and for us, like this is normal. Like as weird and different as we all are, we are still the norm tenfold, like 100-fold. So seeing these eccentric people, it's
We are
fucking
the
weird.
people.
Yes, exactly. And these
We're a
eccentric
slice of people. Yeah.
So this turned quickly. You guys were talking about Diddy, and I was just like, "Yo, let me jump on." And I don't know what I
Well, hey,
want.
we can talk
DJ,
about
I've
Diddy.
been
I know,
watching
I know
Diddy
you got
shit.
I know you're real nervous right now, my man.
Yeah, I
Diddy's
heard
in
your name come out a
trouble.
few
Yeah.
times.
I went to a few of these parties.
DJ Freak Off.
Yeah.
DJ League Squad, white
Not a lot
party.
of
I don't
lot of
think you should be
DJs,
admitting that right
heroes, and
now, but that's just me.
a
Where's
lot of
where's Remy?
DJs,
Get Remy back.
musical heroes and inspirations and idols are in the potential crosshairs right now. I would be nervous as a fan.
Yeah, as a fan of during this era, like Bad Boy, when Biggie came out in '94, I was 14
Bro.
years old. Like Diddy is probably
I was 10.
the biggest. Oh, that's awesome! I thought you weren't even born at that time.
Exactly, T-Dubs.
In 94? Yeah, I was born in
Pimping out at
84.
orgies for AF-15. Yeah. Diddy's probably the biggest celebrity to come out of like my generation that I look up to. I mean, I didn't
still
look up to him,
The
but
most powerful.
Do you
the
still look up
richest.
to him?
check this out, right? So he,
You look out to the way he played the game, right?
me trying to validate what he did for some strange reason incoming.
Do you also have like the dildos on your bed and shit? Like, how you got there? You're like,
Can you
"This
turn on
this
your
is how I
video
got
for
here."
once?
Let him answer. Let him answer.
All right.
Let him
Hold
answer.
up.
Do you still look up to your man Diddy?
If he was, there's nothing illegal with being a freak. So if he was just a freak, that's it, right? So if he had 10,000 bottles of lube,
And you
that's a
had
lot of bottles of lube.
consensual freaks. You know, consensual freaking is consensual freaking.
Consensual
Exactly.
underage freaking is not though okay.
No,
Or
so in this
freaking
whole,
without consent.
all right, let me just stop it right there. In this whole thing with there hasn't been anything about underage. So
Really?
nothing has been said about underage. It was
Really?
more so of flying in sex workers, both male and female.
That's interstate trafficking.
Yeah, exactly. Like once you put somebody on a plane for the purpose of sex,
It's RICO.
Yeah,
It's a RICO conspiracy charge right there.
1,000%. But then there's
Didn't Ghislaine Maxwell get that too?
Yeah.
yeah.
She's
So
never
the
getting
same
out.
thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
And
So it's
cops
just
are
like-
saying that he's like as bad as or worse than Epstein. He's never getting out.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Like once you cross state lines, like you're done, even if the person's a willing participant.
And-
But in his case, hold on, and in his case too, it was just like he flew in. Let's say he flew in a madam on Friday with the intention of her working just Friday and Saturday, and then he's just like, "Oh, this is gonna go on for 3 more days. Sorry," and she was only expecting to get like 12 D's, and then she got like 80.
Or they're on a boat and it's supposed to be a family party. And then
Yeah, I
you
got
end
caught
up
out there.
getting roofed.
Yeah, I got caught out there on the boat once.
Are you for real?
Nah, I'm just joking. I'm just.
I would that's a nightmare to me. That's
Sometimes
why
I know
never-
I'm not unsure if you're joking.
So that was like the weird. That was like the
I'm
weirdest
joking.
answer to "Do you still look up to him?" I've ever heard.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. Will I stop listening to his music? Not at all. I can separate the artist, the art from the person. It's just like R. Kelly is the weird one because all his songs is about like sexual activity and stuff, and then that's like the weirdest shit. But
In the
if
closet.
yeah,
See,
that's
I
weird.
I really agree with that because I think like everyone's a sinner, right? But also people do amazing things. And I think to cancel people or to not to deny them their greatness that they've accomplished because they're great, because they did a couple things wrong here and there, I don't think that equals out. I think we're all flawed.
The
Here's the
sad
thing.
part is T-dubs
know?
is they're not even originals. They're just prints.
Well, like I'm not here to look. I'm not here to condemn sexual voyeurism because it's like if it's sexual or you can do it, then it's natural because it's humans doing it, right?
Yeah.
Where the problem with me gets in is that I don't know if a lot of people want to do this shit against, I think a lot of people probably got brought in, like he says, on false pretense. Hey, we're just going to do that. And then 3 days later, they're waking up with an IV in a sore butthole.
No, but it's funny
like, I didn't sign up for this, man.
Because now there are so many clips coming out about people like speaking about the Diddy parties, people speaking out against the Diddy parties. Like 50 Cent is on video saying, I would never go to one of those parties like 5 years ago.
There's
And
a picture of him with Drew Barrymore now, and it was like, look at this lovely picture of me and Drew Barrymore, and there's not 1,000 bottles of lube.
yeah.
He's a troll. He's been trolling Diddy forever.
All I know is like this whole situation has me upset because I do have stock in lube and I've taken a big hit.
Have you?
Yeah.
But is it KY though? Because that's a good brand. It shouldn't have taken a hit.
It was just baby. It was just baby
Or
oil.
Astroglide. Because it depends. They're it's just brand recognition. So
Yeah.
yeah,
behind every fortune is a crime.
Well, behind every good
that's
man is a quality lube.
I found out,
And behind that is an even
I
quality
was
dude.
this week's years old, AR, when I found out John Lennon came from a very well-off upbringing. It was kind of like the OG virtue signaler, where the rest of his bandmates were kind of actually the people that John Lennon pretended to be. In
John
his
Lennon was a
later years.
dick. John Lennon was a woman-beating asshole.
I never dug into John Lennon stuff. I mean, I'm more than aware of who he is.
I don't like the
more than aware of
Beatles.
his music, but never dug into like
Can
I
I just
the
Can I
history
just-
of John Lennon and stuff, but because there's some really fun conspiracy theories surrounding Paul and everything and some of their stuff, that was really fun to do, and by proxy ended up
cool.
learning a little
So,
bit.
Can
learn
I
a
just
little bit
touch
of
on
truth.
something real quickly? So
You
Beckerman,
can't say that. You can't say that on a Diddy conversation.
yeah, I know. So Beckerman says I made that joke early in the week, DJ, but it was funnier. I did steal that joke from Beckerman. Once I saw him pop up, he said that on Marcus's stream
What did he say?
on Tuesday about the stock going down. That is not
Oh,
1,000% a
his
Beckerman joke, and it was way funnier than the way I delivered it. But that was me
Okay.
just trying to give props to my guy Beckerman.
Oh, okay.
When
Well,
I was lurking on FOC and chill when all that stuff went down.
I'm sorry
that
that
was
he
so
took that
funny.
opportunity from you, Beckerman, because I feel like that was a misjustice. But
I just did a Carlos Mencia.
And when I say that was so funny, I need to make it clear. The whole thing is funny.
What?
Odd. Like funny, like odd. Like ridiculous.
queer,
In the traditional definition of the word, sure.
yes.
Yeah.
Odd.
Not
Strange.
It wasn't gay. Everyone was
A mess.
mad. Everyone was
Oh, I think
upset.
it was maybe a little gay.
What was gay?
No, it was a little homophobic at one point though.
It
I
was
don't
a
know
little
if you
gay.
saw. Did you see the messages
Here's
on
the thing,
Circum's
though.
IG? Oh my god.
Are we talking about the same thing? Are we talking about Diddy?
No, I'm talking about Marcus's stream.
Niobe?
No, Marcus.
Oh, that's different. Because I was like,
Yeah.
did he? Yeah, there's a little bit gay stuff. going on.
Biggie was partaking in Biggie rap battles with somebody else.
Shout out to
and
Biggie.
Somebody who was
Smelly caboose.
somebody who was already mad at Biggie into starting comic book YouTube drama, which it's its own thing.
I
They
saw
were just-
those messages from
They
that
were trying
Niobe
to
guy.
stir that. They were trying to stir
Creeper.
that pot, and they tried to latch onto something that Biggie said in that rap battle. That if you said in a
A pedo,
casual
yeah.
conversation like we're having, it would be out of place, out of pocket, inappropriate. But in the context of what they were doing, it was just offensive. Like, which was the goal? You know what I mean? And he's trying to latch onto that, like it's the end all be all moral high ground, while being a total immoral person in the process. You're like, man,
Yeah, well,
this
I
doesn't-
mean, he
Oh,
was like a
that's
comic
not me.
skater or something.
Yeah. Are you
doesn't-
talking
yeah.
about the 4-letter P word?
Yeah, you can
Um,
say pedo. Like that's not like
So how do you pronounce it? Pedo or pedo?
Well, it depends on if you're British or not.
Yeah, I think the British say pedo.
Are you talking about Pedialyte or pedophiles? Because I think that's what.
Pedialyte.
Pedophiles.
Okay.
You're like, yo, get to,
Pedialyte.
like,
Pedo light,
yo, I have a hangover. Can you run to the store and get me some pedo?
some Peter light.
It's not the same. Can't say that.
He's like, who is this guy?
DJ
Why does-
Link's becoming a Beckerman tribute act, and I'm okay with it because I always wondered what I would look like with more money and better hygiene.
But
Yes, I
are
is.
you really happy, Beckerman? If you look at DJ, is he happy? Do you want that? Do you really want that?
He's mad about his internet, that's for sure.
1,000% I'm mad about it at the internet. Yo, I'm getting my router. It's out for delivery today, but I
Oh,
don't know
dude,
if
I
I'm
hope-
gonna.
Not only do I hope
Ooh.
it shows up really quickly for you because I know you're getting frustrated with having to deal with this, but I hope it's the answer. You know what I mean? I hope it solves the issue.
I don't
And I
think it's
hope-
the answer. I don't think it's the answer. I think it's StreamYard. It has to do something with StreamYard because like obviously don't have my camera on or whatever, but like I've been testing on Zoom calls, I'm fine. On Teams calls, I'm fine. On WebEx calls, I'm fine. On the 8.8 the other day, I think I was okay.
No, you
Or was
weren't.
that-
No, you
I
weren't.
wasn't.
No,
All right. Son of a bitch.
Remember? You remember we could see all your packet loss and all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
that's right.
yeah,
Oh, son of
we
a
were,
bitch.
we were
That's-
discussing it. It was a topic of
Alright.
conversation.
strike the entire last 30 seconds from the
No,
record.
but
Ron.
I will tell you, I've had numerous times in my time with using StreamYard where I'd go to record a video because I record my regular, not just lives, but I record through StreamYard and I'll download it and upload it to YouTube. But there's numerous times where I would be doing a video and if I move my hands, I would freeze and I would just have to come back the next day because it was just not getting a good, as Rob would put it, package size.
Well, sometimes it can also do so. Those types of things can be internet
Oh, be
issues,
a
but they can
woman.
also be your video processor on your hardware end too. So certain programs and stuff require more effort or whatnot, and you get degraded performance
It's
that way.
1,000% on my computer, dude.
Okay.
Tyler, there's also
You'd rather be a woman or have DJ's internet.
Yeah, I would have to go woman in that case because DJ's actively working on exterminating his internet.
Mark,
Did you
I'm
go
sending
to-
you something, and what I'm sending you, it seems like he's a bird lover, but I follow him for other reasons, and you may be able to tell why. But I'm a big small button quail fan.
He's
What do you mean? What do you mean small?
I see the
quail?
button
What are you talking
quails.
about?
Can
You
I
like
tell you
quail?
Can I tell you what happened to me at the internet place yesterday?
Hey, Caroline, straight white male here can confirm I'm not blind. That's a well-crafted man.
Oh my God.
God did him favors.
I don't know about those little hamsters that he deals with or whatever, but I watch him know.
What?
Yeah. I sent it to Madam. Sorry. I'll send it to Rob.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait for the end when he stands back. I just saw that part.
DJ, did you upgrade to Wi-Fi 7?
I love wildlife.
So we called yesterday was Thursday. So we called on
snake?
wow. We called on
Sorry.
Wednesday and we're just like, yo, I need to switch out my router, blah, blah, blah. So the guy's just like, yeah, go to the store, whatever. So then I go to Optimum, whatever, to go change the router. So I'm in there and I'm like all happy. Like I was on with Mark. I was just like, yo.
Oh no, you're getting it from your cable. You're getting your router from your cable company?
Oh, I thought you were talking about how good that video was.
Yeah. So then I go and then I'm like, yo, I'm here to get my thing, all smiley and shit. And then the guy was just like, oh, we shipped it. And I was like, what? Like I scheduled an appointment to swap it out. And he was like, oh yeah, but we swapped it. And I was just like, yo, but okay, I don't want it shipped. Like I need it right now or whatever. And he's like, yeah, there's nothing I could do. It's not even letting me go into the account because it already shipped. And I had handed him put it in the bag and sealed it. And I was like, give me that shit back. And I just grabbed it and like left, like like Joe Pesci, Home Alone.
Sound like Harry from the Wet Bandits.
Yeah, like
That dude ran with the most impressive string of curse words and got away with it in a PG movie.
yo, AC action. Yeah, so that's that.
Tyler, you make sure you finish that video. You'll see why I love watching button quail. They're so cute.
Yeah, in all sincerity, like it's been a while since you introduced us, which I'm grateful to Two Turn Tony because his content is just ridiculously funny.
He cracks
It's
me up.
fun. Like he includes nature in there. His family's hilarious. Like the daggum bubble is putting grandma in the bubble just blows my mind every time. Like I know they're not dragging her around the swamp, but
I know, but it's funny.
she's getting blazed out her mind.
She's a good sport.
And because she gets handed a stack of cash every time.
Yeah, well, and his mom gets so pissed off. What are you doing to my mother, Tony?
You're gonna kill her.
Yeah.
And grandma don't care.
Grandma loves it. She's so happy. I really like
It's the worst thing you can do, AR. The worst thing.
No, I intentionally get a router from my cable company because they're liable for it. They have to come replace it for free if something goes wrong, and they come service if anything goes wrong. I don't have to
Wait a minute. Hold up. Time out.
I was like, that's shit.
Hold up. Time out. So I don't need to, because what happens is I have a Netgear router that's just there, and I had replaced the one from the cable company. So I put the one from the cable company. I don't need to use the one from the cable company.
Any router in the world that you plug up will work.
No, but I need because it has the what do you call that? The coaxial cable. So that only goes.
So that's your modem.
Modem. There
so
you go.
So you have a modem and you have a router, and you can have both all in one, or you can have them separate. The cable company will usually provide you like an all-in-one modem and a Wi-Fi router. The problem is depending upon your cable company, a lot of them, how they make their public access for their subscribers wherever you go. Like out here, Comcast, there's a Comcast network. I can log on to any Comcast. That other channel, that's based off of everybody's personal routers. They make a separate channel, which is like their public channel. So basically you become a bandwidth share and all this stuff for everybody else. And I don't want anybody shit in my stuff. And also you're restricted and gated by them. So I pay for my own equipment, get better equipment that's compatible, and you're going to get much better performance. I'd rather have separates. I'd rather have all this stuff. I don't want anything to do with the cable company providing me equipment. They can provide me the service to the door, and I'll worry about the shit in my house. They can stay the fuck out.
Yeah. Can you do me a solid?
Yeah.
Send them some links.
Yeah. Send me a link to what you have. Because I didn't know that you can. I thought you had to.
Yeah. What company? What's your cable company? Because I like Rob. We talked about. I have Comcast as well.
Yes.
I thought you had to use the modem, like because of the coaxial.
They like to think. They like to think. Make you think that. But all the modems will have cable modems. So all you're getting is a cable modem is all you need, and one that's compatible with your provider. They'll all have a coaxial input on the back that you can.
Rob, do you use the Google Wi-Fi?
No, I have. I told you I have Comcast.
No, I don't. I meant like
the extender.
Do you use the Google hardware?
No.
Yeah, I had that.
I have Netgear stuff.
Got you. Not long ago, Google. Well, it's been probably like 2017, 18. They did like a home pack for the people. Like, and it looks nice and it matches the other Google stuff in the house, and it comes with multiple things in it.
The reason I didn't go to some of those things has to do when you get the different tiers and different levels, there has to do with how many simultaneous HD channels it can handle simultaneously. A lot of those like basic packs, it can handle like up to 4 HD streams simultaneously. I have kids watching TV and streaming and this and that. So I get one that has higher capacity, up to 16 simultaneously high definition channels, plus can handle over 100 other connected devices. So I'm usually getting that type of higher end equipment. And matter of fact, my equipment I have now, I need to replace it pretty soon. I want to switch to the new Wi-Fi 7 equipment.
I'm usually getting that high quality.
You have a satellite tower on top of your house, Rob.
I'm a baller.
Look,
I'm joking, dude. I'm literally on Best Buy right now. Like I didn't know. I legit didn't know that.
Scott points out what Rob was just saying, that some companies do make you use their modem. They have MAC filters in place to prevent you from using your own. It varies by provider. That's why I was asking you what provider you use, DJ.
Optimum.
Do you have options where you're at?
No, dude. So I'm literally stuck where I'm at. So I don't have Verizon Fios. We don't have none of that's Comcast. None of that shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of times you don't have a choice on what happens. A lot of municipalities, like I have that same problem here, where I only have one legitimate internet option. I mean, the other option is either there's an aerial. Well, there's satellite, but then there's a company called like Sail, which is radio antennas. which is not as fast. And then
Obviously.
I love AT&T tells me I can get DSL from them at the blazing speeds of 17 kilobits per second or something. I don't know. They're not even in megabits where I'm at. It's like so slow. I'm like, oh, what are you talking about?
You go to log in, you'll hear a phone dial up on your computer.
Almost,
for some
right?
reason.
So you don't have a lot of municipalities gave exclusive monopoly rights to cable companies or other companies because they were going through the expense of tearing up the streets and running all the cables and stuff. So those companies got monopolies essentially. Unless you're in an area where they use a lot of telephone poles and they can just string up new lines, but that's expensive too.
Yeah, you just made my day.
Beckerman said his household switched to Google Fiber last
I wish my place had fiber. Google Fiber is nice, or any kind of fiber is nice.
E-Man with the 34-month member milestone chat. Good MFN morning Legionnaires Transformers this weekend. Yee! I saw it last night, and yee indeed.
Yes, according to a quick glance, Optimum, you can use. There are modems and stuff that you can use aftermarket. You don't have to have theirs. Any DOS-SYS 3.0 or 3.1, 3.1 for higher speed modems will take care of you. So the Netgear Nighthawk, TP Archers, and Arius surfboard stuff's all.
I was just looking at the Aris surfboard, the
I would not be
SB8200.
surprised at all if
Yeah,
in your
exactly.
area, DJ, they have it locked down where you can't use your own. So if they have you monopolized already to one company, I bet that company is grabbing you by the balls even more.
Nope, it's good. The cable. Matter of fact, the funny thing is with
Diddy, my balls are done.
The thing is actually when I switched off of like the cable company's gear to the independent stuff, I actually get faster speeds with my own gear than I get with theirs because they throttle it back.
All right, I'm about to go to Best Buy right now. I'm about to go take a walk.
DJ Links, before you do that, you need to check out the video of the button quail that I sent you because it's good.
They're pretty cute.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Really,
their shrouders are cool.
You
I
have
just
to,
haven't
you
had
have
a
to
need.
watch it till he stands back up, though, DJ. Steven with the COG Legionnaire says, I use Comcast Gateway modem for unlimited internet, but I turn off all their BS sharing crap in their Wi-Fi network. Then you use a Wi-Fi mesh router.
Well, I get unlimited from them as well too, and I still don't use their equipment, so they don't get a chance. And mesh networks are great if you have large homes. It definitely works out great. I don't have a big enough home that it matters. The my standard modem properly mounted at a high location central in the home provides. Thank you. May I have another? Provides service adequately throughout my house and into my backyard where I connect all the time with my barbecue temperature gauges. So I'm in Nashville and say the Google Fiber, but I can't get the stupid shit. Yeah. Google's up the street and I can't get it. So there you are.
what is that? I feel like it's a lie. It's like, oh yeah, we have fiber in this city.
They built it because they built it in places where it was cheap, or they were invited to come in and got subsidies and stuff. So
got it. They just don't offer it to anybody, so they just wanted to. Like Tesla.
Yeah, that Howard side brings up a point.
There's
For a lot of
Teslas
people,
all
if
over
you're
the place down here now.
you have
We've
to have
had
the right
cars
equipment.
everywhere. Now there's the cyber trucks in the last 6 months are just popping
That's
up everywhere.
definitely what's happening.
Those are
to
stupid.
me. They are so stupid. But
Are those like Star Wars cars driving
they're
around?
so ugly. They look like polygons.
They're so ugly, but they're fun to see, man.
I mean,
they're right out of a video game from the 1980s.
Tron.
I'm
They're
afraid of
right
getting
out of
like
Minecraft.
scraped by one. So like the points are so sharp.
They're dumb.
Yeah,
I
they're.
don't
From what
understand why
hear,
they're so
like made
shiny.
of straight up steel, and they have no crumble point. So like, just pray one never hits you.
Yeah, and don't throw a brick in the window because it's not gonna fucking.
Hoarder's Hide was right and is right on here. You can have 2 gig service at home, but if you don't have the equipment that can handle it, you're going to be throttled and gated. So that's why you end up having to spend
gated.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's like a limiter.
What, you don't know that lingo?
That's why I say, I spend money on this higher end equipment. It's because I have the faster speed stuff. In order to get that, what I pay for, I also need to have the equipment. But it cost me like $700 for a router, and what are $400 or $500 for the newest modems or something. But I'll do that. I'll change them out every 4 or 5 years.
You should only be really interested in that kind of stuff if you're like a super gamer or something, right?
Well, I was for a while, but my wife is gaming and stuff. But I work from home, and I have a connected home with all kinds of smart devices. I have
You're a
so many
digi
different
baby.
devices. I live in the Silicon Bay area, and it's like everything else is connected. So I do use a lot of bandwidth,
So
and we have a
1
lot of
gig is
connected
1 gig
devices.
is a shit ton, isn't it? Like that's a metric.
It's definitely a lot, more than most people necessarily
Mhm.
need. But
That's what I get. I
it's-
got the 1
if
gig.
you're-
And clearly, I'm getting
but when you're
shafted.
well, if you don't have the right equipment, yeah, you're not even getting that. But
That's what they said to me at the Diddy party.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, I only had try to get 2 gig, but only give you a router that had a 1 gig port. Yeah. Well, then of course you have the right cabling. Even if you have all the right equipment, if you don't have cables that can support that kind of bandwidth,
Well, Scott works in tech. I'm sure. Yeah, that's why he laughed.
No, I know he does. No, he does. But I'm kind of piggybacking on what he said
Gotcha.
to the masses here. Like even if you spend the money on the service and you spend the money on the equipment, if you're still only running cable that can't support gigabit speeds and stuff, then you're still limited in everything else you're doing. So it's just like when you buy a Lamborghini and you're driving it to work, but the problem is your work is only a mile from you, and between you are 2 elementary schools that you can only drive 25 miles an hour in, because it's also across the street is a police station that they all hang out at. You're never going to get to drive that car.
I was watching a podcast on like social evolution and human behavior, and they were talking about how like of billionaires or millionaires, like the vast majority of people who own Lamborghinis are male. And he's like, nobody's stopping Oprah from getting a Lamborghini. Like nobody's stopping, very rich women from Taylor Swift from buying a Lamborghini. And he said, because certain things serve as peacock feathers, like in our society, because we have, we're sentient and we obtain different things to signal. It's just like the birds that grab extra twigs or something and dance around. It's like the Lamborghini is your little feather.
This is my tail feathers right here.
Rob's Lamborghini is behind him on the wall.
Exactly. Yeah.
My Lamborghini is back here as well. DJ has a Lamborghini.
My Lamborghini is right here. No, I'm just kidding.
My Lamborghini. What are you talking
I was
about?
thinking, as you were saying that, I'm like, you're describing what could potentially be the most useless podcast and conversation to ever exist, depending on who's doing that conversation.
You're welcome.
No, I'm mad curious, but that was a fair take.
That's interesting.
There was a show on VH1 back in like the.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, but the guy's name.
The ladies' man kind of guy. Yeah.
His name was Mystery, and he's teaching these nerds
how to peacock.
The pickup artist.
The pickup artist. There it is. Yeah.
I started. Right after the negging episode, I was just be like, just going and just negging everyone.
I know. It's like these guys.
I was just like,
these guys are awful.
You're not worth my time.
That was the.
It couldn't be more set up in like, because it hit the point where everyone was watching it and loving watching it, but no one believed any of it was real or organic. Like this doesn't even look like a real bar. This looks like a sound stage with cloth walls.
It's awful.
Yo, oh man, that was the shit. I would just be like, this conversation isn't worth my time. Like, explain to me why I should stand here and talk to you.
Oh man, another one that I really loved was watching was Celebrity Rehab. That one was always
Dr. Drew.
Yeah, take it back. Take it back.
These people have never been told no in their life, who have no modicum of self-control.
Who was that with the take it back? It was Daniel. Was it Daniel Baldwin where he said unbeknownst to me, and then Kaneki was just like take it back because he didn't know what unbeknownst meant.
Yeah. Yes.
Take it back.
Oh, like you said. Don't you call me unbeknownst, bro.
Just
what was that show? What was
that video was going around?
Love or whatever, where it was Bridget Nielsen and Flavor Flav.
Flavor
of Love, yeah.
No, they started out on the Surreal Life.
They did.
That's it.
And then when they
real life.
Oh yeah, Foofy.
Foofy.
You remember when X-Pac came and visited China on an episode of the Surreal Life?
Yes, I remember.
That's when I first learned that X-Pac is a massive dude. He was always one of the smaller wrestlers around his peers in ring, but he shows up on Surreal Life like a head and shoulder taller than everybody there. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that dude's massive.
China had a really tragic life. Or
Yeah,
she
she
had a
did.
I
And
agree.
and a large
body,
Finish that
brain-
sentence, please.
Body. Yeah.
brain-
muscle
Close.
mass.
She was
Were you
like
gonna
on
say
Amazon.
snatch?
Drug habit.
Vagina?
Yeah, that's where I was going, Mark.
Yeah.
She
That
had her issues.
I don't know. She had a bulge.
She did a lot of porn at the end there too.
That's
And
why I
think it's
know.
'cause she was strung out on the drugs and that stuff.
And she was
It's-
getting them from Xbox. They clearly were doing them together.
Yeah, X-Pac. I'm surprised X-Pac is still alive, to be honest.
There's another. Sorry, guys. I watch maybe too much documentary kind of shit, but
No such thing.
I was watching a dude. He was talking about like addiction or whatever. His name's Gobbler Mate.
Gobbler?
Yeah.
What was he addicted to? I have a guess.
So he's a
Cock,
specialist.
Turkey.
easily.
He's this specialist that's up in Montreal that studies
cock and
Richard.
addiction, and
He's
he's
addicted to Richard.
about addiction. He's like, what you guys need to look is not what's wrong about addiction. It's like what is right to that person. What is that drug providing that person that makes them want to continue to use it? And it's peace. It's peace from, troublesome thoughts or from trauma or from a history that they're trying to forget. They're trying, and I thought it was really interesting. But he was like, he's a MD and a physician and a neuroscientist, but he's really observed very specific subpopulations of addicts in downtown Montreal and has learned a lot of things. And it was really interesting, really insightful. I thought it was
The very beginning of what's called the big book for AA or NA or CA, whatever your habit is, the anonymous program in the big book, the very, very first page, it makes it as simple as it could possibly be. And it says that people use drugs or use alcohol and that they all share the same commonality. They do it because they like the way it makes them feel, whether it be for peace, for distraction, for forgetting. You like the way it makes you feel. And that means without it, you don't like yourself. You don't like how you feel. You don't like, you know what I mean? It's really that simple.
I just seeing it as like maladjusted behavior is that, okay, people are seeking to not feel as crummy, but they don't know the healthy ways to do it. And so
sometimes they're like, you have the party wrecks, it literally, oh man, that felt good. I want to do it again. It felt good. I want to do it again. I want to do it again.
Dopamine. They're getting dopamine hits.
Yeah, well, exactly. And those people, they're not always directly hurting someone else kind of thing. You just you're ridiculously selfish and you love feeling like that despite it's not conducive
I just
to
think
your life.
it's tough, like being like, it makes you selfish, but
No,
I don't
you are selfish, and that's where the personality style is different for different people. Find me one person on this planet that isn't selfish, just to varying degrees. We're all selfish by nature.
I know that, but it's just that I don't want to pinpoint like a population of addicts and be like, it's as simple as them changing their mind, because it's so much more complex as that.
Oh, it is as simple as that.
There's
But
families of
that
addicts,
is not
it runs in families. It's genetic almost. I think
environmental.
they have more anxiety or something. And,
There's a lot of nuance to it. And
There's a
so
lot of-
we just don't know a whole lot about it. So it's hard for me to make, those judgment calls. What I do know is like, we don't need to be arresting addicts and putting them in jail because that doesn't help them. Like criminalizing addiction isn't the solution.
I think criminalizing addiction is crazy, but
It's mental illness,
decriminalizing criminal behavior is also crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right. But
not
give
the
somebody-
vast majority of addicts aren't breaking into places or robbing people. There are a large number of people that get broken into and robbed that are by addicts, but there's so many more addicts that exist.
Yeah, I don't know how many. I don't know. I'd be curious. I don't know because I hear this statement a lot, and I don't know how many addicts are being rounded up just because they're addicts and not convicted and put in jail versus that happens to be a piece of who they are, but they committed a criminal act and that's why they were picked up.
Well, yeah, usually addiction will lead you to do illegal things because you're willing to compromise.
But you can't give up. But you can't give them a pass just because
non-addicts. But non-addicts commit those.
You should be held.
Non-addicts commit those same acts as well, though. So it's kind of like
they should both
it's easy to want to be empathetic and then end up making bad decisions based on that. That's why case by case matters. And once you get someone arrested and in jail, you have a system that looks at their case and says, all right, you have to atone for your crime,
Yeah.
but because it was
Will you
fueled by
do so
this,
as a
We have
one-legged
systems where you can
man
take a pathway.
or
yeah,
a
then now
one-handed man
because your crime
or a woman?
attached to your crime is this influence of
behavior, drug,
substances, we're going to have to address that as part of your making it right, so that hopefully you don't
rehabilitation.
repeat this. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
then-
have them sit down with Madam, and Madam asks them if they want to be a woman or a man with one leg, and
do you want to be a drug addict or do you want to be a man with no penis? What do you want to be?
or a woman.
Oh, yeah, those are woman with no penis. Those are getting hard to
What the
find.
I muted you guys and then I just unmuted it. I'm like, what the hell?
You missed a lot.
Madam really,
You
really
missed a little
brought
bit
up
from
the
the beginning.
The Honorable Remy Q presiding.
Value the high, even other than family. Yeah, it's see, the thing is like I had a cousin who he was 17 and he was in an awful car
What up,
accident,
Razor?
and it wasn't his fault. And he broke both of his arms and broke both of his femurs, his legs, and he had to be in the hospital. And he got addicted to the dope that they gave him.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he was out of the hospital. He was an addict,
Oh.
and because he could not continue to get those painkillers that helped him while he was, with 4 broken limbs.
How old was he?
He was 23 when they started. He died he's 17 when this accident happened, and he died a heroin addict at
Jesus Christ.
23.
That's terrible.
Living in a halfway house in Texas.
And you hear a lot of stories like that where people's gateway to addiction was through the medical field. But
It almost always is.
I am in no way trying to be insensitive, and it might sound that way, but that is such a small percentage of people that are given those drugs by the medical field that find themselves down that path versus
I think
the
it's
totality.
suburbia. I think it's
versus the totality of people that are given those drugs by the medical field. Those drugs are ridiculously dangerous, and the medical field just didn't know what they were doing.
They did, though. That's the thing. That's why that's why that pharmaceutical Purdue Pharma has gotten sued.
Purdue knew what they were doing. The doctors, I think, doctors get complacent and naive like crazy these
I don't know
days.
if they knew or not.
I do.
I can't speak to that. I know that there are documentaries out there. I think what you say is probably true. Is the majority of them didn't know the addictive properties, probably because they weren't told.
You want to hear something crazy? Because I work with animals, so like I deal
a lot
with
of the same drugs are.
I deal with medicines every day.
Yeah,
we have a vet here that prescribes animals Prozac.
Yep.
So I will never be convinced ever, because I know better, that you have to be careful of your doctors, like you have to be careful of everything, because they're fucking hacks that are complacent or don't care, just like normal fucking humans. Most of them are probably great, compassionate, loving people.
There's always a few.
But they're humans in a business, just like every other human in a business. And the second you give an SSRI to a fucking canine, you're a quack. That's crazy.
I just want to point
The
something
dog
out.
is sad.
No, I was going to say, Razor says he was arrested because he was too good looking. Sir, if I
Hey,
can
man.
offer you some legal advice, you have a lawsuit on your hands.
We got to figure out what country that happened in. It wasn't this one, bro.
Shout out to
Sorry.
Razor.
It's good to have a high opinion.
Yeah, it is. Self-worth matters. I cleaned a rental yesterday filled with a guy's clothes and pictures, families, Bibles, and paintings I watched on video walk out the night before, carrying only a small box. Almost curious what he took.
Drugs. Money.
Was he acting out the final scene
Jewelry.
of the Jerk starring Steve Martin? He was like, all I need is this little box.
Yeah. All right, guys. I gotta go. I gotta
That was
do
that was a
adult
deep cut.
stuff.
Hey, yo.
Have
Say
fun
that.
No, I
adulting.
mean, this is adulting. I know, but like, basically, I have to trade my time for pay. So I need to go and trade my
Hey.
time for pay. Okay.
So proud of you, girl.
Not to know he
Go
didn't have
get
a
your
chair.
money.
All right.
Get your money, girl. Get your paper up.
Get my dollar bills taken off these.
Get
All
your
right, I'll
money,
see
even
y'all.
though we all know if you were a man,
Be safe.
All right, Caroline.
This is the most safe feminist place.
I
that-
would say you're welcome
Friday.
for platforming you, but it's assumed.
Always assumed.
Always assumed.
All right, you guys take care. Be safe.
All right.
Bye.
What are any of y'all going to check out the new Transformers this weekend? I feel like this one's going to go a little bit more under the radar, and people are going to see it when they see it because it's animated.
Not this weekend. I want to see it, but not this weekend. I'm super
what you got
busy.
better to do?
I'm working.
Over the weekend? That sucks.
Yeah, this is the first time in a long time that I'm working over the weekend, but I'm sneaking out on Saturday to go see Superman, the Christopher Reeve story.
Fuck yes.
And then I'll be back. I'm working all day Saturday and Sunday. I worked last night till about fucking 11 p.m. Today the same thing. I'll be working. So there's not going to be an in the mix. I just wanted to, everybody to whatever.
I can't look at this movie poster right here without like it just like you just feel it. Like, man, you feel the hairs on your arm stand up and
you tear up a little bit. I think.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for it, which I'd seen the trailer, but
I cried, dude. I cried in the fucking trailer.
They played the trailer before Transformers 1.
Oh, they did?
They played it on the big screen on IMAX before Transformers 1 started last night. And I'm sitting there just wiping my eyes. And Kyle's looking at me like, I don't know how we're going to get through this shit.
Yeah, I'm prepared to cry. I'm prepared to get one of those headaches from holding in the tears for so long. And then shit just hurts. And then you let out one of these.
You know what's crazy? Look, so you know that Finn's sitting next to me, and that trailer starts, and you hear Christopher Reeves talking about how people are perceiving him. He's like, and I'm not a superhero. I'm just me. And Finn goes, yes, you are. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
Finn is too awesome for his age, man.
He is, but he looks at Christopher Reeves like that's Superman, and he even asks me during the trailer because seeing Christopher Reeves in the wheelchair and stuff, he's like, "Daddy, can Superman die?" I said, and I told him the truth. I said, "Legends never die, big guy." He's like, "Good."
Oh, not to switch gears, but it's kind of on the same topic. So I was on Triple G on Wednesday. I'm sorry, and my internet was terrible. Whatever. But one of the questions that he asked during the interview portion was, if you can wipe one of them out, which one would you wipe out that they never existed? Marvel or DC? No, Marvel or DC.
All day long, like, and this is tough because my favorite character of all time is Hulk, but I'd still wipe out Marvel just because as a whole.
So that's what I said. I was just like, I'm going to fall on a grenade. For me, I'm a Marvel guy. My favorite character is the Hulk, Punisher, Venom, Wolverine, whatever. But story-wise, DC has the greatest stories of all time. Like if you Google top 10 graphic novels, there's not a Marvel on there. Except I think The Marvels is probably the only one that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah, but Watchmen, The Killing Joke, Batman Returns,
Alan Moore Swamp Thing run,
Swamp Thing, all that stuff. For the medium of comic books,
Superman.
Yeah, DC just whatever.
And not just that, like
and I said all of this shit while wearing a Marvel Comics t-shirt.
Yeah, but that's honest, that's fair. That's like good critique of something, because again, my favorite character of all time is the Incredible Hulk. But I think when it comes down to it, the world needs Superman. The world needs now. They changed the zeitgeist of society for the past 100 years. You know what I mean? They did that. The Trinity, like none of it's anything without.
Is Marvel the one that has X-Men and the Avengers and all the and like,
way to show off your nerdism right now.
She got it right. She got it right.
Right. No, I don't. No, yeah, I'm just.
Hey, I gotta get my credit in when I can. Okay.
Yeah, DC's
Some
the
people
Justice
question
League
why I'm
and
here.
Marvel is the Avengers.
So I would get rid of DC too.
There's a couple people still watching. Fire off in the chat. What would you keep, DC or Marvel? Is it keep it or erase it from the past?
But they never existed, so they never existed.
Which one are you keeping and which one are you erasing from the past?
Yeah, no, Superman, I think. Like, I'm not a Superman guy by any stretch of the imagination as far as the comic books, but Superman is the.
She's not just another pretty face. She's the only pretty face here.
You lucky I got my camera off because my face is beat.
What were you gonna say though? Like, you're not a Superman comics guy.
I'm not a Superman comics guy, but I do recognize Superman is the greatest comic book character of all time. Even though he's not my favorite, Superman transcends the medium of comic books and movies and all that stuff. Like, he's in the zeitgeist.
It's really tough because I feel that the two are very different. Not only, you know, very not only just in the concept of whether you want to go with the gods versus the people, which is not entirely true because there's a lot of average Joes in DC that are heroes and stuff too.
Think about the people.
But it's, you know, I think that there's, to me, and I might be wrong on this, but passively off the top of the head, I see a lot more morality stories and
At
challenges. See, I was about to say with Marvel.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that Marvel knew what morals were anymore.
And when I say morality, I mean, when I'm talking about morality, I mean more kind of like, you know, more talking about like reflecting society, stuff that's going on in society, and challenging your thought-provoking kind of concept with, you know, X-Men
right there and just bring up like and ask what are some of the, because we're talking about passwords, what are some that might come to mind when you think of those examples? Just one or two.
Well, what I think of the lot of what ran in the late 60s and 70s in Marvel. So even, you know, from everything from Luke Cage and Black Panther to you know, the X-Men's and, you know, a lot of the different elements that was going on, they were on the forefront. Now at times there was still stuff that by today's standards was very racist in a lot of it.
Yeah, but they're trying to push the envelope and
they're trying to push the envelope. And I feel, well, DC was also doing some of that
times.
Yeah, DC was doing some of that too. I felt that they weren't quite on the forefront during that time, but DC definitely has a strong history and still provides a different moral compass when you talk about characters like Superman and Batman, you know, where they have a lot more characters that are rooted. I think that were rooted that aren't as many. They don't have as many of these gray area heroes, or at least historically they didn't.
Yeah,
it was a lot more.
I think that's good in a way. And then there's some that, well, just to call to some of the examples, I was thinking of why you said that, why I went DC. I was thinking of like Speedy in the iconic Green Arrow run that Neil Adams did with Green Arrow, Green Lantern run, where they touched on drug addiction. I was thinking of how they felt it was super important to get John Stewart into Green Lantern, like in the time that they did it. Like they brought him in. Black Lightning was over there in that time.
Yep.
So I think that the comics as a medium in that era was doing a great job of spearheading a lot of social issues, though. But in terms of just like non-ambiguous morality, I think that DC would take the cake by far because of how their differences are so stark contrast, in a sense that Marvel's very street level, like you were saying, how it's reflection very much of its time, and DC will have stories like that forever. But when you take a step back and look at it, you're looking at modern day mythology. You're looking at gods. We're watching the stories of gods unfold in our pages, much like the Greeks did back in the day when they told those stories of Zeus and all this. Like they're representative of it in a way. Social issues, go woke, go broke. I love you, T-Dubs.
That's a good correlation, Mark. Yeah.
Shout out to T. Taylor Winder, baby. Speaking of Taylor Winder has a fantastic piece going up for Comics Curing Cancer on October 5th during the comic book auction. That thing is
comic book art auction.
Comic book art auction, I'm sorry, on Saturday. Taylor Winder's piece is phenomenal. DJ Link's internet is so slow.
It is, and he drew when he felt inspired to do a piece to try to raise money and help the battle against the supervillain Cancer. Do you know where his mind went? DC Comics. Yeah,
when I opened that piece, I got a bunch of the pieces were sent to me. A few of them were sent to Rob, specifically from the Comics Curing Cancer art book, which there are 10 still available.
So if you don't have one, or you didn't have the funds to pick one up when we first dropped them, now's your chance.
Yeah, so I opened up Taylor's piece, and all the pieces are beautiful. But his was one of the first ones that I received. Like he did the assignment like instantaneously and sent the piece. And his is a finished piece, so it hits different. So I opened it. I just like welled up, man. And
DJ's actually on the hook for having to buy it no matter how much someone bids up, because he got his tears on it. So it's tear stained by DJ. So we talked about it. He has to buy it.
I just got in the James Pesco piece. Which was also DC. Ooh, there you go.
Wow.
That John Stewart's crazy good.
He's injecting Cancer with needles, not.
It's a menorah.
Yeah, it's got a few less.
There's more than tears on it.
Yo, legit. Roscoe's was another one. I opened Roscoe's. I was just like, Jesus Christ, this thing is just like hit me right in the feels, man. And that's what good art does, man. It elicits an emotion out of the person watching it.
I do want
Roscoe's a
to.
master.
I know this is off topic, but I do want to let anyone know that with on the McFarlane toy store today, if you place an order, if you buy anything, you spend $30, they're including a complimentary Burgess Meredith Penguin action figure to celebrate the release of Penguin. So you get a $20 free action figure with your purchase today. I want to throw that
That's
out
interesting.
there.
You know what else is, if you like that art, is that you can get the cover art, the Austin LeMay cover art on the Fat Stacks merch site. You've got the Comics Curing Cancer 2024 exclusive t-shirt with the nice big Austin LeMay logo on the back there, available in big boy sizes stuff. So with all the profit from all the items are going to Comics Curing Cancer. So
How many ounces is that coffee cup?
it's a standard mug.
Standard meaning what? 8 ounces?
No, it's not a cup. It's a mug. It's
What is
mug.
a standard mug?
How many
It's
ounces?
11 ounces. It's 11 ounces.
11.
11.
You sure didn't have to say a lot of words just to say 11. I'm just with you, Rob. Don't get mad at me, man. I'm just playing, man.
Yes. Well,
That's a good size coffee cup, then. That's worth it for sure.
Standard mug is 11 to 12 ounces versus a cup, which is 8 ounces.
Okay. Thank you.
Anywho, there you are.
Yeah.
Did you get your coffee, madam?
I got the whole cup, and now it's empty.
I kept refilling mine because my Link Squad freaking mug, it keeps getting emptied somehow.
Yo, shout out to that Link Squad, dog.
You need to have a refillable coffee cup that just keeps refilling from the bottom.
I just filmed this idea, right? I just filmed this idea. I filmed this video, right? So it's an idea that I was gonna put up for the Link Squad members. So usually every month, I'll buy a book and then I'll send it to the winner of the Link Squad. But then I was thinking about this, and you guys are both channel members, and madam, please, I would love your opinion. So instead of sending like an item for the month, give the person that wins, and let's say it's you, Rob, that wins this month, the links box, you'll get a credit to use at C3. So if you see a $200 book, you can get that $200 book, or you could get $20 books. I'll pay for all those books by donating that money to C3.
Oh, that's cool. Like a C3 gift card.
Yeah. But so it's that. So it's so I make like $210, but I'll up it to $250, and that $250 has to go entirely to C3 as a credit, and I'll pay for it.
That's wonderful.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How are you going to distribute that credit?
I mean, it's up to the person. Like the person can either pay for it, and
how does the person get chosen to be the person?
Oh, we draw for the links box this Friday. So I mean, not this Friday, the 27th. So yeah, Rob, let's say Rob wins, and then I'll talk with Rob and be like, yo, like you got this $250 credit. You could use it towards, let's say, a $500 book. You pay $250, and then I'll pay the other $250, and now you got a $500 book.
Very cool.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I hope I win.
I hope Mrs.
There's a first time for everything.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how everybody could win, and I think like more people could win that way, and more money goes to C3 and stuff. But then at the same time, if somebody needs the money, I'm happy to, people,
you never give money though.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, that was my idea. So I filmed that video today. Hopefully I'll get a chance just to upload it, unedited or anything like that, for members, and people could weigh in on that. And thank you, chat, Stephen C, Link Squad members, Circumstances as well, for their insight.
Stephen with the C is the man.
Yeah,
Vlogs likes the idea too.
You've been riding.
Thanks, Vloggies.
OG.
Shout out to Razor. Oh, Razor and Circumstances in the chat, baby.
Oh, excuse me.
I would like for Razor to join FOC and chill.
Yeah.
Like the link is always.
Why doesn't Razor join right now? Can he not join right now?
Oh yeah, Razor, hop on.
Hop on.
Does he have the link?
Let me go get my my cup of water just in case I go into a
You're
laughing
gonna
rage.
have to tell him the link, I think.
Send them a link.
Boom, boom, do, 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 do,
James
do,
Pass, go Green Lantern.
Copy. Yeah,
What up,
that's
Ben Compton?
John Stewart. John
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 Trev.
Stewart. John
Stewart.
Stewart.
Oh, here you go. Here's something
Razor, I
might
linked
dig.
you up in your IGDM, homie.
Mazel
You might
tov.
dig this one. This came from House of L.
Schrodinger circumcision. Oh, that looks
Nice.
fantastic. They
Ooh,
reprinted that
nice.
in treasury size here recently. It's fantastic.
In treasury size, which is
awesome.
crazy. Look at Rob with that great wall.
Marcus Razor has never acknowledged me ever.
So, courtesy of House of L Comics.
Shout out to House of L. Great cat, man. Great cat. What else I got on? Oh, come on. So
What's
I'm
going
not
on, Boggs? Does Clark Clint go to the eye doctor to keep up his charade? If so, why does the eye doctor recognize him when he takes his glasses off? That's a valid question. He probably just buys them at Walgreens.
Yeah.
Those are just fake glasses anyway, because he doesn't need them. So why would he just need?
Oh man, in like the Superman movies. Obviously, I love the Christopher Reeve Superman movies, but it's insane how when him and Lois are on the boat and they're in their room, and then she figures out that he's Superman and throws the thing into the fire, and he goes to get it, and just the change from him being Clark to him turning into Superman in that scene, it was like insane. And he didn't do anything but just straighten his posture and then get put on a serious face. But the transformation was incredible. I'm gonna cry in this movie.
So what you're saying is acting.
Yeah, I think they should bring that back. Acting. Speaking of acting, I watched the first 2 episodes of Agatha All Along yesterday.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
Yeah, madam. I was watching. I was going. I'm gonna give it a shot, but I was. I don't know. The dialogue, the writing was so bad. It reminded me of, and this is why I hated ABC shows back in like a Desperate Housewives, where it doesn't know what it wants to be, if it wants to be funny, if it wants to be dramatic, whatever.
It's a damn McGriddle.
Yeah, it's the McGriddle of TV shows, exactly, Rob.
It doesn't know what it wants to be. Is it fucking pancakes or your eggs or your what? It's just I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I hate it. It's just there.
Yeah. So I was watching. I was just like, yo, what the fuck is this?
What about Chaos?
I haven't started it. Jeff Goldblum is in it, and I was just like, damn, I need to watch this. But I chose to watch because I was homesick the other day, so I chose to watch Rebel Moon 1 and 2, the director's cuts.
Those are sexy.
I burned 6 hours and change watching Rebel Moon 1 and 2.
Watch
Phenomenal.
Chaos.
Not a fan, huh?
Chaos should be next.
Yeah, that's on my list. No, I think it was because we watched the original Rebel Moon when it was first released. And it was bad. Like they just cut out all the story. So I'm like, why should I care about this character from the beginning? But everything, like the stuff that was missing from part 1 in the director's cut, it was great. So I gave it 4 stars. Like it was really good. Part 2 was amazing. For me, it had the best like climatic ending since Endgame. Like I was just sitting there on the sofa, jaw agape. Insert joke.
Not it was the joke I was going to insert.
No, it wasn't a joke. Yeah, it was phenomenal, man. Rebel Moon. I don't even know what the name of it is. The second one. What was the name, Mark?
The Scar Giver was the name of the first part. I don't
the
remember the second part for the director's cut at all.
Yeah. So Scar Giver was the PG-13 version, and it's
Was
not
it?
one of those things where it's just adding like
it's a Child of Fire.
Chalice of Blood.
Chalice of Blood is the new one. Yeah, Chalice of Blood, and then I don't know what part 2 was. I just call them director's cuts. I put some respect on their name.
See, L3 gets it. He was I was like super hyped out.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, what up, Bueller? Climatic.
Bueller.
I'm sorry, E-Man. Climatic. I'm from New York. It's climatic. It was a climatic ending. Yo, that Super Mario had a climatic ending.
There you are.
Bueller shot you the link too if you want to hop on, Bueller.
I'm about to run out to
Is
Best Buy.
Razor gonna hop on, or is he?
I don't know. He might have dipped. He might have just been popping in while he's working.
Okay.
Yeah, some people work.
Yeah. Shout out to Razor doing the
What's
YouTube
that?
grind, man.
This stuff I would normally be doing, but took the day off.
I already had 3 meetings today, dude. Because I had to schedule.
I'm sure hell is happening at work because it's Friday near end of month, and I took the day off, and I got a new hire there. But my boss said, "Go ahead, you deserve a day off. Take a day off." And I said, "All right."
No, I had to schedule all my because I'm so focused on like all this executing stuff. I had to schedule my meetings outside of work hours, and I'd
Damn, you
rather
do
have
executions. That's awesome. What
Yo,
method?
dog.
He's going to find a new line of work. I think he's not being stimulated enough.
The Anton Chigurh air thing to the head. Bah, that's my form of.
Okay. Well, Madam wants something more stimulating, so maybe we can do electric chair.
That'd be stimulating.
Yeah.
I feel that's really torture. I think a firing squad would be the way to go.
What?
She said,
"Oh no, not you." My
Oh,
bad. There was a guy just walking by, just yelling in front of my house. So that I was just like, "What?" To him.
Isn't that normal in New York?
Yeah. Oh, remember? Did I ever share the video with you with the guy that would pass by in front of my house just talking to himself?
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did. So it was this guy that he would just literally walk by, and
a lot to say.
Yeah, he would talk to himself, and then he would like do like these album reviews, and he's having like a conversation as 2 different people, and I haven't seen him in a long couple of years, man. And it's funny because we're like, damn, where the hell is Will? Like, it's one of those where they just become like staples in the neighborhood, and then when they're gone, it's just like, damn, I miss those.
They probably died. Yeah.
or committed. I'm pretty sure he's committed.
There's Bueller. What's up, homie?
Horrible.
What's going on, guys?
What's up,
Bueller?
Good. Where are you posted up at this week?
I am right outside of Baltimore, probably about 15 miles.
Oh, you're doing the con this weekend?
Yeah, I was gonna go today, but I was spent the last couple of days in Washington D.C. kind of exploring and everything. So I'm just like exhausted, so I'm just gonna.
Is that your first time in D.C.?
No, I was here a couple of years ago with my son, and that was the first time. And when I was here, I was a lot more out of shape back then and stuff. So I really struggled. So this time, I think the first day I walked like 24 miles the other day, and yesterday I did like 18 miles just walking around and seeing stuff. So, but today I'm just kind of relaxing, and then I think I'll go to the con on Sunday, and then from there I got to take off to New Jersey. So,
do you get hassled? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
I was going to say it sounds cliche, but me and the wife want to go do the museums in DC so bad. I
want to go to the Smithsonian so bad.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Bueller, do you get
Bueller?
What?
Trav, what was your favorite thing to see in Washington?
I really like the Lincoln Memorial and the Jefferson Memorial are really nice. As far as the museums, I've been to all of them now, and the Natural History Museum is really nice. The American History Museum is nice. I finally got to go to the Space and Science one this time because it was closed last time I was here, and it was okay. It wasn't as it wasn't worth the wait, I guess, because I've been to other ones and stuff like that. But just the whole mall and the whole environment, just seeing everything. And in case nobody's been there, all the museums are free. They don't cost nothing to go in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but if you eat at the cafe in the museums, like the food is very expensive. But the museums themselves, they're all free. It's part of our government and stuff like that. So you can go to any one of those museums. It's all free. You do have to get like an online ticket. It's a free ticket. They just spread it out so people don't all rush at the same time and stuff. And as long as you get one of those, you can go to all the museums, and it's nice. It's a good time.
Have you ever been to the White House?
I got closer to it this time than the last time I was here. They had something going on, so it was really blocked off, and now you can get all the way up to the fence and stuff. So this time I was able to get up to the fence, and so I got a little bit closer view of it, which it doesn't translate good when you take a picture because cameras don't really work that way on your phone. But in person, you're a little bit closer. But it was kind of fun. And the Capitol building also, I got a little bit closer to that because last time it was being repaired from the January 6th stuff.
I was about to say, last time you were there wasn't in a January, was it?
No, it was. I mean, it was after that, but they still
got them.
They still had everything. Closed down and fixed and stuff like that.
So what I'm hearing is a man in a bus now has the pictures of the White House and the Capitol building that he needed.
Yeah, that's exactly how that was.
Walking around with those guns.
Yeah, the bus is not in the pictures with those. The bus
nothing getting dragged here.
Yeah, this stream, like last week's stream, is definitely getting
meaning his machine, meaning his guns, is those arms, man.
Yeah, I don't have any like actual guns on the bus. People ask me that if I have any weapons. It's like, I'm okay with guns, but like every state law is different.
It's different.
When you're moving around, it's
you might go in one state and it's illegal to have it there. In other states, it's different. So it's like, it's something you kind of have to go, well, I'm not going to do that. So I've never been really a gun guy, but people ask me that and I go, that's the main reason I don't carry them with me.
I would have said, yes, I have them on the bus. Don't fuck with me.
Well, so far, knock on wood, I've been on the bus 3 years and nobody's coming knocking on the door. So I've been fine. So.
What has been your weirdest or oddest encounter, or something that's happened to you aside from the bus breaking down during your travels?
Well, knock on wood again, the bus hasn't broke down for over a year, which is fantastic. I haven't had any really major, besides like getting new tires, which everybody does that. That's no big deal. But there was one time I was in Minnesota, and I was out at this campsite, and it was kind of in a really small town, and I'm just sitting outside my bus, and it's pretty, wooded area. And this guy comes running out of the woods. No shoes, no nothing on. Pretty much he just has like jean shorts on that are all cut up and stuff like that. And he's making a beeline straight towards me. I mean, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And he's just coming. So I get up, and I'm standing up. I'm like, what's up, man? And he's like, he looks at me, he goes, they're after me. The government's after me. They've been following me this whole time. And it just launches off into this conspiracy theory thing, and like they're watching him and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I go, they're doing the same thing to me. It's stuff, just trying to thump the guy down. And then like he didn't know what to do, so then he ran off like down a little bit, and like he started banging on someone else's RV, and then he ran right back into the woods, man, and never saw him again. And like
government got him.
Yeah, got him. But these are not like these are really thick, dense woods. So I'm pretty sure the guy like living out there and stuff like that. And I've seen a lot of naked people. It's kind of weird. A lot of naked people just walking.
Does that say more about them or you? Because I don't ever run into naked people.
Well, you're not in the right place, I guess.
I've run into some naked people.
Yeah. So when in Rome is what I'm hearing.
It's kind of weird, man, because it's like,
officer, I'm not armed, as you can see.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's kind of it, but for the most part, it's been pretty tame. I've been to some places where I was like, I don't know if I should be here and stuff like that, but it always works out. So
nice.
But yeah, 3 years, so it's been fun.
As long as your van doesn't say like, Central Intelligence Plumbing or something on the side, I think you're okay.
Most people think it's like comics, like a comedian type thing. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
If I can point out, Bueller's truck or van, I believe, is not hot pink.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
black, which is the worst color to have a black. It gets so
gets
hot.
warm.
If Spidey were here, he would know what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Way to bring it back to the beginning of the show.
I know.
Several hours ago.
The whole time.
Yeah. I'm gonna head out, guys. I'm gonna run to Best Buy and grab that modem. Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend and everything. And Bueller, enjoy your travels.
Thanks.
Yes.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
And then DJ was gone. Oh my goodness.
Madam, you're looking pretty beautiful today.
Well, thank you. I woke up just like this.
Yeah, that's how it works for me as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not in common.
Mm-hmm.
How much effort did you have to put into it before you went to bed then?
0. Let's see.
Kidding.
0. Yeah, there's no maintaining anything. I just naturally walk around and look coiffed.
I know the feeling. Yeah.
It just matters whether you go to bed alone. If you look good the next morning, that's kind of how it works.
Yeah.
No, I had the dog. The dog's eyes, I always look good.
The dog counts.
The dog's eyes, I always look good. Right?
He looks at you. I'm sure he looks at you with as much love as possible, and you take that adoration as unconditional love.
She looks at me like, "Are you gonna feed me?"
Yeah.
And she's looking at me like going, where the hell is your wife? She's not liking the fact that my wife has been out of town for the last couple of days because she's bonded heavily to my wife, so they spend much more time together than I do. I'm just the food provider.
I was about to say, despite your cooking,
she comes to me at 8:30 in the morning, 8:30 at night, almost religiously expect to get food. Nobody else can feed her apparently. But,
that's how my dogs are. Oh, I say my dogs, but that's how my wife's dog and Finn's dog are.
Right. So, yeah. Anywho.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know about you, but my butt's getting sore from sitting here.
You guys
been here for
over 3 hours.
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
What? I don't know how you guys do it. I just,
it really flew by. I think.
Especially for those of us on the West Coast.
Well, for me, it's easy because I get up early and it's like my day off on Fridays, and I'm either running kids to school or they went to school. And here shortly, would cut it because it's time to go like grab lunch and get ready to go pick the younger one up. So it's just a good time slot just to hang out with people, and I'll sit here and do stuff on the other tab, or it's just a time to hang out and be semi-productive while I get to relax from the week.
Yeah.
If for some reason I wake up at 4:30 in the morning to be here.
For some reason I do too, because I feel like I can hide out here.
There you go.
Well,
but I do have an eye appointment I have to go to today.
What's the matter with your eye?
Nothing, hopefully.
Okay, you said eye, like not eye.
Well, I have an eye appointment.
Got me worried. Like there's something.
Who says they have an eyes appointment?
Just got me worried.
I have an appointment with the optometrist.
Okay.
I have to do just a regular checkup, but also because diabetes, every year they want to do an exam, take a picture of your retina and stuff, make sure you're not having any diabetic issues and whatnot too. So
okay,
that's all. Hopefully, that's all.
No patch next week.
Yeah, no. I had other plans for the day, but because I'm not been feeling well, I'm just gonna go spend a day. I'll do a little bit of stuff here, prepping for some work or some C3 stuff, and I'll spend some downtime. Maybe I'll start watching Chaos.
Rob,
you definitely.
I did see that.
That's a good time. You saw Trav?
No, I saw the comic book that he was.
Oh.
I did seriously contemplate picking up the book, but I didn't.
You didn't get this?
No. I decided that I have to be better about not just grabbing everything that catches my eye.
That's fair, but like just drop a shitty book. We all have shitty books on our pool.
I only picked up one book this week.
What? I admire your self-restraint, Rob. I think.
Well, I mean, I picked up 3 copies, but I mean, I only picked up one book. It was the final issue of Star Wars Darth Vader.
Oh, yeah.
You had to get the A cover, but then the Common Cully
cover.
the Common Coley cover was good, and then the Jang 1 in 25 was fire. So
Did
Yeah,
you
I
I got all
track
the-
down the Jang one.
I've been
you-
getting all the 1 in 25s on for the Star Wars and Darth Vader books anyway. So
did you like that monster book?
I haven't read it yet. I love Mark Spears' art. I grabbed a copy to put in the little Legion loot giveaway. But I love the Universal horror monsters, and so I'm like, I'm definitely going to give it a shot.
Yeah.
Support him on his own like little his own solo endeavor,
Yeah, Mark is from Alabama, and like when I was just in Alabama, he reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, I got this book coming out. Can you make sure it's on your video?" I was like, "Yeah, no problem, Mark." And then we were supposed to go have lunch and stuff on Saturday, and then he stood me up because Alabama football was on, and apparently that's a huge thing in Alabama. So he's like, "Dude, I watch football all day because I feel really bad, because I really wanted to go and hang out with you and stuff." I said, "Well, I'll come back, in a few weeks and stuff." So, but Mark's a really good guy. Apparently him and Robbie from Pop Culture Philosophers used to work together 20 years ago at a comic shop. And so him and Robbie are really good friends.
That's pretty
And
cool.
yeah, they grew up in the same area, and he did the Spawn covers and stuff, which are awesome. And
He's had some Action Comics ratios here recently too.
Yeah.
That Lobo sitting at the dinner table is just
yeah, he does a good job. So I mean, he sounds like a really nice guy. So I was looking forward to hanging out with him. So next time I'm in town, we're gonna go. And I every time I go to a town, I'm like, hey, they're like, "Hey, you want to go out to lunch?" I go, "Yeah." I go, "Can you take me somewhere that's local? I don't want to go to like Red Robin,
that's where me and my wife met.
let's go to Applebee's.
Yeah, I don't want Applebee's or Outback.
Me and my wife met at Red Robin years and years ago.
Oh.
Hey,
I was working there as a second job for extra money, and she started working there. That's when we first met.
nice.
Did you
Young
have them
miss.
cater your wedding?
No,
You should have. Maybe you could have done that for free.
but we didn't get married while we worked there. We just met there.
I'm just saying.
I worked with my wife for a
That's
short
cute.
period of time too, but that was after we met though.
She
both
hated
worked at
me
the-
when we first met, as do most people.
Yeah, that's
He
fair.
hated you when you first met?
Yeah, because
Mark is an acquired taste.
very true.
What did you do right away?
So like we closed. This was like our first week, and we closed. And if you know how Red Robin works, like they have you have the kitchen, and then you have like the expo station, but the cooks can put dishes up on the hot table for the servers to pull down and garnish them before they take them out. So when everything was taken down at night, like I'd been there for a while, and like she was literally up on the expo table with her knees wiping down the lamp. I'm like, "Yo, will you get off the food safe surface and grab the ladder behind you or ask for help?" And just from pointing out like you shouldn't have your body on the food safe surface, she's like, "Fuck that, dude."
That was
Lo
a
and
kind of
behold.
And then she
Lo
and then
behold,
she did.
It was a douchey way to say it. I would have thought the same thing.
There, I said it so you didn't have
I
to.
don't know how to say anything other than direct.
No.
That was douchey.
She didn't.
I agree.
It wasn't on the food safe table, right? She didn't get mayonnaise anywhere, right?
No, there was no food on it. She just like, "Why the fuck are you on a food?"
No,
safe?"
no, I was making
That's
a
a
reference to something else.
Oh, I
I
guess
was making a
you-
Clerks 2 reference to.
Gotcha.
So mine is the opposite. See, my ex-wife liked me at first, but now she hates me. So I mean, that's
Well, then I sound like
Hence,
we're doing
hence
it right.
she's an
then.
ex-wife, right?
Yeah, it sounds like we're doing it right. Never marry someone you like at first sight. Got it.
yeah. My
I met
ex-wife,
my,
she turned me down the first few times I asked her out and stuff. And I just kept at it, and eventually she had no choice. So
He's like,
Stop
after she
stalking.
was tied up in the van, she agreed.
chloroform and Stockholm syndrome. I met my wife in high school, so in chemistry
fair.
class of all places.
Well, that's cute.
Later we worked at the same amusement park in town because that's where every high school kid worked anyway. So did you work
Not
at
the
the
one where
amusement
the
park?
person got decapitated, though, right?
No, not at my park. No, the worst we had somebody die, and somebody when a guest had their leg basically shattered to a billion pieces because they were on one of those like ski lift coasters, and one of the guys lost his hat And so he went past a gate that said, employee entrance only, then went past an 8-foot tall chain link fence to retrieve his hat into the ride area as the coaster came down and some lady's leg hit him in the head, which always I thought was great. And they're all, oh, well, the whole, they're suing because you didn't have, the guy didn't speak English, so he didn't know he wasn't supposed to be there. I said, motherfucker, going through a gate and climbing an 8-foot chain link fence to me is the international language of you don't belong here.
But it wasn't electrified, so clearly it's okay. If you're capable of climbing it, you're allowed to climb it.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would we build a fence?
Fences are
Without
made.
electrifying it just to
or a
probably
wall.
to
Why
keep
build a
dogs
wall?
or cats from running in there or something.
I'm a big fan
Right.
of electric fences. I think they need to be like a comeback. I'd really like one
Having-
around my property.
Having been caught in an electric fence, I will tell you, they're not all that.
Have you tried peeing on one though?
No. And because electric fences are typically pulses, they're not constant stream of electricity.
Okay.
They're generally pulses. So it doesn't, and your stream isn't a constant stream either. It doesn't really work that way. But
Rob, as somebody who has pissed on electric fences, I don't know if I agree with you.
Yeah.
all right, well, I will say that at least the electric fence I was caught up in, it was a pulsing fence, not a constant
This
stream.
isn't like a metal fence. This is one that you keep horses in with.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Like,
was
it's just
for
a-
keeping life. Yeah.
Like the rubber cord, not rubber, but the cord that's just
Yeah,
flat and
I
wide
agree.
and, you
This is
piss
for
on those
keeping
motherfuckers,
livestock in.
You'll be thinking where was the pulse at?
Oh, this was pulsing because I remember we were going into the pen, into the enclosure to ride. My friend's property was almost exclusively the enclosure for the animals, and so we were going in to ride bikes in there. And in the process, he handed me the wire, and it slipped and it wrapped around my arm.
Oh,
And so I was trying to unwrap it, and so as I'd unwrap it, then it would
Ugh,
pulse.
ugh,
And you'd
ugh.
pulse and you'd drop it and it would get more tangled. And then you're trying to unwrap it some more and you get.
That's awesome.
Wow.
We have my great aunt lives in Blakely, Georgia, which if you're looking at the map, it's like the bottom left of Georgia. It's like a county over from Alabama. Like you can walk back and forth over time zones kind of thing, And they had a peanut farm and horses forever until she got older. They slowly sold it off, and the band Rascal Flatts bought a large part of the back end of her property to have a spot down there in the sticks because it's country.
Mhm.
But we'd go down there in the summertime and spend a week, and it was always fun. It's like the stereotypical country stuff, like go find the creek or the river and find a tall point and jump off the
crick?
little
Find
no,
the
that's
crick?
weird.
Oh.
But you jump off like the 10, 12-foot spots on
Right.
the waterfalls and stuff, and you have the rope swings, and you get excited to shoot some fireworks off and shoot one off and then get fussed at because you done scared the horses off, and now they're worried about if they can find them. Like, they'll come back when they get hungry.
That's
They don't
fair.
always, apparently.
So when I was a kid, we lived out in the country. And I had an older brother, and across the street from our place was a bunch of horses. They had a fence, and it was an electric fence. And my brother would always say, "Hey, the electric fence is not on today." He goes, "You should go touch it." And I'm just looking up to my big brother like, "Oh man, okay, cool. I'm gonna go touch the fence." Needless to say, it was never off. It was always on. Every time I touched that goddamn thing, man, I felt it every time. But it probably got
So you fell for it multiple times.
I was just gonna say, like, this happened like a couple times, apparently.
Yeah, but he was winning his big brother's favor every time, and that's what counted.
Yeah, I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I would listen to whatever he told me. So, but
when I was like 5, I remember my
he
brother
kinda
was
pulled-
gonna brand me. He was gonna brand my arm with his brand he got from my papa, and
That
he
way,
was gonna
that way,
brand
he
his
knew that you were
initials.
his.
Huh?
That way, he knew you were his.
He just convinced me this was going to be a great idea. He was 6 years older than I was. He's heating it up on the stove. Our parents are gone. And I'm like, all right, whatever, Michael, I love you,
You
And
would
so he's
never
like,
do
"Try-"
anything to harm me.
God, the worst I only ever did was tell my brother when he got a paper cut or whatever that he should put lemon juice on it.
Yeah,
And then since we didn't have a lemon, all we had was the bottle of concentrated lemon juice.
Oh God.
He poured that on it and screamed bloody murder. But that's like the worst I ever did to him. My God, you guys
Yeah,
are
so
mean.
my brother had a brand on the stove and he was heating it up and I was looking at it and he was looking at me and I'm just like, okay, I guess we're gonna do this. And he's like, all right, turn your head and close your eyes so you don't get scared, right? I'm like, so I do that, and he takes a ice cube and puts it on my arm, and make me think like it's really burning, right? And I turn and look and I'm like, oh, you're gonna brand me? But like this is the torture I went through as a child, right? Like I'm gonna be branded.
And that you were going to allow it. That's
I
the
was
great
going to
part.
allow it, of course. Yeah.
My daughter,
I was,
when
it
she
was
was
5.
when she was like 17, she had told me and her mom that she wanted to get branded, to get some kind of design burnt in, and we're like, that's like the dumbest thing ever. And she's like, no, I'm going to do it when I turn 18 and stuff. And then 18 came around. She didn't fall through, thank God. And now I talk to her here, 10 years later. I go, remember when you wanted to get branded? She goes, yeah, don't remind me. That's so stupid. She's like, I don't know what the hell I was thinking back then and stuff. So I'm glad she never did it. But
Yeah, I was very glad that my youngest. So I have lots of tattoos. Neither one. My oldest has no desire to get tattoos, but my youngest wanted to get a tattoo. But they listened to me, and I said, okay, look, I don't have a problem, obviously, but I need you to do one thing for me. You need to follow my rules, which is you can come up with your design that you want, but then you need to sit on it for at least a year before. If you then you can, if you still want it, we can talk, because I'm not gonna, no, just I think this is cool right now type shit, right? And so they did that on their finally got their first one, and then they've agreed. They said that any future tattoos and stuff, they're going to follow the same process. They're going to wait at least a year after settling on a design before they move forward with anything. I said, all right, well,
I took my son to a Comic-Con, okay? Like the first, and this is when he was older, and he got his first tattoo at a Comic-Con. I was like, I'm not taking you to a Comic-Con ever again if that's what you're going to go there to get.
Rob, my cousin put in his living trust, he made some money. So he put in his living trust for his 3 children that you get $20,000 a year for every year you don't have a tattoo.
Oh, nice.
Good deal.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I have some caveats.
One of them being like, "Fuck, I'm gonna get."
Oh, I have caveats in mind. My living trust was like it's set up so it was like the kids, in order for them to get their money or something, they had to, if they were below a certain age, they had to be in school or in the military or vocational school or whatever, some kind of equivalent, or they had to do certain things. They couldn't have been committed any felonies. I put shit in there like that.
So you got a lot of rules to yours.
That's the joyful thing of a living trust. You can't. I mean, after it was only like while they're under. It's only while they're under 30, and it was like, and basically, it didn't mean that they didn't get anything necessarily. It just was like whether or not they were being supervised, whether or not somebody was assigned to supervise them, or whether or not they got the money. So, like, if they were up until 30, basically to try to limit that, I didn't want them. If something, God forbid, if something had happened early, coming up with a bunch of money, then just doing stupid shit while they're still young and not thinking
18,
about.
Here's a whole bunch of money.
Right, exactly. Although, in hindsight, I mean, I really could just think about my kids and realize who they are and how they are, and realize that I'm probably overthinking things because they're, not like that. They're not into that kind of weird shit. They're really, one's super wild, is a 4.0 fucking collegiate student, and the other one now is the oldest is the college graduate that is trying to get their government job, and they have no social media. They're probably the only 24-year-old on the planet with no social media presence.
You should make a different clause in your living trust and something.
How can you be a professional couch surfer without social media, though?
They're not a professional couch surfer.
No, they don't live at home without a job.
Oh, they do.
Okay,
but they don't go to the couch. Okay. They're in their bedroom in an office chair running 2 different computers simultaneously doing multiple things. All
Sounds
at
like some
once.
Pinky in the Brain shit right there, trying to take over the world.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get a government
what
job.
about a clause like don't get married until you're 30?
I wouldn't
That's a
want.
little late.
I'd be happy. I'd be happy if my kids got married.
I got married at 29.
I got married at 29 too.
I think I got married at. So wait, hold on.
They're gonna make me think.
No, I got my birthday was in September 1st, and then we got married October 28th. So it was 30.
I was 23.
That's 29. You were 23, but you met in like high school. So
Yeah, I'd been with my wife we'd been together as a couple for like 7 years.
so that makes sense then. It wasn't like a big wait. I mean, it wasn't like odd that like at 20.
We had waited until she graduated university and all the other stuff, but then we got married, and I wanted to wait a couple of years before we started having kids, so we were settled. And then I wanted to have kids. I want to be done having kids by 30, so that way by 50, hopefully I'd be about ready to kick, except for college. I'd be done with kids. I'd be moving them out.
Sorry,
that hasn't quite. Yeah, it hasn't quite 100% worked out, but it's also close. I mean, so.
All right, I want to address this question from Stephen Birkland, also known as Stephen with the Sleeves. Not quite Burke Nasty, but he's well on his way. He said, Mark, what's the plan this weekend? I do want to remind everybody, this weekend is stacked. As people come and go through the chat, but don't forget the Christopher Reeve story is only a 2-day event in theaters. Saturday is day 1. The following Wednesday is day 2. Get out, support this, see it. Also, Transformers 1 is now officially playing. Saw that last night. Fantastic. Agatha All Along just started this week. It was terrible. Don't waste your time unless you got time to waste. The Penguin started last night, and it was freaking phenomenal. HBO doesn't let us down yet again. You can see the effort, quality, and budget on screen. The performances will rattle you. It was amazing. And you don't have to like have lore to go into it. You can go into it cold and you'll be fine.
And everybody go binge watch Chaos on Netflix.
And I watched 6 episodes of that yesterday. I got the 2 episodes to go. that was wild.
Yeah,
wild.
I watched that series a couple weeks ago. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like shit like that. So it's just kind of it ended pretty abruptly and stuff. And I don't
spoil anything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it definitely seems like they could have a Chaos season 2 if that's the case.
Yes, they could.
So that would be really nice. But no, that was a really good show.
I think they will, because I think it's going to be popular.
Yeah,
it's still. I remember seeing the trailers for it. I don't know when it actually came out, but it's still trending in the top 10 for Netflix. So that's a good sign.
Yeah,
the cast is fantastic in it.
I know.
Yeah, I needed a new show to watch, and when I saw that one, I was like, okay, we'll give that one a shot. And I was pleasantly surprised. And there's another show I started watching called From. It's just ridiculous. Because
what's it called?
Is that a horror?
Yeah, it's called From. It's from the people who made Lost. And the irony is not lost that that's the title of it and stuff like that. But it's kind of a horror type thing set in this small town that these people can't get out of and stuff. And the first 2 seasons, it's on MGM Plus. And the first 2 seasons are over, and the new season starts like this weekend. And it's not bad. It's a good, decent show. So, but I watched that one, and then there's a Heels is on Netflix right now, which is that wrestling drama one. And so I've been watching that. That's been pretty good. And hopefully they pick up a 3rd season of that one as well. But Chaos, I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, I initially just watched it just for Jeff Goldblum being. I was like, oh, Jeff Goldblum, I'm going to watch it. And then I get into it, I was like, oh, damn, this is really good. And it's there's a lot of stuff. You can tell that it looks great, but you can tell that their budget wasn't like very high on it, because they just kind of leave a lot of stuff to your imagination, like what happened and stuff. And I kind of like that mystery about it, as opposed to like showing everything that happened and all this stuff. When he's talking about, oh yeah, I just caused this or whatever, it doesn't show what he caused. It's just like the after effect and stuff like that. So I kind of like the mystery that they put into it. So I've enjoyed Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos is good.
Yeah. What else am I missing? Anything? Nothing?
I don't think so. Not for me.
All right.
I
What,
think so.
I've been binge watching old episodes of Penn and Teller's bullshit on it was a Showtime show that they did. I love Penn and Teller, but I've been watching that until Madam messaged me yesterday and said, "Hey, check out Chaos if you haven't." And she was the third person this week to say it. So I'm like, I'll just turn that on. Screw it. And I was just sucked in immediately.
Yeah, I can only handle like a.
I thought it was with the urgency. I sent you the message that you got. I could convey that to you, and you were like, "Yes, I do need to watch this right away."
When I see a series that like has like 30 episodes or whatever, I can't watch. I don't have the attention span to watch a show like that. So if it's like 6 or 8 episodes, I just want to get in and get out, and over a course of a day or two, and then okay, good.
Well, let me tell you about a great 8-episode get in and get out show that was on Netflix. It's called Terminator Zero, and it's animated. And I'm not a big anime fan, but it was fucking awesome. Like the best Terminator anything since T2.
I watched like part of the. I'm not a huge fan of the anime type stuff, and it just kind of pulls me off. I didn't make it past the first episode.
Yeah, this is the first time I've made it through one ever. But I think it's because I'm like a big Terminator fan. That kind of like carried it. And then being short episodes, it's pretty much a 4-hour movie, like the whole thing, because they're like 20-something minutes a piece. So it went fast. But I ended up watching the whole thing twice. Like I really loved it.
Are you picking up that new Terminator book when it comes out?
Yeah, I've got it on my pull list. I actually watched you talking to the writer and everything, because I suck at looking at FOC. I see when things are coming out like a couple days in advance. But I even ordered the Clayton Crane one that Crane did, and I ordered the Alex Ross variant as well, because that's like a ratio one, and Nomos was doing a great exclusive on that. Yeah. And then I get everything that John Jang does. I love John Jang, fantastic human being and great artist. And he'll have a cover go up at 616 Comics today that I'll end up ordering as well. So it's getting like the red carpet treatment. Clayton Crane, Alex Ross, John Jang. So hopefully it sells well. And I like how he talked about it being more of a anthology style book. Yeah. What do you say, 8 issues or something like that? And they're gonna.
I think it kind of depends right now. I know Sal, the guy I had on, Sal from Pop. What am I thinking? Sal, Comic Pop. That's right. He's doing the backup story for it and stuff, and then Declan Shelby is doing the main story.
Okay.
And I think that it's ongoing. It just kind of depends on how it does. To be honest, kind of how Thundercats did.
Well, it's with Dynamite, right?
Yeah, man, Dynamite.
Yeah, they're kind of kicking ass right now, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of, I've been with them now for a couple of years and stuff, about 3 years, and to see them kind of, really make an imprint right now, it's kind of like, okay, cool. I'm glad I'm on board, and
yeah, it's a good time to be associated with them.
Yeah, because before it was like, Red Sonja, Vampirella, and
well, you remember they had like a resurgence. Well, I don't know how long you've been keeping up with all Dynamite stuff, but like about a decade ago or so, they brought back like Flash Gordon with that Zeitgeist series, had Alex Ross on the cover. They brought back all the Golden Age pulp heroes, like the Green Llama and the Spider, and then it all just fell off and became Red Sonja books for a while. It's kind of like how DC used Batman to keep the lights on when they were going through the financial shifts and stuff. It always seems like Dynamite used the Lovely Lady covers to do the same. And I joke every now and then and say that those Red Sonja books don't even have anything on the inside. People just never know that because they just buy them for the covers.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of Stephanie covers is all they are. That's what they look like.
You see where the movie's coming up? The live action Red Sonja movie's coming. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, I was talking to I can't remember the guy's name, but he's the guy who owns Red Sonja. He was on the channel, and I've had him on a couple times. And but he was telling me about the movie a little bit. He couldn't really tell me too much because that's just the way it is. But he's pretty excited about it. But they got Green Hornet coming back, which is pretty awesome.
They had that for a while too. Yeah, they
so
were on a roll for a little while. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Nick Barucci, Nick told me that because they got the Disney license and stuff with all the Disney characters, and he told me that it took 8 years to get that license. finalized and stuff. So
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
they're doing like
something-
the cartoon adaptations, right? Like the movie cartoon adaptation kind of stuff.
yeah, like Lion King stuff, Lilo and
And
Stitch.
Maleficent and all that.
Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas is coming out this year. But
Rob, did you hear that?
like 8 years. Then
Sorry, I'm dealing with work.
He
I'm
just pointed
talking to
out that,
I'm talking to lawyers.
Dynamite has a Nightmare Before a Christmas comic coming under their Disney license this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, that's gonna be really
There's
good.
been a couple, but
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it so Rob can't.
But Space Ghost, I guess, is like really doing well for them. I guess that one's the one.
It's funny when never mind. There's a
What?
there's a sexist joke in there.
Yes, tell me.
Yes, tell me.
I have a to-do list which includes loading the dishwasher.
What's the joke?
I'll let you figure it out.
No, I want to hear the joke, Mark.
I want to hear the joke.
You're not the dishwasher?
Listen to me. Disney lied to all of us females, all right? They made me think imaginary squirrels and chipmunks and birds were going to come over here and help me clean this house.
Not one
And
showed
they
up.
lied to me. I'm pissed. They lied. They're telling us lies. Nobody
Already-
comes and helps and sings.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
You know, it's funny. I'm the dishwasher at this house.
Are you?
I am.
That's an attractive quality, Mark.
Not by design, just by organically. You know, like we like in any household, you fall into your roles. Like if you have different like pet peeves or icks or this or that, like you tend to be the one to go handle them. So just by nature, organically, like I like the sink to be completely clean at all times. I don't want any dishes in it or anything because I have my coffee maker next to it, and like if there's stuff in there, it makes it difficult. And I'm the only one that drinks coffee, so therefore I should be concerned about the dishes since I'm the one that's concerned about the dishes. And
That makes sense.
and we have a dishwasher.
That's
but I don't
honorable. That's very
use it.
honorable of you. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that idea.
And Kyle does all the kids' laundry because she's the one that gives a shit what they wear. When it's me that gets to dress them, she comes home from work with I'm like, what? They said they wanted to wear it.
Like a plaid something and a striped shirt.
It's like remember in Big Daddy with Adam Sandler when he let the kid dress himself? It's like that.
Scuba Steve.
I don't understand why it is on my day off that I'm and like the entire team of legal people that I'm the person that are going to come to for contract language.
Oh, they didn't.
They know it's your
They
day
didn't
off.
alert the
You sound
entire
really
staff that
smart,
you're off
Rob. So
today?
people believe that, and so they come to you.
Well, you know, and I'm having an argument with our own our lawyers on this chat thread, and I'm having an argument with him because he's not interpreting the customer's request properly, which is half the problem. So,
Well, it's not just the interpretation, Rob. It's the intent. What is the intent of the wording?
that's what I meant. Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
the customer
That whole
the
intent
customer.
thing just had me laughing my ass off all day
Yeah,
on Instagram the day before.
it's a
yesterday.
stupid customers asking for something stupid to begin with. They're basically they don't want their contract to auto renew, which is fine. That happens all the time.
Mhm.
But they want unless we give you 60 days notice that we want it to auto renew. It's like that's the dumbest freaking thing. Why limit yourself on a 60-day notice? Just simply say the contract doesn't auto renew unless we say go ahead, unless we give you approval to auto renew it.
Yeah, it's a yes or no. If you set it to auto renew, if you want to turn it off, turn it off. Contact us and stop it.
Yeah, or
They're
just
trying
remove
to
the.
take all the. They don't want to have to keep up with it. It sounds like.
Well, no, they don't want. No, what happens is they don't want it to just, them to miss the date and it just to auto renew and then get trapped.
And that's a callback. They come to you for contract language because you use 300 words to say 11 ounces.
11 ounces. Yeah.
Rob, do you think you'd be good at something like, hostage negotiations?
Oh,
No.
God, no. They'd be like, I'm tired
You used
of
to say
talking.
people gonna die.
Yeah, Travis Jim says if you ever come to Frederick, Maryland, let him know.
Awesome.
Have you hit Georgia yet?
Yeah.
And when I say Georgia, I mean not Atlanta.
Yeah, I went through Georgia. I went through Atlanta.
That's where you fucked up.
Went through a little bit of Georgia because I stayed at some of the campgrounds, and they're all like the Georgia Pacific campgrounds and stuff.
Mhm.
And but I got some friends down there as well, so I went through. I mean, I haven't been to like the only state I don't think I've been to is like Maine, and I was really close. I was in upstate New York, and I was gonna go there, but something happened. But I'm pretty sure Maine, and for some reason, I don't think I've been to I mean, Alaska is another one I haven't been to. I think I might have went there when I was a little kid with my dad, but I don't remember for sure if that's where we were. We might have just been in Canada.
You did Hawaii though?
Yeah, I went to Hawaii for my honeymoon. So I've been there, and that was a long time ago. But I think I've pretty much been to almost every state except 2 or 3. So, but
Nice.
I'm not driving after this East Coast trip. I am done driving on the eastern part of the United States. I will not go past Texas anymore. As far as driving wise goes, I mean, I will fly or take a train or whatever, but I'm not driving past Texas anymore after this trip. So I just really like
Why is that?
it's if you've ever been to like Utah or Colorado or Arizona or those states, man, they are just like I love them. I love them to death. And it's like that's where I want to be. Nothing
Gotcha.
against like where I'm at right now, but it's if you've never been there, you can't really compare it, because it's like another planet. There's places in Utah and Colorado and Arizona that literally look like you're on a different planet, and it's like, and then over on this part of the country, there's some really beautiful places here, but everything kind of looks the same.
Yeah.
It's very,
It's just the Appalachian stretches the whole thing.
yeah, and it's just like a kind of a lower tree line, all the hills, not really mountains. Like the mountains are over on the the western part of the United States as far as mountains. And so I don't even know what state I'm in sometimes. Besides Florida, which definitely has its own identity, but besides that, everything else kind of looks the same, and but yeah, I just really enjoy like Utah and Arizona and Colorado.
West Coast, best coast. There you are.
That's right.
It really.
Oh, he didn't say California. I don't think.
Well, he didn't say coast either, but that's okay.
No, there's places in California I like too, but California tends to get kind of busy, as far as like,
you stay out of the 2.
Yeah, but there's a place in California called I think it's like Chainsaw Ridge or something like that, or it's a climbing mountain. It's called New Jack City. That's the name of the mountain that you climb. It's called New Jack City.
There's a sack of crack cocaine at the top waiting on you.
Hey, Mark, I gotta jam. I gotta get ready for a doctor's appointment and head on out. So
I'll talk to you later. I got about 10 more
Stephanie,
minutes.
Bueller. All right, you guys all have a great time. Everybody out there in watchable land.
Slab Hub tomorrow featuring who?
Tomorrow is, now I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. Thanks a lot.
A very unmemorable guest, apparently.
No. I know. It's Thomas Zorobinski.
Oh, Tulp. Dude, that's going to be a pretty fun show.
It's Zorobinski Pulp Media.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Au revoir.
Take care, man. But I can't remember the exactly. I know it's called New Jack City, and it's kind of, I don't know why they've named it that for this climbing area and stuff, but it's really beautiful.
In honor of Nino Brown, obviously.
Maybe, I guess that's it, but it's nice because it's like a free camping site, and the people there really take care of it. So I've been to a lot of campsites where it's like, there's shit laying around and stuff.
When you name those spots that you really enjoy, are you like thinking specifically about the areas that are like all rocky and orange color and not desert per se, but semi-desert-y looking, look like the way the Grand Canyon looks? I know there's a lot of places out.
Yeah.
Like there's Sedona in Arizona is like all red rocks, all like.
Isn't Sedona supposed to have like all those spiritual vortexes where you can
meet all
those
are all bullshit, but
that's still fun though to go. I mean, I like learning about what other people are into and believe in. Don't mean I got to, but it's still fun to meet.
It's beautiful. I was just up there a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, hiking to some beautiful caves and took some beautiful pictures. And it's I'd like to live there. It's gorgeous.
Madam sent me a picture of where she was at. I'm like, yeah, I was standing right there. I mean, it's a lot of people have been there, but it's just Sedona is beautiful. You know, I'm gonna spend this winter in Arizona. I mean, that's where I go for the wintertime is Arizona. I kind of go between Quartzsite and Phoenix and stuff, and so I'll be up there for probably 2 months, and it's just beautiful. There's the place called Palm Canyon, which is in between Tucson and Quartzsite, and there's like it's like a mountain, and like for some reason there's palm trees growing up in the side of this.
That's cool as shit.
Like crevice of a mountain, and it takes a little bit of work to get there, but all of a sudden you come across all these palm trees. It's like an oasis on top of a mountain. And
Have you been hiking out that way where you can still find like the Indian like remnants and stuff of little like huts that they had and different stuff that are like up in the
I saw that in
cave,
Sedona when I
cave
was.
walls and stuff like that. And
yeah,
I watched this channel called the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. It's this guy, and he has 3 kids, but he goes to Alaska regularly, and he does like he's not like a diehard survivalist. He just goes out and records it all. He's got millions of subscribers and stuff. It's a great channel, but he's constantly going on vacations of places, and he went out to those areas, and he'll leave like the kids and the wife at the campground, and he'll go exploring and stuff, and like because he'll go do some stuff that the kids are too small to be able to do per se, you know. And he was walking through there, and he was like looking at all these little old Indian spots that are like hundreds and hundreds of years old, and people are just respectful enough to not destroy it. You know, they see it, appreciate it, and they don't break it, which I thought was surprising.
Yeah, surprising is the word. Wow.
Yeah, you run across a lot of that stuff in that part of the country. I mean, it's very, it's fairly. I know there's a place in like New Mexico outside of Albuquerque, like there's a gas station, and then like 20 yards behind the gas station is like a whole ruins of like an Indian village and stuff like that. It's like, nobody really even realizes it's there. And if you don't know about it, then you just drive right by it. But it's literally like 20 yards behind this gas station. And my friend of mine was telling me about it. I went and checked it out. I was like, oh, that's so cool. And you'll find the petroglyphs and stuff in the drawings and stuff on the walls and everything. But you always run it. Just got to watch out for rattlesnakes, man. That's the thing I tell people all the time. Make sure you're watching the ground when you're walking, because I've almost stepped on many rattlesnakes in my day. And you just got.
I'm like the last month I've almost stepped on. I had encounters with 3.
Aren't there like hot spring places out there that look like something on Mars where like water comes out of the earth and the sediment settles, but it's like all kinds of crazy different colors, and like as the sediment's built up over hundreds of years, it's gotten like real big and stuff. And
well, I mean, there's those, but then there's like really nice hot springs that you can go and just kind of sit in and enjoy. And those.
No, I don't think these are toxic or anything. I think it's just like the natural phenomenon of it. You know what I mean? It's not like it's nasty or anything. It looks gorgeous. Yeah.
I did when I went through Utah, I literally did all the way through the state of Utah and did a hot spring crawl. And just went to different hot springs for like 3 straight weeks, and just hit one after another. They're all just like awesome. There was one out in this farmer's field, and he lets people camp there and stuff, you know. And so you go out there, and there's like these 3 huge pools, and each one's a different temperature, but they're all just amazing. And so I stayed out there for a few days, and there's another one in Utah called Five Pond or something like that, and it's like a hike up in the mountains. It's like 8 miles to get up there, but you get up there, man, it is beautiful. And I will tell you this, and I've said this before, if you go to a hot spring, and if you can drive there and like just walk to it, you're probably going to run into some naked people you don't really want to see naked.
There you go again.
But if you go to a hot spring and it's like a 5 or 8 mile hike to the hot spring, the people that you see naked there look a lot better than the ones that you could drive to. Because there's a certain people will hike 5 or 8 miles to a hot spring, and they're in a little better shape than the ones where you just drive to and stuff like that. So I like going to the ones that are, have to hike to get to, because the quality of naked individuals there are much more pleasant to look at.
What is this thing? Like dude, I love conspiracy theories, right? And there's these giant odd mountain structures, and these off the wall conspiracy theorists say like, oh, those are petrified ancient trees because it looks like bark the way that they've like crumbled over the years, and they just stand out like a splinter in the earth.
Where? Can you show it to
Oh,
us?
Boar's Tusk in Wyoming.
Hmm.
There's some of these places I'm surprised you haven't found yet. Let's see.
Wyoming, I haven't really. I've been through Wyoming, but I haven't explored it. I have a friend, Amanda. She's actually there right now, and she's kind of doing the whole going and seeing all the stuff. And so it kind of looks interesting. So I'm going to go back. But there was a place in Kansas, and there's only literally one place in Kansas that's worth going to see. That's natural.
You see that? That's crazy. It's just like out in the middle of nowhere.
It's only got 4 out of 5 stars. I don't know.
Yeah, there's so just so you know, you're showing us that picture of that. If you go to Arizona and Utah, there's thousands of stuff like that. Okay.
Let's go to Sedona. It'll blow
Yeah,
that away.
I think the structure isn't necessarily like what's so fascinating. It's when you find stuff like this that's isolated.
Yes.
You know, it's pretty cool. Crazy natural formations.
I don't. Is there a way? Can I share screen on my end on your?
You should be able to, unless you're on like a phone. It might not let you.
Okay, yeah, I'm on the phone, so it's not.
I can look up anything you'd like me to, as long as it's not naked people. You seem to be real into those today.
Naked people.
Naked.
Hey man, you guys asked. Well, what's the weirdest thing I encountered? So what else are you gonna expect?
Let me see this.
Kind of, there's a place in Kansas. I'm forgetting the name, but if you literally just type in like things to see in Kansas, or natural things to see in Kansas, there's only one thing to see. And I went to there, and it was kind of cool. But it's like this one area that's cool, but like in Utah or Arizona, there's thousands.
Is it Castle Rock?
Yeah.
Castle Rock, Little Jerusalem, Badlands State Park, Mushroom Rock State Park, Rock City, Big Basin Prairie.
I think it's Little Jerusalem. I can't even say it right, but
Little Jerusalem, Badland Park.
Yes.
Is this Devil's Rock? What am I looking at?
Oh, you see that? That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me pull this down. Let's see, Little Jerusalem. Oh, that's where the whole thing is made out of rocks, isn't it?
Yeah, but I believe it's even on private property as well on that one. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's kind of it. And you can see the rock. It's really small. It's not very big compared to others. But really, when you go there to Kansas, it's literally, that's like the only thing to go see that's nature wise and stuff. Because when I was through there, I was like, oh, okay, let's go see the sites. And like, this is the only one that popped up. So
Meaning the site.
Yeah. And it took you like 10 minutes to get there, and you're there for just a few minutes, and then you're gone. So, but yeah, Kansas you can do pretty quickly. There might be it might be Castle Rock as well. I don't know if you said that.
Yeah, let me see. Pull up Castle Rock.
Yes, Close Encounters, Devil's Rock. Yes.
Yeah, Close Encounters is a good movie.
I really enjoyed the sculpting in that movie because he was sculpting with mashed potatoes at first, and then he went into like the clay and the mud and the trees, and I was loving that. I was like, do it bigger. Love it.
There's like 4 different versions of that movie. It's great. Yeah, this place right here, and the upper one on that one right there. Yeah, I was right there, standing in that hole right there.
You've been in that rocks hole?
Yeah. And I mean, that place is out in the middle of nowhere, and you got to drive through like a cow field or whatever. And there was probably about 1,000 cows in the road when I was trying to get there. And
have you ever been to the Scablands in the upper, what is it, like the northwestern area of the country? It's where the glaciers from back in the Ice Age just scarred the northwestern part of the country, as well as the northeastern part, like near Niagara and all that as well.
I did go through like Glacier National Forest. But I took a train through there earlier this year. I took a train across country just because I was bored. And so I did go through like a bunch of stats. So I saw it from a train.
I bet you'd love that because you can actually see on the ground still from where like the glaciers as they moved across and receded, and when they had their catastrophic melt, it just scarred and scraped the ground, like depositing giant rocks and boulders all over the place, and it just creates some of the craziest formations and stuff.
I was in the Badlands in South Dakota, and I stayed there for a few days, and that was very interesting to say the least. I was up on top of the ridge and looking down on all this stuff like this.
But that'd be beautiful.
It was like 110 degrees, so it was kind of miserable, but it was beautiful.
As long as it ain't humid, you're gonna be all right.
As long as it's a dry heat, it's bearable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still roasted, man. It was not comfortable. They do call them the Badlands for a reason. So
yeah, down here I'm so sick of humidity. I mean, I live it, but anywhere I go, if it's not humid and it's hot, it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
I can't stand the humidity, man. That's why I don't
You
like.
should really live in Arizona.
I'm coming to Arizona.
I know you're coming to Arizona.
My goal is to retire and go to St. Simon's Island, just live on the Georgia coast.
I spent the last 2 summer or winters in Arizona, and
It sounds like it's gonna be humid though where you are, Mark.
Yeah, but it's St. Simon, so I won't give a shit.
Okay.
That's like that's my version of paradise.
Okay.
You just go inside when it's too humid. You know, you come outside when you're fine with it. If it's too humid, go to the pool.
I like I said, I was visiting Florida like last month, and I was miserable every time I stepped outside because the humidity.
But you couldn't get your hair to stay like that. Couldn't get your hair to stay like that more than 10 minutes once you go outside.
Yeah, right. I mean, come on. Like, first of all, you like immediately start sweating and you feel disgusting, and then you start having to like wade through the air, you know, to get where you're going. Like, it's horrible. It's like, when can I get to some air conditioning? But in like Arizona, you walk outside, it's like a nice convection oven, you know, a nice low breeze of dry heat. It's okay.
Yeah, it's better, but it does get really hot in Arizona, but it's worth it.
Well, I'm about to cut it, guys. About to go pick up Monkey from school. I get to go sit in
Okay.
cold wine, take a little
Mark,
stack of
before you
books
do
with
that,
me.
can I talk to you backstage? Someone talked about something.
Yeah.
Don't chat right away.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll let you guys talk backstage, whatever, and stuff. All right.
Thanks everybody for coming, hanging out, and watching today. See y'all on the